Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Single Malt Synthesis Special Reserve Superbooth Home Edition #Superbooth 20. And that was a mouthful. So I say cheers to you out there watching now and watching later, and cheers to my buddy Constantine.
No,
And
welcome.
yeah, we're gonna have fun, I hope. It's amazing that this is all coming together. Today we've got how many guests? 10? 10?
Yeah, I think 10.
Yeah, not counting the people coming in after with the hangout. There we get Bo Beats coming in, and we'll see who else. And yeah, I'm really excited for this. This is like for me, and I don't know how is it for you, Constantine. This is the biggest like from in terms of organizing thing I've ever organized. Yeah.
I think we've done organizing. I think we've done a few other stuff together, which was like more complicated and took more. But I think this one is the one that feels the most weird. The fact that we're actually doing Superbooth stuff. It's kind of weird.
Exactly. I just talked to Andreas yesterday, Andreas Schneider, who is basically, yeah, he's the head of Schneiders, who is Superbooth. And yeah, we talked about like how happy he is that so much online stuff is happening, that so many people are gathering around the whole thing. And it's Bo Beats made a lovely video yesterday that got me really sad when he did a video like what's cool about Superbooth. I was like, oh, okay, no, I'm a bit sad because it's actually one of the nicest times in the year, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, I gotta switch to the comments. Hey everybody there, so I can see what's happening. And yeah,
Oh, I love that we started the comments. Martin said that I turned my head upside down. Is it because of the hair? I guess so, right?
could be. But we're not doing this all alone because that's too much, and we're so happy to have our good friend DivKid on. So I'm gonna bring him in
Cool.
now. One, two, three, and Ben, you're on.
Boom. There we go.
Yeah, great.
Hello.
Yeah.
An absolute pleasure to join you both again.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy that you're here. This will make this whole even more fun than it already is. So
Yeah.
we can have a maximum of 6 people on this chat. So and yeah, I'm really looking forward. So the first guest today will be Mitch from Empress Effects, right? And they'll be
Cool.
demoing their new. What's the exact name of the Zoyer turned Eurorack?
Euro Bureau.
Bureau. Yeah, that's a lovely thing. I
No
met.
spoilers. No spoilers.
Oh, okay. Oh, no spoilers.
Ooh, they've
Oh.
already revealed that, to be fair.
Yeah, they
I'll probably
already
buy
like
them.
talked what they're gonna do, so there's not much of a spoiler there. So I hope this time I've got my lights properly set up so they won't fall down. And one of the nice things about these that they're LEDs, so it didn't break. Would have been a costly stream elsewise.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm sure we're gonna have a few,
yeah, and
accidents.
yeah, I
You've both got such lovely color, the blue and the red. I was just saying, if anyone from Philips is watching, I'll take a Philips Hue sponsorship. I want some color. I want some color in the room. Or any alternative suggestions to Philips Hue, people can hit us in the chat before we get going.
yeah.
I actually
need
feel like
color.
I'm in the red room from Twin Peaks or something like that. Kind of feels weird.
Yeah. Your color scheme today, you look like it's hellish.
Yeah,
So-
I'm kind of hoping it'll fix itself by the time the sun goes down. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, yeah, you will fade probably.
Or
into
look
the
like
night.
this. Yes. For the rest of the show, I'm just gonna sit like this and look weird.
Ah, Pillbug. Colin is also streaming. Lovely. So that's nice. So you can choose, or you can watch both, and then you can just mute and hit music and see everything. It feels like going over to other streams is one of the nicest things about this whole, about this whole brave new world of streaming that we're doing right now. So it feels like everybody with their own public broadcast channel.
Yeah, it's really nice. I like the idea of of Colin soundtracking what we're doing. I had that this weekend. Someone's like, there's 4 streams I want to watch. I'm going to flick between, and they settled on leaving Colin going. And then it was like, Colin's talking. I'll be back in a minute. It was like really cool.
Yeah, exactly. You could just pipe the audio in. That would. Oh, okay. Good idea, maybe, but maybe too dramatic. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Oh, yeah. So who have we got on today? We starting off with Empress. Then we've got Patch Point in the house, and then we've got Purrtronics, SDS Digital, Music
Yep.
Thing Modular, Koma Elektronik, Gould Caseworks, LPZW Modules. And then we'll be hanging out a bit and having a glass of whiskey afterwards. Already been then probably a long day.
Yeah, we definitely need whiskey after the whole thing.
Yeah. I just started a bit because for the feeling, because it's the ritual. So
Right.
yeah.
I'm gonna do the pop, although it's water for now, but
Oh,
Ooh, good pop.
there you go.
Chunky
Yeah,
one.
I chose this type of bottle on purpose so that we have something to listen to.
That's another thing. I mean, I just did a video all about like big knobs and the sound of them and how much I like them. And there were many people that agreed, and it struck a certain chord with like people especially in the sound design world. Like, this is good because like interface sounds for games. To have something like junk, junk, junk that's really chunky, it feels really good, I think. And part of the fun of the whole thing.
And good variety as well. I think when I've done things like that in the past for sound design jobs, you want almost how instrument sample libraries will have round robins to try and make them seem real, several of the same velocity layer and everything. You want lots of the same clicks a lot of the time. I remember having to, as a university project, replace out all the sounds of a coffee machine from inside the machine, looking back through to the customers, and then from each angle, and trying to have to convolute all these button sounds. And I realized I need hundreds of clicks, pops, twists, pulls, pushes. Hell of a task, but really satisfying.
Yeah. I mean, there's the one thing that kind of like I'm still not good at is like the batch processing at the end.
Yeah.
You know? Because I had like in the recording I had a DC offset, which means like it's not like in directly the waveform doesn't start on the 0. So every time it stopped there would be like a click. And I couldn't find the correct way to batch process that. I didn't figure it out like in time. So it took a long time. It took a long time to figure that out. All these like to make it really nice. So to put it like to a good professional level and not something that you just get on Freesound, for example, which is awesome for some things, but there's many things that are just like these recordings of anything. But I've been to Freesound a lot for certain things, for example.
Yeah, it's a really good place to grab stuff. Like it's super nice that all these people just give out for free all the cool stuff they've worked on. I found some amazing sounds on there.
All this talk about big knobs is, of course, already a bit of foreshadowing to something we might talk with Tom Whitwell of Music Thing Modular later about. Yeah, we're heavily into foreshadowing here.
I found Tom Whitwell's oversized controls, shall we say, to not always use the word knobs, hiding behind a Polaroid at Marcus Fisher's place when I was in the States last year.
Right.
I was like, oh, cool. Yeah, this is that thing Tom's been talking about. And they were like, oh, yeah, we're filming. What can we throw over it? So I pull it out of the case and we were like, could grab a Polaroid. It looks really beautifully and really intentionally placed, but it was just a case of trying to hide this thing.
Okay.
An earlier prototype last year. But yeah, a lovely thing. He did put, to be fair to Tom, he did post a picture earlier saying, talking about everything on this desk with Heimbach later.
Exactly. Cool. So you can dig up his Twitter history and then you can see what we're talking about. But yeah, so I hear the sounds of nature and kids outside playing. It's very lovely.
My little girl just woke up.
Cool. Yeah. Now that reminds me, I need to close the window behind me. It's a good thing. Good reminder.
I fully expect my kids to crash the stream a few times. So everybody bear with me. We're not in studios. We're just in our homes, as we should be right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the family life always seeps in. But that's something, for example, that I personally love about recordings also. There's this one like B-side on a Radiohead single where you can hear Tom playing the piano and you can hear his girlfriend doing the dishes in the background. And I only learned that it was her doing the dishes. It's a weird percussion thing, but it was just her doing the dishes, and it was just a simple like a mobile recorder recording on the piano, and that had such an intimacy that I found really interesting.
Yeah, it's something that I got used to listening to Aphex Twin and Square Pusher. I mean, I think in most of the records they always crypt in stuff like, some Richard's mom speaking, friends or family and stuff like that, which I always found it fascinating. It kind of got you into their world, so I think it's a nice thing. It's a nice touch.
It's always the best part of the recording for me. I love, it's like prepared piano and all that kind of thing. I like all the inaccuracy of it. I was recording some just wind chimes outside someone's house, and it caught my ear because they were in an odd key for wind chimes. I mean, we all think wind chimes, they have a certain sound. It seemed to be an odd collection of notes. And I was like, this is interesting. Let me record it. It's just a voice recorder on my phone. They're like, hey, we can pull some mics out. We can stereo mic this thing. I can hang a duvet over the porch so we're not getting any wind coming through. But as I listened back on the little recorder with the headphones in my phone, I realized that the garbage truck in the distance and the leaves rustling was the best bit. Having all of that noise and all that artifact with a kind of shadow of a note in there, because there were moments where one was more prominent than the other. That was the beauty of it. And we very quickly put it in a make noise morphogene. And as I started playing around and dismantling this in a kind of granular environment, I was like, no, we don't want a good recording, or I don't want a good recording. This is fine. The phone voice memo is the one, or at least all the artifacts in there were. The coolest bit.
Definitely, there's so much to be said for these little details, and sometimes when you listen to stuff on good headphones and you are in the fade out, for example, of a song, and then you hear you can hear all the tracks that were not used, and they're in the singer's headphones basically. So you can hear the bleed from the headphones into the mic. You can hear like what he was actually singing to, or she. So these are these moments that I find really, because they give you like a look behind the curtain, you know? So that's something that I personally treasure.
I like the idea. I've never heard it, but it just brings an idea to mind of, we've all heard stories of, say, bands or more traditional recordings where the demo just has this magic that the final version doesn't. So they want to use as much of the demo as they possibly can. And I love the idea of, if you could just hear bleed of the demo from the original singer's recording, but everything else was replaced. It's almost like the band are playing karaoke to themselves, but maybe the vocal was the one, like that was the take. We're going to use the demo vocal. It's magic. But I love this kind of ghostly memory of the original song forming, just being somewhere in the mix. I think it's really cool.
Definitely. There's, this series Song Explorer, the podcast? They talk a lot about like how these processes are there, and oftentimes that finds its way. There's some stuff from the very original recording in the intro or in like a middle eight or something, just to go to a different place, and then just, of course, then fill it out with everything, make it big. But the zoom that you can do into someone's kitchen and then back, that's pretty amazing. So.
Well, I hope my daughter slamming something around the house is the most monumental thing that happens from my side today.
This whole introduction was an excuse for the fact that we're gonna hear like a bunch of sounds from each person's home throughout the day today. So
exactly,
still quieter than actual Superbooth, though, right?
Oh, yes. Hey, this is Superbooth without earplugs. It's amazing.
Yeah. For Superbooth, I'm going to be using headphones. And all right, cool.
Yeah, just going to be using and then talking really low and stream yourself live to everyone. You say, they want to talk to you, just say, here, scan this code, and then they can talk to you directly.
You could walk around with a microphone, and that's all that feeds your noise cancelling headphones. So anyone that starts talking to you, like, talk
to the mic.
But with a big boom, and you become just very, very specific in what you're hearing.
Could be practical. Next year.
You could rig the boom like the carrot on a stick in front of the donkey kind of thing. So they have to, You're walking around a moving spotlight almost of where they have to stand.
Yeah. Oh.
Somebody please do that. That would really amuse me.
Yeah. I'm so looking forward to the next one. It's gonna be. I think like with everything, people are gonna be crazy. Everybody's gonna go kind of crazy to see each other again.
Hugging. There's going to be lots of hugging the next year.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. If that makes a comeback, that would be lovely.
Yeah.
Someone in the live chat, it was Frank in the live chat. Hey Frank, just said, just curious, how long is the delay between what we see and what they see? Is there a way we could quickly test that? In fact, Frank, if right now you can just put "this is a delay test" in the chat, and I will roughly start counting. If you want to do that now, and we can tell you how long the delay is if you're curious. 20-30 seconds, I think, is usual from now to YouTube, or from a streaming software to YouTube. Oh, that's quick. Kieran jumped in the live chat, as did Paul. Under 20 seconds, I think, is the delay.
Just under 20 seconds. Yeah, it should be like StreamYard says it's between 11 seconds.
It's a bunch of messages saying delay tests. I don't know if that's I don't know if it's a delay in the.
No, we destroyed the chat. That's all it's gonna be.
Yeah. That's just the feedback. If people could start missing letters out, almost like how
this is
decaying
a delay
frequencies.
Delay test.
Yeah.
Can we do a flanger test next?
It would make for a good T-shirt, right? This is the delay. Ooh, fancy!
Oh, I got it back in.
What delay is that?
That's a Dynacode VRS-23. So it's been with me forever, for like 20 years. It's one of my most favorite like effects, and it just works really good. So all the old Dynacode stuff is amazing. All the blackface ones, just great, and still cheap, kinda.
I have an Echoplex turning up at some point. If it turns up before we finish streaming on Friday, I will run my Echoplex. It will sit in front of me here, and I can just stroke the thing and occasionally fade it in.
Damn! Now I feel like I'm outside. Maybe I should just grab one of the PT stuff just to mess around with.
Yeah, and we'll just be dubbing. It's just going to be everything's just going to be.
It's going to be all feedback.
We should set up. We could have a call if one of us can have a second computer running. I could try and do it that is sound on sound of this stream on the Echoplex, and we occasionally check in like, hey, we've just finished, let's just check in with the Echoplex, and this cacophony of noise that we can just turn on and off in the stream.
Oh god.
Yeah, to everyone's pleasure.
Yeah.
I mean, doing a little like
if it's here, I'll let you know. I don't think it'll turn up in time.
Yeah, nothing turns up in time. I literally because I can switch to the fancy camera for a second, just so you can see what I got here, and hope this will not kill the stream. So
no.
So I've got basically a setup here, and
I love the Heimbach panels.
Yeah. So I set up everything that people send me into demo directly, where there's no possibility to do high quality demos. Some people sent me stuff in, and I was mixing all the things today and basically assembling the new case. And that's always fun, but it's always I love that there are keyed headers now. That's made everything so much easier, because let me lift the camera. I put a module in the old Dupfer one, which is a linear one. So but it doesn't have keyed headers, and that that gives me kind of anxiety. So I'm gonna switch back to my talkie cam, and here I am.
Thinking of you just going.
Thank you, Yorios. Oh, I saw that I probably said that wrong, Constantine, right?
Yeah, it's Yorgos Yanutos Barkas. Can you say that?
Yorios Yanutos Barkas.
Yeah, there you go. And Bo is on.
Hey, Bo. Nice. Yeah, see you in a bit. Looking forward to that. Cool that you're here. This is everybody getting together. Yeah. And backstage, I see Mitch is already getting ready, but we still got a few more minutes. Oh, maybe. Yeah, so this is all turning up nicely. So, but just setting. It is a bit like Superbooth because I was thinking I would put up this kind of demo-ish setup, but of course I only had like seconds with some of the stuff. And like Instrument of Things, their package got stuck, so it won't be delivered on time. So he had his girlfriend who was in Berlin and take it from Schneider's and put it here. So the module arrived basically just in time so I can screw it in tomorrow and see what it does and stuff like that. So yeah, shipping is kind of delayed, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jason in the live chat just said, it's pinged by, is that a Casio tone style keyboard rainbow box behind my head? Yes.
It's CT10. Which one is it?
VL.
The Weltone.
£10 on eBay. So it's like, my friend Ed Ball that I co-host the podcast with was one of his old favorites, and he kept telling me the code. You know, you punch into calculator mode and enter the numbers, and I loved this idea of almost like trading baseball cards or something for certain kids of a generation, like trading VL tone code numbers. And he was like, "That's the sound, like 614339." I'm like, I'm gonna have to buy one just so I can hear it.
That's interesting.
And when I saw it was £10, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna buy it, and I'll surprise Ed with a little recording of it. It's nice. It holds a lot of weight, a good bass tone over a good set of speakers or direct in. But my daughter loves it. It's ultimately turned into a toy for my daughter more than anything.
Thank you, Bobeats. If it gets too annoying, this stuff, I kind of like it. No, but my daughter's always taking my OP1, and that's part of the reason why it's also a bit smashed up, probably. So these are like the most. Pardon me?
Yeah, there's a small delay. I just want to say that VL1 was probably the first synthesizer I ever got. My brother brought it. My dad brought it back from Japan when it was like yay big. So cool to see one. But you were saying
Volca Beats and Volca Sample too are daughter's favorites. Daddy has the white one. That's what she always says. She wants the black one. Tires of them very quickly, but we're not allowed to swap. I'm not allowed to swap them round as she gets bored. Fire on the delay, Heimbach.
DB Pavla. Thank you, buddy.
But you keep your daughter's the OP1, Heimbach?
She just takes it. She takes like all stuff from my studio. So, and yeah, takes it somewhere. Yeah, that's just happening. I can't do anything about it except lock stuff away, which never really works with things like the OP1, which I always use for things. So, but I haven't bought any of these specific kid synthesizers that have been out.
No.
I
let Lana play with the modular, and I think the worst that's going to happen is she'll break a socket. And if she's interested, I'm not pushy about her doing it, but if she's interested in, as long as I'm there, it's fine. She can play on anything. Yeah, I don't really see the need because I'm not going to leave her alone with it, so she can just use anything, really.
Yeah, and for me, I find the most fun thing for them is like vocal processing stuff. So the Coco Quantos has been like a favorite forever. Yeah. So and I always have mics on here, and just everything is just turned on so they can just play usually. And that's fine also. It's fun to everybody.
It's a good indication, right, of like how friendly and welcoming an instrument is. Like if your kids grab it and want to play with it, apart from the size, obviously, but it's still like if the Coco Quant, it's wood, it's nice, they can just touch and play. It's super inviting.
Yeah, same with the death whistles that we had like talked about on another stream. Very inviting instrument.
Yeah, small skulls. Good for the kids.
Skulls, yeah, fun. Yeah. So shall we invite Mitch in?
Yeah.
Perfect. And then say, FX, awesome, thank you. Did that to stream. Hello, Mitch.
Hey, good to see you guys.
Hey,
how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
First guest of the show. Welcome.
Yeah, you're kicking it off
Thanks.
today.
Cool. Great. I'm excited.
Yeah. So, what do you want to show us? What have you brought with us? With you?
I've brought the Zoya Euro Bureau, so
Cool.
it's like our Zoya pedal
Hmm.
in modular form
Cool.
or
I'll
fully
s-
modular form.
yeah.
At this point, be a good point to say we're going to try and end each of these guest segments by addressing questions from the live chat. If there's something really relevant, we'll pull questions in as we go. But if you've got any questions generally for that guest, we'll round them up. So if you want to tag maybe Constantine or myself in the YouTube live chat, I'll be pulling questions out to kind of round up at the end. So fire away with any questions for Mitch from Empress Effects.
Awesome. So I played like the Zoyer, and of course I loved it. We even like we went to the Colorado mountains together, right?
Yeah, yeah, that was
Yeah.
really fun.
It was funny because I was there visiting Adam Morford, and he had like a backpack full of his heavy percussion stuff, and I just had the OP1 and the Zoya,
Yeah,
and then we set up in the mountains and made music. It was just a lovely day.
yeah, that
Sounds
was
amazing.
great. It was yeah, he had a huge backpack, and it was a pretty intense hike too. It wasn't like it was up in the mountains, so it was cool. Like you got a great shot though, I think, for that video.
Yeah, the
Um,
only thing that was said about was that I couldn't catch the what do you call it, colibri, hummingbird.
Yeah.
At one point,
Humming-
hummingbird was floating around, and it was just too small on the screen, and only that would have been like magic to have that, to have the little hummingbird there. So yeah, gotta record in 4K every time. So, but I'm curious because I'm very bad at updating everything. So I think I'm still at 1.7, and Zoya has developed a lot, and of course now you've got the Euro Bureau. So I
right.
I can solo you, and you can talk about it now if you
Okay.
want.
Yeah, I can do that. So as far as the pedal version, I guess we're on 1.11 now, the firmware. Um, and new things include like more colors. There's double the amount of colors in for buttons and lights. And then there's a couple other improvements just with like ease of use. It's a lot easier to use than it used to be, or a lot more accessible in my opinion. Um, you can label any of your modules so you know exactly what they can do. But I'll go ahead and switch my camera to the close-up of the Euro Bureau. So this is the Zoya Euro Bureau, and it can be either mounted in your Euro rack case, or it will come with an optional little case here that's powered by like a 9 volt guitar power supply. And it's the difference between this and the pedal are there are four dedicated CV outs, four dedicated CV ins. There's a dedicated button for your left and right patch points, audio patch points, and there's also a headphone jack.
That's great. Headphone jack is great. Absolutely. Super.
Yeah. And then there's still 1/8" MIDI jacks for this one too, so you could conceivably use MIDI to interact with your the rest of your modular.
Is it typical TRS cables for that one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the 1/8" TRS.
Cool.
And then new things, just if you've never seen it before, you can it's basically like a sandbox of whatever you want it to be. So it has about 80 different modules inside of it, and we're continually updating it, and we're adding new modules. We have a voter forum where you can vote on what module you want to see, and we try to implement the most popular ones. But you can have multiple pages in a patch. You're just limited by your DSP, and then you just press where you want a module, and you can add an LFO. And now I just have a square wave LFO, and I can patch that out with my fingers as like the patch cables. So I can send that LFO into itself or out to one of my CV outs, and you can see, if I hit shift in the eyeball, you can see what that waveform is doing. There we go. And that's just a square wave. I guess a sine would be a better illustration of that. Let's do that. There, now you have a sine wave LFO. And you could mix all kinds of different utilities with modular in a way you couldn't really do with the pedal version. And the 4 CV ins, 4 CV out really expand on the possibilities of the Zoya. And one more thing, we've got 2 sticky utility buttons here, and those buttons, they don't change whenever you change pages, so they'll still work. They'll still do the same function whatever page you're on. We're gonna add a sampler.
Oh.
With an SD, with the ability to save and read samples from the SD card. There's a micro SD card right here, and I just have this set up. The sampler has a screen for playback. You can edit the length and the start time. There's a CV trigger output that triggers at the end of the sample, and you can edit, the length and all that. I have this utility button set up to just loop my sample. So that's just a sample I have looping. You can go in and edit. You can have the playback set to loop. You can trigger the sample or you can gate it. So that's the newest module that will hopefully be ready at release.
And when is the release?
We're hoping for a June release right now.
That's pretty soon. Very nice, very nice.
Do you have a price estimate for that one?
We don't have a final price yet. I think it will be about $650.
$650, right?
US dollars, yes.
Okay, cool. I have I have a bunch of questions because for me, I've never tried the Zoya. I was always fascinated but intimidated by it at the same time because everyone keeps saying it's like a modular inside a pedal. I was like, I already have a modular system. Why do I need like another module inside a modular system inside a module? But it looks super fascinating. What kind of functions does the Zoya or like this version have? Like you just mentioned the sampler. Any others that you can point out?
Yeah, it's got 80 different what we call modules inside of it. So it's got LFOs, multipliers, CV, all kinds of CV utilities, and then it has like our classic reverb effects, delays, has a granular module.
Cool.
What else? It'll have all the modules as the pedal, but you can use them now in I think more expansive ways when you have it connected to the rest of your modular system.
Yeah.
And the patches are compatible. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, we're gonna try to keep everything compatible. So if you load a patch from the pedal, it'll work on the modular version. But I use it completely differently in modular form. As far as I use it much more, the utilities are so much more important to me that I don't, I'd have to customize any patch that I loaded from a pedal to really be fully useful, to get the most use out of in the modular form.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say I really love is the community builds of other pedals that are out there. So if there's a pedal that would just kind of be perfect or a certain function for a certain job, there's a good chance Zoya will do it without me having to go get the other pedal. And the community that's been building these patches is great for going in and finding some rare pedals and some rare functions out there, thinking, good, I don't have to spend a few £100 on this thing I just kind of want for a specialist project. There's a lot out there on the site. I'll drop a link in the chat to that if I can.
Yeah, it's patchstorage.com, and it's the Zoya community is really one of the best things about the pedal, in my opinion. We did like a day-long birthday party because it's been out for a year now, So I did like a day-long live stream just about the Zoya last week. And yeah, there's a really active community on Facebook and Reddit that help people learn it, because a lot of users are also guitar players right now, and the modular stuff can be kind of foreign, or the modular like workflow.
Yeah.
And do you think, like, I think with the Euro Bureau probably more, but because I was skeptical when you said that this could be like an entry for guitarists into the modular world, because I think modular is very much more about like the physical connections. But what I really loved about the Zoya when I had it was I could design all these effects that were like my dreams. I never had that possibility because I would have to use like 3 different pedals to do like the pitch shifter that's modulated by a CV into another pitch shifter, so you get the 3 pitch shifters going and basically create an auto playing thing. And I think I uploaded those as Heinbach's Ghost onto the patch forum. So I wonder, like, do you see many people that come from pedals, from guitar pedals, and then go into modular? Is that a story that's happening in the community?
I think a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Me personally, that's what I did.
Okay.
I started just as a guitar player,
Okay.
and I think when I was beta testing the Zoya, I had to learn, like, you know, I think it's more about learning kind of the not necessarily modular. It's more of a good intro to creating synths, or just how VCAs and ADSRs and everything interact together that a guitar player would never think about. So it's a good intro in that regard. But I've seen a lot more of them get into just synths in general, I think.
And I mean, Zoya, I also thought this could be perfect also for teaching, because if I found it really easy to program. It was really dum 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 patch done, dum 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 patch done. So it's really easy to use it, like, to show people how something is done in a nice way. So that was my first when I first used it, I was surprised by the ease of how to patch it. So, and now you've got more controls, right? So that
Yeah, it should be even easier. I mean, I think having the audio in and out dedicated buttons, and the CV, each CV out has a push button connected to it that doesn't change depending on the page you're on the Zoya. So having those makes patching even faster and more fluid. And yeah, I think it is a great educational tool for people just learning too, because kind of how I learned to understand it, Ben Jordan, from Ben and Gear, he made a ton of the first patches, the factory patches that were self-playing, and you could tell on his patches that he had a lot of modular experience, just how he would patch inside the Zoya and make these kind of complex generative patches that I necessarily wouldn't have understood how to do. So I spent a lot of time trying to like reverse engineer his patches to understand how to make, cool generative stuff. And that's something you can't really do on like a modular system. I can't reverse engineer someone's patch to see how they use modular creatively, I guess.
it reminded me a bit of the Nord Micro Modular in that regard, which had a similar community, right, Constantine?
That's super intriguing now, because I have one and I haven't used it in a long time. I always wanted. There have been a few things, because everyone has been bugging Nord, like, bring back the micro modular, bring back the modular systems from Nord, but they haven't. They only did the Nordum thing. But and there have been a few devices out there, but nothing that has replaced it. So if this is it, I'm super intrigued now, especially since Heimbach just said that it's super easy to program and change it. That now I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I actually don't think it's as menu divey as you might initially expect either, because Well, there's only two menus that you can only go two menus deep. So you're
Okay.
not it's more immediate than I think people initially
Okay.
would suspect.
And how many presets can you save on that one?
You can save 64, but there's also a file management system on the SD card, and this might not have been. You might need to update your Zoya Heimbach because
Okay.
I think this was added after, but it's so you can have multiple files on the SD card and just pull up presets from those files and load them, manage that inside the Zoya on the screen.
And did you like expand like processor or anything for the new version, or is it the same?
It's going to be the same
Gonna
processor.
be the same.
Yeah, we want to keep it the same because there would have been issues with compatibility, cross
Of course.
compatibility, and we want to
Of
keep
course.
it the same as the pedal.
Okay. So any updates that's going to happen for one are definitely going to happen for the other, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's super cool. So the sampler is going in the pedal then.
Yeah, the sampler will be in the pedal as well. It's the most, probably the most asked for feature that we've received. But
Can you record audio directly, or is it just samples that you load from the card?
you can record audio, like the one,
Cool.
like this one that I had going. Well, I recorded over it, but that was recorded from the Eurorack.
Cool. And then you can save it as a sample, right?
Yes.
And is it stereo?
It's stereo. Well, the sampler, no. The sampler's mono, but you could add two of them.
Right.
I would probably do.
But
We
then you
might
can
be
have
able
two
to.
left and right of the sample, and you can have them run at different times and different lengths. So you can do Steve Reich kind of stuff.
Right.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
You could offset their start point, and you could be playing with all sorts. You could have one of them and create some auto pan effects and start making stereo imaging from a mono sampler. It's interesting.
Yeah, because you're only limited by the DSP, so you could add. I think the sampler's running at about 7% of the DSP right now, so you could
That's
add
not
like
much.
I don't know, over 10.
You could
I
have a
just got it-
total Reich machine.
Yeah, I just get totally addicted to the ghost verb algorithm. So I try hard not to put like two of those in there or something. Because that's really one of the reverb algorithms in the Zoya that's I just love. I mean, with the name alone, it's hard not to like when you've got hall, room, plate, ghost verb, ghost. Verb.
I like this.
How can you not?
With the sampler being so lightweight on the CPU, what's the scope for patching it back in to resample itself?
Ooh,
With
fancy.
the extra I/O, you must be able to go sampler, ghost verb, resample ghost verb, endless ghost verb, or any other variation of. You must be able to resample very quickly on the device itself.
Yeah, I don't know the exact specs right now. I think we're still working on it, but yeah, you could resample. I'm not going to try it because it'll probably end up feeding back.
Yeah.
And,
As this is all
but-
DC coupled, or there's additional CV inputs, will it sample CV, or will it just be for audio?
It's just audio. So the audio and the CV are kind of split inside the Zoya. There is a CV looper on the Zoya though, so you can loop CV.
Cool.
But internal CV or
You
external
could
CV.
you could loop external too.
That's what I was getting at.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
could you clock in the CV looper and then loop, or is the CV looper only built on internal timing? I guess you could clock out of the Zoya anyway.
Yeah, you could clock in and loop it. The CV looper has like the same controls. I'll just pull it up because I haven't really used it much lately, but the CV looper has, a max recording time of like 16 seconds, and then you can edit the length of it. So you could loop and modulate the length. I'll pull it up. bring up the CV looper for you real quick. Sorry, the screen's pretty small. You probably can't see this, but if I add a CV looper in here, I have options to let it record up to 16 seconds, edit the length if I want to, and then it has, you can trigger the play and the record with these CV ins, or internally too. And then you can modulate the CV loop speed, the start position, the stop position, and you can restart it manually as well. So I think that answered your question.
Lovely. Can you show us some sounds?
Sure. So this one, I'll just start with this one. I'm using just a 2F, an Instro 2F fader bank to control reverb and delay on the Zoya. And let's load that up. One sec. And then I just have right now this is just the 4MS Swan playing, and I don't hear anything. There we go. And then I can add reverb and delay. And this is that ghost verb that you like so much. And then this patch that I have here is actually, I've got two separate reverbs. So I've got mono in on the Swan, and then I have plats going in the other side, and it has a more a kind of less intense reverb, or like a shorter, less ambient reverb. And then I have a ping pong delay that's controlling the Swan sound. And then what else am I doing in this patch? I've got an ADSR that's going to the BIA, and I can mute. I'm sending triggers from my sequencer to open up the filter there, but it's randomized. The ADSR is sequenced by an internal sequencer in the Zoya that switches up how the filter opens up. And then I have a different patch on the other Zoya, and I'll switch the camera real quick. So this one, I'll change this is rings, and it's just going into this patch I have here, which is an LFO matrix, and I've set up separate mutes for different LFOs, and that's what these push buttons that I'm pushing are changing that sequence. And then I've got this audio panning. The rings is in stereo, and then I'm panning it, and that's being triggered by an internal ADSR. So I'll make it, you can kind of hear that stereo movement is created inside the Zoya. And then I also have this little sampler here. So I have it set up to use these utility buttons. This might clip because yeah, this is a prototype. The new ones are not going to clip, but I'm going to try the sampler. Hopefully it doesn't clip. And I set this button up to just push it to record, and that's my sampler record. You can see it lights up, and I let go, and you can see the waveform, and I can play that. I've got it pitched up, and that you can set these push buttons to latch or to be momentary. So this is my play button, and it's just looping as I latch it. And I'll pause the sequence, and that's my little sampler loop. And I could edit. I could also modulate these. I actually have a DivKid oct going in here. So if we...
There we go.
if you see, we can see the waveform of the oct. It's going really slow. I'm going to speed it up. But there's the oct. And I can just punch that into... Hopefully this works because this is still in testing. But I'll just modulate the length. And you can see the length kind of changes there. So you can see a different screen. So you can see the oct. Since it's I'm adjusting the bias so you can, since it's bipolar. There we go. And yeah, that's the sampler. And also, one of the really fun things I like about it is these CV outs. You can kind of see, well, you can see the waveforms that are created. So I just hit shift in the eyeball. And that's a kind of crazy waveform, but let's try that. There we go. And these are, I've set this up to have attenuators for all these different LFOs. I have 4 LFOs for each CV out here that I can change, and the light will respond to, these lights respond to what the CV outs are doing. And I'll stop this loop, it's getting annoying.
Looks really cool.
Thank you for that demo. I mean, it's one thing I have to say that's kind of amazing for me right now is to hear like ambient demoed at Superbooth.
That's a good point.
Usually it's an uphill struggle for kick drums. So yeah, so this was really relaxing. And I think we should now come to the questions from the chat.
Cool.
Yeah.
Do you want me to kind of just rattle through these? I've been copying them out into a
Perfect.
list.
Please do, Ben.
Gerald Ford said, can we get an ecosystem and reverb pedal in modular form? 2 other existing Empress products. He said you can custom build, it's fine. I mean, Gerald, if you want to pay for it, I'm sure someone can make it happen.
I saw there was someone doing like a custom build kind of thing where they take the pedal and they put it in modular. I'm not really sure how it works or if it's legit, but I don't know if we have any plans right now to do anything like that. I think we're just kind of starting with the Zoya.
Yeah. Well, I'd imagine for everyone out there, and this will go for everyone that we'll speak to today, that this being the first Eurorack product for Empress, and I certainly can't speak for the company, but the success of this would maybe influence that. If this is wildly successful, then it would be a more interesting business prospect.
Yeah.
So support things like this and, you know, may development continue. But I'll keep going and rattle through these. Kieran said, is the price point similar to the pedal? Is assuming this is going to be a little bit more.
Yeah, it will probably be around $650 for the module itself, and then the case will be additional. We want to keep the case is one of the most expensive parts because it's just this big piece of steel, powder coated steel. So yeah, to keep the cost down, I think, and most people will just want to mount it. So
Techno Bear, hey Techno Bear, we were on.
Yeah.
Go back a year, we were near enough on the boat together across the Superbooth down the river. But he asks, what's the voltage range for the CV in and out? And is the audio at modular level?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, the audio will be adjustable. Hopefully, it hasn't been yet. I think maybe you could put like a guitar in one side and boost the input and like modular level on the other side. But right now it's linked as far as the level control. So you could change it from line to modular to guitar levels. And then as far as the CV in and out, they're completely editable. So I can just edit like if it's -5 to 5 or 0 to 5 or 0 to 10 volts. It will do any of those.
Most,
And
again, not to speak for Empress, but anyone wondering about ranges of voltages in modular, most op amps clip at +10 and -10 volts. So that's kind of a theoretical limit, although the real limit is -12 and +12, because that's the power that these things get.
I've only seen one module go to 11, and that was the Dopefer, the one with the buttons. I forget the name right now. It's the only module I've seen that goes to 11. Everything else just stops around 10.
You can push the mutant drums to 20 volt peak to peak, so +10, -10, but that's when it clips. Silas Echo, apologies if I've said that wrong, was asking about turning the Echo system pedal into a looper and mentioned there's some kind of alternative firmware. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are firmware updates for the ecosystem, and there's a looper update. It requires a V30 SD card.
Again, I'll get through these quickly and I'll stop interjecting. G-Dizzle, how many CV and gate ins and outs does it have?
It has 4 CV in, 4 CV out.
And CV or gate?
Yeah.
Lunar Garden, what's the sampling rate and can it be stereo?
The sampling rate, it can't be stereo, but you can add 2 loopers instead of 1. It would just double, the DSP of the looper. And the sample rate of 750 hertz, I believe. I don't know if that's right. That might be just the...
It's probably somewhere on the site.
48, yeah.
Oh, is it all running
48.
at 48K?
Okay. Yeah.
I think that rings a bell if that's not to hand.
Yeah.
Frank Semi, will there be an expansion module with extra jacks inputs for controls?
No plans for one right now. Yeah.
But is the option there for in hardware? In case you ever decide to make one.
I don't think there will be one.
Yeah, but there's MIDI control, so there are options if you want to just get a MIDI to CV, CV to MIDI thing and plug it in the MIDI input.
Yeah, there's ways of doing that. The Bafaco VCMC maybe piping modular straight in over MIDI would give you a lot more I/O. A question from Kieran Craddock: is there any misconceptions about the Zoya and the Yoro Bioro that you feel are out there?
I think that it's too complicated, maybe.
It's not in use. The pedal is quick to get around.
Yeah. But I think the learning curve, like I always say, the learning curve is steep at first just to learn the UI, but after that there's no button combinations or hidden button things that you need to do that you might not know. So once you figure it out in a couple hours, it's just like learning modular, where you're just learning how to do it creatively, or
we need a DivKid video. We need a DivKid video. Just send him the module already.
Believe it or not, it may be something we spoke about.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's really one thing. Just a quick add, and I'm the guy who likes one big knob per function, and it's just buys things that do just one thing really well. And if you know your way around synthesis, the Zoya is that easy to use. I had no problems. It took me 30 minutes to get into the user interface. Whoo!
Ooh.
Oh, we just had a just dropped out. Okay.
That's 4 short questions left. DB Powland, hey David, what is the module depth?
It's I believe 28 millimeters.
Okay, super skiff friendly.
Skiff friendly.
How much power does the Yoro version need? It looks like a lot of LEDs and DSP.
It's going to be about 300 milliamps.
Okay. Jan asked, can you turn off the display for conserving the lifespan of the display itself?
No, but we haven't had any problems with the display. I don't think we've had a single display fail of the pedal that I know of.
We're going to have this discussion later with SDS. I had this discussion with Sandrine about OLEDs and how long they last. Maybe we can bring it up later today. It's a very interesting thing because, I'm worried you got something with an OLED. Maybe the OLED dies and, you have to replace it. But they lived a long time.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you'd support it if there were issues as well.
Right. We have a really good warranty program. So it's like 2 years up to 4 years if you just sign up, register it.
And then last one that I noted before we started asking questions, Jonathan Kranz asked, what's the HP? How wide is it?
Oh, good question. Yeah, it's 34 HP.
Hey,
Pretty
great.
good, but
34. I saw one from Alison Wadling. Does Zoya have filters on board?
it does have a couple filters right now. It has a multi-filter and an SV filter. The multi-filter you can switch between low pass, high pass, and band pass.
Cool.
They sound great too.
Thank you very much, Mitch. I have to
Yeah.
remember to turn up my microphone here. Thank you very much for being here.
Yeah,
Lovely
thank
to see you
guys.
again.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah,
Hopefully we'll talk to you guys soon.
yeah,
Thanks
I
for
hope
having
so
me.
too.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming on.
Okay,
Cheers.
I'm gonna kick you off now.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Next booth. Next booth.
Remove from stream. Okay. I can do now because I'm not doing this while the guests are there. Gibbo. Thank you very much. I'm just writing it in capitals in the chat. So thank you very much. So that was our first guest. That was Mitch. I would just say because we are already directly in time, so we can bring in Dr. Wiener straight live from Patch Point. Darren, you should be on now.
I'm on. Whoa, distorted.
Nice, man.
How's it
Nice.
going?
It's going well. It's going well.
Cool.
So-
This is fun.
Yeah.
Ooh, what's all this loveliness we see in front of you, Sir Patch
Well-
Point?
Well, good to see you. Nice to see you. Well, let's play a game. You can pick. Point at something. Ben.
Okay, I'm very interested in that touch thing.
That one.
Touch controller.
This thing.
No, the other thing on the right side, the big one.
This
TKB.
one. Ah, this
That's
thing.
Yes, thank
Oh,
you.
it's
Super
teasing.
interested.
Cool.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna solo you so everybody can see you better.
Oh, great. Yeah. Well, hi guys. This is a TKB from Random Source. It's new and in stock at Patch Point. We have just arrived. I can hear you guys laughing. Is that cool?
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
laughing. I'm laughing because I can hear the money coming out of my wallet and flying in the air going to Germany. So
Well, let me tell you something else, Constantine. It's been about 6 months since we've had these in stock, and we just
Okay.
got 2 left. I see
Wait.
the numbers moving.
But is it just banana or can I get one with Jacks?
You can get a Eurorack one too.
Cool.
Yeah, we have those in stock, 2 of them also. It's amazing. It's an amazing time because we have all this stuff. We've been stuck, or I've been stuck in Patch Point all by myself, building like 23 hours a day.
Yeah, because you're building all of these things yourself, right? Or with the team. So-
Yeah, well, the team is building them at home. Okay, I lied. So I've been here all at myself, behaving myself, and all the team has been building from home. So we're getting as many of these instruments to you guys as we can, and it's fun. So the TKB is a touch sequencer, and in this patch I have set up here, I'm using the Quadrax, which is this thing, and then now if the clock's already going, so. So it's just like a thing that you can play. It's great. Love it.
The TKB. Yeah, I've got one here, and it's one of the. Every time I got a problem, like how can I do this with my test equipment or my modular, the TKB can just jump in because it has all these connections to interface with basically everything. I feel like if you get a banana box to convert everything.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can use it as like 4 sequencers at once, which is really fun. You can divide the separate sections into separate sequences, so you could have like 6 sequencers set here, and like when you basically you patch a I need the clock. Can't get rid of the clock. So if you patch like I had a question for you guys. Do you guys just push all the stuff that's like messy outside of the camera view? Because I'm kind of new to this camera stuff.
You kind of do. For example, the thing that's lying on the floor to your left, I would put that out of screen, but you don't have to.
Well, I probably tried, but which thing?
I think it looks good. I think
Yeah,
it
it's
it
looking
adds-
This thing?
yeah.
No, the deflated balloon.
Okay. I don't see the
Yeah.
deflated balloon. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, but
It's
it
a
helps like
mystery.
I mean it helps to like wear a shirt and then for example you can have what's it called? I call them soft pants, not hard pants. It was like sweatpants on, for example. So
Ah,
yeah, business up top, party down low.
Cool.
Well,
That's fun,
depends what
guys.
you like to party in. That's maybe a look into Heimbach's life.
yeah.
Yeah,
Now
probably,
I'm
but
curious.
that's a sad look into dad life. The party. Okay, but yeah, we're not gonna. You
No, it's
you-
it's cool if I can see you guys too. It's more fun. I mean, it's not. Is it that interesting what I'm doing here?
I think people want to see what you're doing.
Okay, cool. Well, you know, I like seeing you guys, so it's harder for me when I just see myself on the screen. Anyway, so
There you go.
so you can see as I touch, then it keeps. You probably can't see because I just got one camera. It's my laptop camera, and it goes around to the next thing. It remembers where you touch. It has a gate out for everything. It has 4 CV outs. It has a glide out. It has a vertical clock, reset. It's basically a nice anything doer. You can do it at audio rate, make some nice 8-bit, 6-bit, 7-bit, 9-bit sounds. So it's really fun.
That's great. Oh man, I want to ask questions about everything that you have there.
Well, you know, we got 30 minutes, so it's cool. Like, you know.
No, somebody else should. I'm just gonna wait my turn.
Well, I'm
Okay.
gonna turn this on. It's my favorite instrument right now. It's basically like my friend. He was like, "How do you hear that thing?" And so I just put my kalimba on it. Well, basically, this is dangerous. I got to turn it down so I don't hurt you guys' ears.
There's like a stool kind of in front of it. Ah, that's better. We can see it more.
Wow, and it's like a hard drive, right?
Yeah, so it's a hard drive. Like, it only has acoustic sounds. It's like a kit you can build from Geeskus. And my buddy, he plays in like an electronic music band, and he was like, "Well, how do I amplify that?" And I was like, "Well, you could just like put it on your kalimba, you know." And then,
So not only a contact mic, but the kind of resonance of the kalimba itself too. That's cool.
yeah, I'm working on. Yeah, I kind of started making an album like this because it's really, there's no effects right now, and depending on where you put the kalimba and where you have this little guy setting, it makes really sweet, like
Okay,
ambience.
Just move the touch more to the surge because the lamp is blocking the view.
The touch towards the surge.
Just
Lamp.
move
Oh,
the
I can get rid of the
instrument.
lamp. We don't need the lamp.
No, it looks so nice.
Better,
Okay,
much
now,
better, so everybody can see what you're doing.
I think it's gonna fall.
It's not going to fall, Constantine. I'm expert at balance.
Apologies, Dr. Wiener. I did not know.
I'm just fooling you. I'm going to look like a jerk when it falls. I didn't want to say ass, but I'm not going to look like a jerk. So, anyway.
Thank you for keeping this PG.
Yeah, well, ass is a donkey. You know, I don't know if you know about the U.S. language, but it's definitely a donkey. So it's not even a butt or anything like that. It's not a bad word. It's fine, actually.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Heims
But I mean-
just got demonetized from YouTube.
Can I didn't even set the streams to be monetized.
I know.
forgot.
I'm just kidding.
But generally, just one question. What are you triggering? That is it the HD rod? Is that the name?
This is the ADHD or something like that.
Yeah.
Or
Are you
What am
triggering
I-
it with something, or is it running by itself?
it's running by itself. It's just, yeah, and it has, so basically, I guess the way an old analog hard drive works, somebody explained it to me. I hope it's right. It's quite interesting is there's 3 oscillators, and the 3 oscillators use their positioning to get you to different disk points on the disk. So that's why when I turn the disk, it somehow changes the rhythm because it's like it's affecting the positioning of the You can even get it to go to audio rate sometimes, which is, oh yeah, there we go. And that'll even get picked up through the mic. It's a kind of high frequency, so it's cool, it's quiet. But the crazy thing here, check this out. This is cool. Oh, it's that one. Look at that. It's not even this kalimba. Oh, wait. I think it's this kalimba. Oh, yeah, it's this kalimba. So, let's listen to So yeah, that's the kalimba thing, you know. I don't want to spend too long on that.
But that's absolutely amazing. So that's how much?
I think the kit's $40, but you got to find your own hard drive.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If you want to get a built one, they're 200 and something euros, like 250. I got a built one because he's a master at building this kind of stuff, and it's such a cool instrument. We're out of them right now. He's deep. So he's pretty far to get a hold of right now. I talked to him. He's doing great, but he's not doing business right now. So.
Okay.
I think. I mean, yeah. Well, we're working on it. We're going to get it back, but yeah.
A question for the hard drive. DB Powell asked, how is it actually controlled or modulated? Have you any control on it?
It's controlled by itself. You basically have manual control over the hard drive, from my understanding. So what Heis has done is he's made this little plug-in that basically controls the three oscillators and the physical actual mechanism of the hard drive.
Yeah.
So there's no CV. I'm sure you could mod it or do some kind of mod or something. I always want to do that when I hear about this kind of stuff, but then I forget, about the designer and why they made something, and then I realize, wow, you play this instrument by touching the hard drive, and that's really cool because it somehow stays mathematically related once you get a setting up there. When you turn it, it's generally working together, so it's fun.
Yeah. David, again, DB Powland in the chat, also said he's got plenty of hard drives there. If anyone wants one, just pay shipping. That's cool. If people are struggling to find hard drives, nice offer, David. People can get in touch.
So the way these things work, just think, like the hard drives have like 4 pins on the back, and most of them send information from one, but 1 or 2 are there to control the hard drive. Like you send voltage and then it starts turning and stuff. So super cool to mess around with these things. And I think he also has the HD rod, right? I don't think it's available anymore, but that was a super cool module to have.
Oh wow, yeah, I didn't see that one. He has so much stuff. It's wild guy. So
yeah, and especially like one thing, because that kalimba, of course, that's one of yours and one of the Bellinger kalimbas, right?
Exactly.
And they've got a pickup built in, and these things, I play them live, and they've got the most output of any kalimba I've ever heard. So putting anything on there sounds really good as a microphone, even as like a contact microphone.
Yeah, they have David. So that's a great segue into the e-kalimba. It's David Bellinger's product. It's not my product at all. I was the apprentice, basically did everything for Dave for 5 years in Portland. He trained me how to do all his instruments. And what he did with his whole life was make kalimbas. So he somehow developed what I consider the best electric kalimba in the world. It's the reason it's the best is because it stays in tune and it is even in the pickup. And so when you play most kalimbas, they're very nice acoustically, but as soon as you slap a contact or a piezo microphone on them, you get a really brittle sound. And the difference between these is you get like a really full sound. Like basically it sounds like a Rhodes, so for processing or playing with any kind of electronic music, it's really nice to have that full spectrum of sound. And what Dave did, this is basically, so when I made the first product, basically what Dave did is he's a really cool dude. He went around to all the thrift stores and he like would buy lamp posts and, you know, this and that, whatever he can make a kalimba out of. And then he would just make kalimbas, and he probably made, I think we're on number 470, so we're probably up to 500 and something. So basically the first 420 or 30 Dave made himself, and we started over after that. And every single one he made was different, except for he'd do like runs of 5 or 10. So what I did is I picked my favorite kalimba that he made so far, the one that I thought had the best design, that would be a good product that we could make like 100 of. So we sold the first 100, and now we're going to make a couple more. And then we're going to make one that I forgot to bring, but I'll go downstairs and grab it in a second. That's cheaper. So the reason that this one is more expensive is it's entirely glueless. So what that does is it makes it completely serviceable, like a professional instrument. If the jack breaks, you can replace the jack. And in this design, what you have is you have the ability to change the pressure on the pickup. Not only can you like change the pickup if it breaks, but you can change the amount of pressure by adjusting a screw that's holding this plate down on the pickup. You can even change the surface. So like if you have metal here instead of plastic, I use plastic because I think it's a nice warm tone, and you basically get the same thing you would get with metal. And it's more even. So when I build these, I try to make them as even as possible, like all the high notes, all the low notes, everything is round and even. And then you can still get the brittleness by adjusting this screw that's holding down the pickup. So that's like Dave's best design. And another great segue is he called that the hard disk design, because it looks like a little hard disk thing. That's pretty hard to make. But yeah, so that
How many work hours are in one of the kalimbas? What do you think?
Well, you know, a kalimba goes from wood to and metal to this. I can't really guess. I would guess that it takes 1 hour for a professional to make a set of keys. Probably 1 hour to make a set of buzzers. 1 hour, I don't know, 10 hours maybe.
10 hours per kalimba. Okay.
Yeah, maybe from somebody. It's just a guess. I have no idea. I mean, because we have to cut the wood, we have to get it to the right size. I guess getting all the bridge setup is quite complicated to get it working right. Yeah, who knows? 10, 20.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I just build the prototypes, and I don't even remember, because when I'm in this kind of mode building these things, I'm just basically working constantly. So I don't. It's like, I don't know. Last time I had 5 prototypes in a week, but I might have made a bunch of other stuff. But
are these readily available? Because I was just checking your website and they seem to. It says that they're sold out.
Yeah, we have one cherry one left. We have 4 zebra ones coming, but we're waiting for boxes.
Okay.
So this is a zebra. This is Zebrano wood. It's like some sort of, it's African or Southern American hardwood. So I don't go out and buy this kind of stuff. Basically, if some dude who made synth cases was like, hey, Darren, I got some extra Zebrano, I'm not going to do anything with it, then I'll take it, you know, and make a kalimba with it. But I'm not going to go source unsustainable wood. So when we do the 100 runs, we do like cherry wood. And we get in the Czech Republic. The Czech has a lot of nice wood, fruit woods. And those are the most sustainable because you get cherries and you get kalimbas.
Well, there's a few questions, but while we're talking about kalimbas still, Gibbo asks, what's the best material for the tines?
Do
you know?
Yeah, clock spring steel.
Clock spring steel. And Omri Cohen said, what's the best way to tune a kalimba? Says he really doesn't like doing it with this hammer.
Well, the hammer is the best way. It depends on the kalimba. Yeah. I mean, if you have, I have a video that I already filmed it. I just have to put it out where I explain how to tune a kalimba, specifically these kalimbas. I imagine a hammer is not hard, but then once again, maybe if you see a video, maybe it's easier because it's not like a force thing, and it's not like you use a giant hammer. It's more like a tiny hammer and like a tiny tap. It's a tiny dance situation. But yeah, you get used to it. It's like tuning a guitar. I guess when you're a beginner, it probably takes you 10 or 15 minutes to tune your guitar, but after a while, you can tune your guitar in like 10 seconds or 20 seconds. So,
to ring back round to the Surgeon random source, Bebop7 asked, do you know what Surgeon random source are working on? Or can you tell us if you do? That's maybe the better question.
Better questions. I like better questions. Yeah, the new PCO is coming soon. We have them. We are getting them shortly, and we will be building those and launching those. And very, very excited about that.
That's the precision oscillator, or what is
Yeah,
the PCO?
it's the precision oscillator with a peak and trough. So it's 2 precision oscillators and a peak and trough. So yeah, 2 surge oscillators, one thing. It's kind of I kind of like it better than the NTO in the simpler experience of having. If you like oscillators, then it's awesome. But if you like NTOs, then it's not an NTO. So it's a super sweet. I mean, that peak and trough is incredible. Like I have heard sounds out of that thing that I haven't heard out of anything else. It basically like is a threshold thing, and you're only hearing above or below the peak or the trough. So it kind of like slices waveforms in strange ways, and you can put everything into it. And that's one that like Random Source, they basically, what I love about them is they're just like true to the Surge design. Like whatever he did, they try to do, and they try to make it like whatever wasn't possible technologically back then. They're working on that stuff. So like, for example, if you hear a 73, 75 era peak and trough, it's very grainy. It sounds amazing. It's a really nice sound. But if you hear the new one, you're like, wow, that's like super hi-fi, So, but it's still doing the same thing, which is really nice,
I've been enjoying the 73, 75 one. That's probably just out of shop. You're right. Really grainy thing, but really cool.
Yeah,
I'd like a hi-fi version. I'd like to hear it.
You like what?
I would like to hear a more hi-fi version, a kind of modern remake of that.
Yeah, I think I don't have one up here, and we don't have the PCOs yet. They're in the mail, so that's the thing. Yeah, that's
that hard drive going on just is so relaxing.
Nice.
I could just leave it on all day and then do other stuff and just have it on playing.
Well, you're gonna like my record then. I think I don't want to. I didn't want to promote my personal music career during this stream because it's not about that. But I just want to tell you like my record.
Awesome. Darren, we're closing in a bit on time.
Great.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you have anything you would really like to show now? Still?
Yeah, definitely. 2 things. All right. Super easy. How much time do I have?
Do you have 7 minutes?
Oh my gosh, I could show more than 2 things, but we're gonna do 2. All right, so this is fun. Well, we'll start. What's in here?
Oh.
Cool. It's a deer horn. So that's cool. The cool thing about the deer horn is we have them again, and we're building them right now, and it's one of my favorite instruments from Peter Blasser. It's a 6-voice oscillator theremin thing, so that's super cool. And in there is salt. Like those are salt rocks. So what I've been doing here is I've been making habaneros. I can give them free with customers if you guys send us an email after you make an order and you like, dude, I really like spicy stuff. So what I did, I've been working on preserving habaneros for like a couple of years now. I came up with this salt method, and it's really good because they like chips, like dangerous potato chips, like R-rated potato chips, and they're really spicy, and they taste great.
Oh God, this is dangerous territory now.
That's awesome.
And also, the cool thing about that, so those were like the salt rocks and stuff. and that's like the moistured salt. But after you get also this kind of like other salt, which is really nice, tasty, spicy salt, and it just looks like I used pink Himalayan salt. So there was some more instruments in there because we like to bless our shop Coca Quanas in habanero salt every now and then. Because Peter's into blessing instruments, I'm into blessing instruments. Sometimes, some people, they need a specially blessed instrument. And so,
does it change the sound though? Does it make it spicier?
I don't know. I haven't plugged it in yet.
I would say if someone told me, "Oh, I blessed this instrument," I would regard it differently, and that would already make me play it differently. Especially if it was hot stuff. I was like, I better wash my hands after that.
Yeah, I didn't actually put it in there. So, and it is the showroom model. It's not, it's not actually. I'm not going to sell that one. I wouldn't do that to somebody. Nice. So, okay. Other thing. I hope it works. Oh yeah, it's gonna work. So I've been really working on this prototype, like air-based thing. So wait a second here. Okay, well, yeah, that was like really hard with one camera and one bass and stuff. But basically, I was just trying to show you guys this new kalimba that's coming out. It's like bass kalimba. So it's really hot.
Everybody put on headphones or turn on the subwoofers.
So that's probably going to come out in 2021. We're not your fast store, so we like to announce things a little bit early. But this is a sub-harmonic, sub-bass kalimba. So if you want something like it, sometimes we have a bucktooth bass kalimba, and that's just two of these with a normal Newgood kalimba. This is the bass kalimba. I was very excited about it. I think it's one of Dave's like super most amazing things.
Can you just play it just a touch more? I want to hear more of that bass.
Okay, I got to turn it down, the amp, so it's not so hot, so you guys don't. That's why I wasn't playing it.
I love the separation of the low end and the higher harmonics. It's great.
Sorry, it's still hot.
Sounds very clean. Sounds clean, Darren.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Yeah, my headphones fell off. I can't hear it without headphones. I mean, you can hear it.
Of course, because it doesn't have much of an acoustic sound to itself, right?
Yeah, if you want to hear it without headphones, you can put it like on a table or something, and then it might like. Not really. I think this one's too loud.
Thank you, but
Sorry,
that was rather amazing. I love the sound of that. I hope everybody heard enough of that, right? Really cool. So 2021 next year.
Yeah, next year.
Cool.
Maybe this year. I always it's better to be early than late. So
cool. So Ben, did you check for any last questions? Because we gotta already move on to our next guest.
Yep, 2 questions. DJ Psoriasis, I think. Do you have any deer horn organs ready to ship?
Yes.
Yes, there you go. And DB Powland, any thoughts on including a spring reverb inside a larger kalimba?
Oh man, yeah. So I didn't get to the spring reverb. Quick flash. Old Patch Point, Weichselstrasse 32, is going to be a pedal store called Pedal Mart. They're great guys, and they have guitar pedals. So we have a guitar pedal store, independent style, coming to Berlin.
Amazing.
Awesome. So you didn't get to the spring.
That reminded me because I wanted to show you Recovery Effects dual spring reverb pedal. He has actually a pedal that has a spring, and he has a studio one that's a stereo spring reverb.
Oh, nice.
So that's what I was going to show you. No, haven't put it in the kalimba yet. Maybe someday, but it's yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you, Darren.
Thank you guys.
Yeah,
Amazing.
this is lovely. If you have, do you have any music you want to play for like 2 minutes or something, 3 minutes to play us out, or do you just want
I could let you guys play it. I could play you my kalimba album with the hard drive.
to just give us 2 minutes before we go to the next guest? 2-3 minutes.
I'll
to the
change
next
the
guest.
kalimba so it'll be a different song, man.
Cool. I'll solo you so everybody sees what you're doing.
All right, thanks guys. Peace.
Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful, Darren. Can you hear me, Darren? Okay. Bye-bye, man. We gotta go to our next guest. Put your headphones back on. We're gonna go to our next guest. Thank you. It was absolutely beautiful. Thank you for the music. Hello? Mic is out? Okay. Bye-bye. See you,
Bye.
man. Thanks for being here. This was awesome.
Bye.
All right. Ooh, that was lovely. Love how musical this is. Like all this very to be so close to the music that's special right now. That was super cool. Yeah, and I think we have our next guest here, and that's Pietro from Purrtronics. I'm gonna add you into the stream in 1, 2, 3. Hello, Pietro.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hi. Where in the world are you right now?
Oh, actually, I'm in Australia.
In Australia.
And,
So
I had the brilliant idea 2 months ago to move from UK to Australia, and now I'm stuck in because of the virus. So without anything, without all my gears, without the lab, without the modules, thanks God, I can send to Heimbach and Henning of Schneidersladen. So he can demonstrate for me because I'm actually gearless right now.
yeah, you've got a new module out, and I can just switch camera, so we can already see that. Is it your second or your third? How many models have you done already?
It's like the third one. Yes, it's like the third one. The first one was like a quad low pass gate. The second was reverb. And now the big thing that I'm actually working since a couple of years, let's say. And that's the beauty.
Yeah, you can see it. I'm going to give it its glory in solo, so you can all see it.
Sorry.
Miura, voltage-controlled resonant filter bank. What does Miura mean?
Miura is the name of a bull of my family when I was a child. From this module on, we'll name the module just with names that mean something to me. That from my past, like just proper names, like of persons or things, of animals. I don't know.
Okay, so I've got a little patch prepared, which is just one sign from the piston Honda, and it runs into Miura. Let me know if the levels are good.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
So I'm just gonna move a few switches. There's lots of CV coming in from a maths up top and a Moskwa sequencer, and that's the special thing about the Miura. It's a voltage-controlled filter bank, because there have been a few, but none of these fixed filter banks that I know has the voltage control.
Before you demo it, should we go through the user interface so that people watching can kind of understand what you're doing?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And let's
great.
do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I'm here. I'm still here. So basically, on the top left, on the top right, sorry, there's the input section. So where you can see the red wire. We have the main input and on the left, and the knob on the bottom is actually an attenuator that can polarize the signal, so can invert the waveform. On top of it, there's another knob and another input that is an auxiliary input, aux. So you can have a second input and you can control the volume in. So easy. Let's move on the left now, and so there's all the patch bay. there's 10 input, and they are the CV inputs. So you can control separately each bands, and after that you have the potentiometer that is another attenuator. So you in like a center position is supposed to be like a certain data is doing nothing, is on the tuning it anti-clockwise is gonna be -1 the signal, and tuning on clockwise is gonna be +1 the signal. So you have kind of a lot of play about the CV. Then everything came in the filter. There's 10 filters that they run from around 29 hertz to 11 kilohertz, let's say that. The slider is a little bit tricky. So basically on the center, because I like the center to mark a border on the sliders I use on my modules. Basically, they are doing a normal, proper job until they don't cross the half. Then when you cross the half, other module also, they are doing weird stuff or another feature. So in this case, is starting resonating. I build it to resonate in frequencies that they are friendly to synthesizers. So they're gonna resonate an interval of a major seventh. And in the last 5 sliders on the top, you will have like the vowels, so proper vowels formed when it's resonating. Let's move on the bottom right. You have the output section, where you can find the odd and even output, and then that basically odd and even, and then they are mixed in a mixed output. That is the one is patched right now, and yeah, is mixed. So
cool.
Basically.
Awesome. So now what I'm patching in is just, it's a sine wave, but with a lot of grain from the piston Honda, and I'll try an analog oscillator a bit later, and I want to try also a TR-606 through there, just because it's always nice to try a TR-606 through something like that.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, I'm personally impressed by the movement. It's just one sign, and if you get a lot of overtones, it's so nice to it's like a track. You can make a track out of one node, and we can also ping it. Should I put what's it called? Something from maths. I can ping it with maths and see what happens. Should I try
of
that?
course.
That was my next question. So cool. Yeah,
Okay.
please do it.
Yeah, when you said sine wave, I was thinking, there's not going to be much to kind of chew on. And then I realized, it's Mark 1 Harvestman sine wave.
Yeah, it's the Piston Honda one, and that's the reason why I'm keeping this Piston Honda here, because it just has the best, like this bank. That's I don't know what its name. It's just fantastic.
Just on the note of pinging, a relevant question from Mateus and Sawyer Sen asking about, can you ping individual banks, or is it a case of just pinging the single input? It's CV over the banks, isn't it? It's not something you could go in and add multiple things to ping each band.
Pietro?
Well, no, you can ping the single band.
Because
this is
it's
like
not
a spoiler.
To each band, is it? So it would be CV over the bands, and you would ping them.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can make a little spoiler. We were talking about with Konstantin before, and past month. This is actually version number 6 point something. I don't remember, and I'm actually working on version number 7. That is going to be slightly different. I'm going to just move the input section on the bottom and the output section on the top. And I'm going to add an IDC port to connect an eventual expansion module. So all the feedbacks from customers or people on the internet, I will listen and I will improve the module.
Cool.
Great.
Yeah.
So the port is gonna be on the final version, so we can add whatever you want.
Yeah, like for me, one of the ideas that when I was talking with Pietro about this module, the idea for me was, since it has all these attenuators on there, if we could just normalize the first CV input or cascade to the rest. So with just one CV, you just plug one LFO, you set each attenuator on a different value, and then the same LFO is just going to move all those bands. Some will go up and some will go down. This will sound amazing in this signal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's one of the first thing I will do on the expansion module. But for now, I just wanted to keep it as clean as possible and in a compact size, because actually it's coming in 18 HP. And that's really small for 10 bands resonant equalizer with CV, I guess.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Also, it's gonna be very thin because and skip friendly, because it's gonna be 25 millimeter depth. So just one PCB.
Cool.
That's
nice for skips.
Yeah, exactly.
Then I'll continue pinging.
Yeah.
Yep.
Something scratchy happening here. Pietro, how would you make it? Can you make it even more resonant? Is there like a trick that I'm missing right now?
To make it more
Wonder if it's a case of patching up your own feedback loop.
Yeah,
probably, right?
Maybe a bit more work than you've time for right now.
Yeah, probably. We're already at 20. So I'm just gonna plug in. Let's see how it sounds like processing audio, right? I'm gonna plug in a tier 606. Let's try that. So let's do that.
Yeah, but I'm thinking since it can do attenuate the input, you can probably do negative and positive feedback, so it should resonate more.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I love the high band, especially on the Tier 606.
Yeah, also because the low bands like the 29, they are, I think, really hard to hear on internet.
More pitch cables.
Always.
Now, of course, what we sadly can't do here on stream is do this beautiful thing with the odd and even outs where you can create an amazing stereo image, because this stream is mono. So that was something I patched up yesterday. It was like, whoa, this is absolutely amazing. So, yeah. Good.
A nice tip on that I really like, when you have odd and even bands being split through some kind of filter bank, is to just use different delays on each band so that there's maybe only a slight difference in delay time. It could even be two of the same delay set the same way, but like you say, that really amazing kind of ripped open stereo image that you get just works beautifully when they go down independent effects chains as well.
Definitely. So anything else I should try, or any questions more from the chat?
We had a kind of obvious question from Pedro, usual kind of round-off question really for any Superbooth type video. When will it be available, and to add to that, how much will the module be?
I've lost the last part of the question because of
okay.
connection.
So that was when will this be available and how much?
Okay, it's gonna be available, I guess, to end of 20, at least in Europe, and it's gonna cost, I'm pretty sure, around 400, and we're talking about euros.
Okay.
One thing for you, Heimbach, if you can you patch in a low-pitched saw wave and just manually move through the banks?
I probably can. The funny thing is, because I had to build up this case here below with all new modules, and this just up here, my usual case where I have all my analog oscillators is behind me, so I don't have my saw wave, and it sounded great when I tried it yesterday, but I can use the Syntrax down here below and can take a saw wave from that probably. Just gonna try it like that, see what happens. Don't spend too much time on that. So
I've just lost it now, but the question was, well, Heimbach sets up, can the even or odd band outputs come back into a second input?
Yeah, I would assume, like, from my experience, sorry to answer Pietro's question, but from my experience with resonant EQs, that's one of the nicest things you can do. That's how you do feedback. And the nice thing that Pietro, I see he has done, is because they input, are both inputs attenuators or just one?
No, just one, just the main one that is one on the bottom, and then the top one is just an aux input with the volume.
Okay, so you can attenuate the feedback, which means that you can, which is, especially when you do sound design or physical modeling and stuff, it makes the, if you're doing a negative feedback, that means it kind of hollows out the sound, which
Exactly,
like,
yes.
which is amazing.
Yeah.
That's possible, yes.
Okay, wow. Okay, that's the beefy thing. The beef master's coming in. Okay, so that's the Syntrax here. Just gonna scan out a bit and let's see how that sounds through here.
That sounds beefy.
So it also starts feedbacking like crazy. Give me a second. What did I just do wrong? Ah, pitch. Back up on the level. I'm gonna pull all the modulation. For the purists, I'm gonna open up each band. All right, that was the Syntrax into, and that level works really well. I didn't know that Syntrax was so hot. Okay, so good.
Sounds really good. Well done, Pietro. Super impressive.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions coming from the audience?
Here I am.
I don't think we do. I think that was it for questions. There's some comments about not getting a quote saw out of the piston Honda.
It's yeah.
I weren't quite signed, so
it does sound great. I can just take my word for it. I tried it with the weird oscillators, which are also nice and hot, and they overdrive nicely. So that worked really well. And I got like sounds that reminded me of one of my favorite kind of filter banks and that kind of thing, and that's like the Murph from Moog. So it had a similar tone to it, and I think especially if you start like using lots of envelopes and modulation, you can do similar things, especially in the stereo field, like you can do on the Murph, which is pretty amazing. Yeah. So
I can talk about a little bit about the future, what I'm designing right now, maybe if.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Actually designing. There was a lot of people asking me. You start from filters. You start from a filter bank, and you are not looking to make an oscillator. I'm finally doing VCO, analog VCO, dual complex through zero VCO. So it's gonna probably came out the prototype in the same time as Miura is gonna came in the market. So it's gonna take the place for Miura as a prototype.
awesome. All right, Pietro, thanks for being here. Yeah, lovely. I'm gonna give the module back to Schneider's. And
yeah, you need to figure it out what to do with that module. I have no idea.
okay, awesome.
Okay.
So thank you
Okay.
for being here, and yeah, have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Or
Thank you to
probably
you guys.
it's midnight. It's
for-
past midnight for you, right? Way past midnight.
Is actually one. Yeah, it's almost one.
Oh,
here.
okay, good.
So
Then have a
I'm
good
gonna lie
rest.
on bed. Okay. Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much for all the support, guy. Bye.
Bye bye. All right, all right. So, Constantine, what we got next?
Okay, so next one should be SDS Digital, right, Sandrine?
Yes, she's here. So I'm gonna, Sandrine, I'm gonna punch you in 1, 2, 3.
Hello.
Hello, nice to
Hey.
meet you.
So I'm presently working on a module called the Accord Sequoralo, and it's been quite a lot of fun because of the slowdown and the lockdown and all that stuff. I was gonna try to finish it up by the end of February, and because of this lockdown now, I have lots of time, I guess. So I've kind of been redoing the whole thing, and it's come out to be a much better module as a result. What it is it's a sequencer that records MIDI, and like you can record a whole MIDI song into it if you want, and then you can layer on that song in MIDI or using CV if you want to do that. And also it has 5 trackers in it, so you can run the trackers along with the MIDI song. Now, if you don't want to have a MIDI song, you can just use the trackers. It's sort of like nerd sequence,
Okay.
module sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I gave a short video clip to Constantine there, so if you want to play that,
Okay.
that would be more
Let's try that.
explanatory.
Awesome. I'll try that. So I think he popped a new window up here that I says should probably add to stream, right?
Yeah, I'm
So you
sharing
can
my
play it.
screen, so it should
Okay, I'm gonna
be-
add that to stream if you're ready.
Yeah, go for it.
Boop. Ah, that's your screen, right? All right.
Is the Sequoralo.
There you can see the tracker there.
A whole tracker in 8 HP, that's kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Well, so it records incoming MIDI, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it'll record incoming, and whether it's going to the tracker or it can also record layers of MIDI in real time.
Wow.
The 12 CV jacks can become just triggers for drums if you go into the drum mode that it just showed there.
Oh, and effects. So the effects are for the notes, right?
Yeah, there's note effects and also effects that can be applied in the playlist to the tracks that are in there. you know, like transpose and shift and scale quantization, mirroring. Yeah,
So
you
it's
know,
kind of
even-
like a Hermod, right? Ben, I think like a
Yeah.
pyramid and stuff like that.
Yeah, similar.
Yeah.
well, that's probably enough.
Wow. I can feel the questions piling up in my head now. And look points. Okay, cool.
Just an audible note in case people didn't see me say it. If people want to tag me at DivKid video in the comments, I'm taking notes for questions to ask. So do keep those coming in the live chat.
Awesome.
There's also a, as I just showed, a effects map that
There can be up to 100
rolls
songs.
over and masks the effects on the note effects inside of the tracks
Correl's
sequencer.
playlist is initially based on a recorded MIDI song from a DAW or other source.
Yeah, that was it.
All right. I have to say, I love the music on this. I definitely love it. The track was lovely. It reminded me of like old Lucasfilm games, Zach McCracken. I really love the music, but I'm also way over my head with this. So I think I'm gonna Constantine. You're gonna have to take over for this.
Sandrine, give us the highlights. I mean, this is mind blowing. And 8 HP. I mean, this is my first question. Okay, so since this is 8 HP, and I'm thinking live situation right away. Is it thin? Can it fit in a skiff?
Yeah, it's about well, I don't know, like 3.5. Yeah, it'll fit in a skiff for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. 3.5 centimeters, I think. I don't know. I haven't measured it.
Yeah, but it sounds like thin enough. So it has like do you have it there? Can we see it so we can?
Yeah. Just a second. That's actually what the target is portable skiffs, small stuff where you don't want to carry a DAW around with you and all that gear and equipment related to it. You can actually just load all your MIDI songs into this. It'll hold 100 at once and play them out in any way you want. You can, you know, mute channels. You can bring certain channels from the song out to the CV jacks, as you can see here. They're, you know, if you want to use VCOs and that, I got right now, hang on, I'm all tangled up here. You have 4 rows of CV and gate combinations plus a modulation, which I call velocity because that's the primary function, of course, is the velocity, but they can be assigned anything like envelopes, CC within the MIDI file that you loaded, or, you know, even recorded stuff from previous sessions, whatever you want. It's all 1 volt per octave, 0 to 10 volts, and the 2 below here are bipolar outputs that can be from any CC or whatever you want. Really,
And I see is that clock, the one on the bottom?
Yeah, it's got clock in, which has priority over MIDI clock in. So if I'm playing a MIDI clock in and then I put a modular clock in that's similar, it'll lock onto that and continue, which is pretty cool, actually. It worked way better than I thought it would. If you have a MIDI clock coming into it, you get the clock out, of course, you know, depending on what it is, right? 96 or 24 peak QN.
Can I do divisions of the MIDI? Because usually the 96 pulse per quarter are not that useful in a modular system.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, no, the output's not MIDI. It's actually derived from a division. Yeah, of course. Okay. You could put out that rate if you want. But yeah, initially it's the main clock is defined as quarter notes. And then everything else goes off that. You can multiply or divide the clock from that. Like for the track sequencers, for example, you can have like all different clocks running, like even, you know, divide by 3, divide by 1.5, divide by whatever 5, you know, all the way up to 96 actually, and then multiply by 1.5, 2, 3, and 4. So you know, it gives you a lot of flexibility with the clocking, and it's dead accurate, and it's stable and stays locked. It's very good algorithm in this one. I wish I had done that with the reflex.
So I'm looking at sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You're asking questions.
No, I'm just looking at because I found the Sequoia on Modular Grid, and whoa, it can do a lot. Like I'm looking at you're saying it'll be able to do layer recording, control the select bus.
Yeah, there's layers here. I don't know how clear this is, but the layers, you can add layers now. Like I'm adding layers right now. You can add up to 4 main layers to a song. But then each layer, if you hit record, you can append to the layer just by pausing, you know, by not playing anything for a few bars, and then you start playing again, it'll actually append to that. Or you can merge. Well, normally you would be merging if you're staying within the same layer. And what that does is it just kind of overlays the previous layer with one undo level, and you can have append and merge on at the same time and expand the layer as you see fit, sort of like a guitar looper pedal type of thing, right?
Yeah.
And or if you don't have append or merge on, it'll actually create new layers or fill new layers if they're already created, so you can individually solo and mute them, right?
So how can it loop incoming stuff? So let's say I plug my MIDI controller on it through the I assume there's a TRS input, like a mini jack input for MIDI and stuff.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's a TRS, and also in the back there's a link input. It's a separate MIDI input too. So there's actually 2 MIDI inputs.
Okay, so I can plug my controller there, and it will act as a MIDI to CV for the rest of my system with 4 voices and stuff. But I can also record when I'm playing on the module.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Because I see a countdown there, right? I'm assuming it's a countdown.
This is actually just beats.
Okay, cool.
It's kind of low res beats, but it's you can see it from a long way away, and that's the whole point of it, right? Before you play, once you hit play, that goes away. Like if I hit play, see, now you can see individual notes that are going to the rows of CV jacks.
Cool.
And then as soon as you stop, it goes back to that again. It's just to keep you, so as you know where it's going to come in, basically. Okay. If you stop the clock, it'll reset to 1 after a couple of seconds or so. So. It's really easy to synchronize.
I saw some loop points, like during the video, I saw that it was writing loop and stuff like that. What's that about? So it can loop sequences?
Yeah, well, in your song, with your main song, see, you don't have to have a song, but you can define loop points, you know, for the playlist. You can put different loop points in, so as you can control it with the loop switch, which is this right here. You just turn it on and off, right? And when you have a song in there, of course, it can loop on the songs. Now that's pretty important because layers run off of those loops. So if you can layer over a whole song, or you can just layer within a loop, depending on whether you're looping at the time, right?
Okay, cool. Okay, that's kind of mind-blowing. So you can loop inside the whole song.
Yeah.
So
yeah, of course. Okay. And also you can loop tracks, of course, because they're loops anyway, right? Like like this one's 32 steps long, and then record. Like you can, like I can show you that if you want. Let's see. We're on record, effects, edit. No, we don't want that. Okay. I'll turn that off too. So I can I don't know if you can hear that. Can you hear it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I can change that. There's special keys you can assign to delete, so I can just hit delete. See, now I just recorded that in.
Okay, cool. So it's super easy to record new stuff in.
Yeah. And you can just go from one tracks to another, and layer works the same way. You can just go from one to another, like
How many tracks? It's 4 tracks.
5.
5 tracks. Okay.
Yeah, the idea is 4 for the jacks, and then there's 2 jacks down here at the bottom that can naturally be assigned to be, you know, an additional 1 volt per octave out and trigger. So or gate for notes and such. So see, I'll change the drum beats here. You can also append.
I love the music. Heimbach does sound like it does remind me of like old adventure games.
Oh
Totally.
yeah. Well, that's probably because of the GM synth I'm using.
Yeah, okay,
But
yeah. Fair point.
there's also a couple of VCOs being used.
We totally have to know what GM synths you're using.
So you can hear those, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the GM. But that's another beauty of this whole thing, is that you can mix MIDI and CV. You know, like if you have a MIDI to CV, which actually Sequoia was originally just going to be a MIDI to CV type thing with some cool features and that for the Melisma module. But it turned into this over time. Anyways, but if you have another, like a MIDI to CV, then you can break out from this with any MIDI to CV, because of course it's outputting the MIDI, right?
Yeah. So wait, so can I get my, so let's say I have like stuff on my computer, like pre-composed tracks, can I just plug them in there and get them on a live show and that would play it for me? Yeah,
you can just get them, you can record them in, or you know, however you want to do it. Generally, you know, if you're going with a format, like a formatted song that you have some plans to do and everything, that's the best way to do it. But like I said, you don't have to have a main song. You can just define like a framework for a song in the module, so you don't even have to do that. But yeah, if you want to record all your MIDI songs into it, that was the primary purpose of this design, actually, was to be able to play MIDI.
It looks super powerful.
Eventually there'll be an expansion also, probably like a 4 HP SD card expansion with some extra jacks on it for SD card loading. But we decided against that for the initial Sequoia, because it would have added to the size of it, and I kind of wanted to stay with the size of the Accord series.
Yeah.
Melisma is also 8 HP, so yeah. So there's a lot of other stuff too, like there's automation that you can actually do live, you know, just by arming it for X number of bars and then going around either remotely via MIDI or on screen here and changing stuff like transpose, right? You know, you could transpose up and transpose down. That's one of my favorite things to do. Or you can change the note lengths, you know, to short and then to long, or you can actually jump around inside the song, and all that gets recorded into the automation recorder. Since the playlist was added, the automations, you can actually, now there's 8 different automations that you can load. So you can save those and then use that automation in the playlist, and which is a little tricky if you're jumping around, because it'll actually jump to another part of the song and start, you know, if you have an automation there, you know, any way you want to use it, really. Mostly I use it for transposing and just general effects like mirror and inversion and you know, note lengths and delays and offsets and ratcheting and that. But all
how
that,
many save locations? Like, okay, so I have my tracks, and you said like 5 tracks, which I'm assuming is like each track is notes and CC messages and velocity and stuff like that. But how many, like, how many can I save, like, or how many songs, how many slots and stuff like that? How many are there in there?
well, total there's 100 songs, and each one has its own 5 tracks and
Okay.
layers and settings and everything else. They're completely unique, like individual. And then there's each tracks is 64 steps for now, and
Okay.
that might expand once I decide on whether to go with hex format or not.
Can I combine songs or control them in a way that, I would tie the first one with the second one and then have, like, I don't know, 64 steps for section A and then 64 steps for section B and something like that?
Well, that's so interesting that you would mention that, because I've been thinking about adding a feature called DJ mode, where it actually you can import. Well, I mean, you can import tracks anyway from another song, but you can actually switch over to the song by slowly importing different tracks and or layers if you want to risk that. That's a little trickier because most layers are going to be hand played stuff, so it might not work, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that the tracks are completely loadable from everywhere, like from any song at all. Also same with the effects modules, because each tracks has like 8 assignable effects modules, and each one of those has all your effects like ratcheting, echo, transpose, randomization and probability, etc. And you can create up to 8 of those and then use them individually on the notes, right? Instead of having to select a note and then just set the parameters for that note, which would suck. So you can just define, like, you can have 1-step ratcheting, let's say, you could have 1-step ratcheting like 4 times with a curve, and then randomize that a little bit. Pardon me?
I'm just my mind is getting blowed, so I'm just rambling on.
So yeah, you can have 1-step. You can set up, like, let's say FX1 can do the ratcheting to that range, and then FX2 can change your voice to some other voice and ratchet differently, and or you can send a CC for a filter, let's say, or something on that one, and then set it back on the other one. So all you have to do now is go around inside of your sequence and select effects, edit, and then you can just individually edit, like just select from FX1 to 8 for that note.
Yeah.
Or you can select whole groups of like notes at once, like that, and
you said it does up to 8 effects, right? 8 effects
on each tracks. Yeah, each one
it.
has 8 different effects. Yeah, but
Yeah,
you can import, like I said, you can import them from elsewhere, so you don't have to continually be, if you want to use them on all tracks, like let's say, you could just copy them and put them in there into each individual one. Those effects are all note-based effects, whereas in the playlist, your effects are now let's see, where is it?
Wow, there's a full track, like I see sequences, loops, full tracker. That's wow.
Yeah, see here in playlist effects, you can actually add more effects. Well, you can change the size of the sequence just from bar to bar if you want. You can transpose, of course, and scale. You can add a scale to scale all the notes for that particular point in the song. You can mirror and limit, like even change the direction and solo it or mute it. And then there's a effects map, and what that is, it's like a running sequence that you define the size of, that you turn on and off parts of. So as it's rotate, if you had it, like let's say you had it on 16 and your sequence in your track or sequence was 16, then it would always line up the same way. Certain notes would not get effects applied and other ones would. So it's like a mask, right?
Yeah.
That's indicated over here. I don't know if you can see that. It's probably pretty blurry. But anyway, so you can...
this is like a DAW in a module.
Yeah, basically, yeah. There, see, here's the little, the effects map. So you can turn these on and off, and then you can set it. My favorite thing is to set it to an odd number like 13 when I'm running a 32. So it's always, out of sync and continually changing. But you could set it to 12 and have it change after every 3 bars. It would, shift everything around, right? And apply effects to certain notes, not effects to other notes. And it sounds really confusing, but actually it's quite easy to use, and it's a lot of fun, especially with percussion, as you can well imagine.
I hate to interrupt you, but I think we have to move on to the questions from the chat now.
Yeah, please do, because I'm like...
I've been really trying to focus as well. Alvaro says, what's the resolution on CV conversion, and is it possible to calibrate the outputs?
Well, CV conversion, yes, of course. The resolution, well, I'm not really sure what he means by that, but the outputs are, of course, coming from MIDI, right? So, I mean, maybe he means the DAC resolution. It's 12-bit.
12, yeah.
Yeah, 12-bit over 10 volts.
Frank Semis asked, how long can sequences be and how many banks can you have?
The sequence rate now is 256 bars or measures. That might expand. I'm kind of experimenting around with that right now. And what was the other question? Sorry.
Just a quick question. Can you switch to your face again? To portrait mode?
Okay. Yeah.
And as you do that, Marky Zeno asked, is the firmware flashable via micro USB or by inputting a card? I don't know if we spoke about alternative firmwares, but that was a question.
Yeah, well, that would be part of the expansion. To read from the MIDI files from the SD card, and also to do a mass dump basically of everything. I suppose that could be incorporated into it. It would be a micro SD too. So.
Just to keep going through the questions for time, Frank Semi again, is it possible to support .mod MOD files for using old Pro Tracker files?
I'm unfamiliar with that. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know .mod files. I wonder if that was a specific tracker.
Mod tracker. Yeah, right. Well, it can't be that complicated.
And then
I have no idea.
Unless there's a couple more questions that I've missed. The last one I took note of was from Discerning Light, and it says, can you also, so this is functioning like a DAW, making a song in real time, but also transposing it for the written music as well.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the general gist that I took. We've a couple of minutes, so for those that are watching live, if you want to ask any more questions, I'll take note and ask any more as we go.
There's also the possibility of using Scala, because there is fine tune on everything on the CV outputs, and also the MIDI notes, of course, just pitch bending, which is one of the fun things.
So I can put my own scales from Scala in it, and then what? It would pitch bend all those notes per track?
Yeah. Well, those notes, yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I wasn't originally gonna incorporate it, but once I started messing around with tuning, I thought that would be a really easy way to do it. Just do a sysx dump, and you're done, basically. And then, of course, you can change them too, so you don't have to have this massive library. Although there is somewhat of a library in there for that, and also there's a library for. I'm not sure how many right now. It's 8. It'll probably be 16 different tunings for VCO tunings, like auto tune, records, and you can select, and then you can name it to whatever VCO it is that you're using.
Wow.
Yeah.
No excuses anymore in Modular for playing small loops. I mean,
Frank,
Indeed.
Frank Semi did come back and say a .mod file contains MIDI and samples. So I guess that would maybe.
Samples?
Mm.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do the samples. This is not a sample player, unfortunately, for some people, I guess, but the thought did cross my mind.
And there's Sandrine, I think many people want to know what's your website.
It's freshnelly.com, and for SDS Digital /sdsdigital.htm.
Awesome.
I'll put that in the chat now.
There's also a video, the rest of that video that was posted in YouTube under Freshnelly. That's FRESHNELLY. In
Very
YouTube,
good.
that the rest of that video that that Constantine showed at the beginning.
Yeah.
wow.
Thank you very much. I'm kind of like mind blown by what this can do in this size. This is amazing. And yeah, I loved hearing about it.
Oh, well, thank you. And it was great presenting it. I haven't really put much into advertising anything, really.
Yeah, glad to help out here. So glad to help out. And I hope a few of the viewers will check out your instruments. And yeah, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you for being
pleasure
here.
talking with you guys, too.
Yeah.
Okay. Great to meet you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
David Ramirez. Whoa. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, buddy. This was amazing. This was so fascinating. This I mean, everything has been interesting. Like today's like everything is just I'm really happy about the day so far. I talked about the thing that you shouldn't. I need to knock on wood. Talked about that in the last about my superstition about saying anything while you're doing something live. So, everybody, we've got next guest, and it's Music Thing Modular, aka Tom Whitwell, and he's been preparing with 2 screens or something here in backstage. I don't even know how that works. He probably hacked the whole platform. But yeah, Tom, I'll drop you into the chat in 1, 2, 3.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello, nice to see you here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Mm-hmm.
We can hear you.
I'm very intimidated by these people who have these incredible kind of podcasting setups at home, and you've all got these big microphones. You can't quite see it out of picture. You've got these cameras. I'm literally just staring into my iPad in my shed where I do everything. But you don't seem to have drinks.
Oh yes, I think it's.
I've got
water and coffee.
I've got a Glenfarclas 105 that just needs a little bit of water because it's.
So if you're
a little bit stiff. It's actually 60% proof, so it also works as hand wash.
Oh, very nice. So I'm drinking a Talisker Sky, as suggested on the last cast. So it's one of my favorites.
Drink whiskey now because you guys brought it up.
Yeah, it's time. So we'll do another cheers when you got your whiskey. So cheers, Tom. So awesome.
I also have a very pink face. It's rather hot in the shed today. It's a beautiful sunny day in London.
Everything looks great. Everything looks great, and the sound is also perfect.
Okay, well that's good to hear.
No.
So what's it like? What is your virtual? How is your virtual Superbooth treating you today?
Ben, what do you think?
Going incredibly well. The tech is holding up. We've been within a minute or 2 of all the guests very nicely. No one seems to have urgently needed to run for anything, which when streaming this long is a potential for any of us, I guess. Minimal interruption from family in the background. It's been really good. Live chat has been very busy, lots of questions. And just to reiterate for people in the live chat, if you tag me at DivKid Video in the live chat, I'm copying out questions to ask at the end of each guest. So do fire them away for Tom as we get going. But yeah,
have
really
you got
good.
Club Mate as well?
No, I failed Superbooth without it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Club Mate is like it's the Berlin drink basically. So it actually comes from a Bavarian brewery went into the techno scene, like over East Germany, and then got re-imported all over Germany and is everywhere. It's like, yeah, Mate tea with lots of sugar, and it's a good drink to when you're staying like 8 hours, 10 hours on your feet at your booth. So, but now everybody can sit down, which is very nice.
Somebody,
Talisker
Dark-
Tax.
Dark
Oh, we are
Storm, very nice.
so we are Talisker themed today. Oh.
someone put the Club Mate to me that it's like an energy drink without all the rubbish.
Exactly. It is. Yeah.
I feel like I should have eaten nothing but hot dogs and vegan kebabs for 3 days to get into that proper vibe.
Exactly.
If we could all shout really loud at each other and generate a lot of background noise, that would make me comfortable too.
Exactly, and all and bass drums all over. Like everybody needs to have unsynced bass drums going in their chat.
I thought it was funny you were saying to the Empress Effects guy about being able to do a kind of ambient demo.
Yeah.
So that has inspired me. When if my tech holds out, I'll be playing some extremely quiet music later on.
Awesome.
Or not music. Music's really pushing it, but something quiet anyway.
We'll be looking forward to. I'm definitely looking forward to that. The music has been amazing on this today. Like I was, sparked a lot of little clouds of joy, and I'm going already. What's it called? I'm going full Bob Ross again. Okay.
On the note of
The Bob Ross of weird music.
on the note of challenging kick drums, it was really nice to see the Spanish crew, Barcelona, Endorphins, Feedback, Winter Modular. They all shared a cable. When you walked by, there was duct tape down and under the carpet. They shared the clock, and I was like, at least they're in sync, thank God.
Yeah.
There's one corridor in sync.
Yeah. That's. Yeah, that was a positive. And I remember the Moog booth. That was the only place where you could play where it was soft. Where it was kind of a side. I think many people must have missed it.
I didn't find it on the last day.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the chill section. You just like you have all the noise and all the fuss going around. Then you go to the Moog, and it's like, this is nice. This is calm.
Yeah. Also air conditioned really nicely. So, yeah. But enough chit chat. Tom, what do you have to show?
What I have to show, so I've got kind of 3 things to show you. I don't know where to start. Right. So I've got this fella.
Ooh, I like.
So what that is it's very, very simple. It is for big knobs. And it was very much just, I was kind of looking at all the kind of modules that are coming out and the modules that I have in my rack. And I have a lot of these really, really nice, super dense, like some of the kind of shrunken down mutables modules. I've got the Instruo little tiny sort of 6 HP oscillator that's really nice, but it is a bit kind of like this. So I just thought what I would like is it's like a control surface. It's like a MIDI controller for your modular. And there's really nothing much more to it than that. It puts out 4 offsets, and you've got little switches, so you can have 0 to 5, -5 to +5, 0 to 10. And then it's got 2 attenuators in there, so you can put a voltage that goes into the top knobs there. It's got a change output, which is as you move it, you get a kind of pulse comes out, which is kind of interesting. And it's got a difference output, which is the difference between these 2 and the difference between these 2. Essentially, what I wanted was an output that gives you a predictable but kind of random path. So if you have it set up, if you do that, it'll move in some way. If you do that, it'll go back the other way. It's completely analog. It's literally just a bunch of op amps. There's not a great deal to it. It has these nice fancy pots you can just about see on the back, which are the pots you get on the big 5U modules and the Synthetech modules. So it feels very nice and smooth. And that's basically it. I mean, there's not a great deal to kind of demo. What's really nice is when you have it in a patch, if you have it patched to a bunch of different things, it becomes almost like a kind of macro for what you're doing. So you can sort of, rather than thinking, I'm going to do this and do this and do this, you turn that, you listen, you see what happens. You turn that, you listen, you see what happens. So it's something I'm with everything I do. It's something that I kind of wanted. Once I had the idea of doing it, I really wanted one, and I found it kind of interesting having it in the case. And so that's basically it. I can't really demonstrate what it sounds like to you. I can kind of show you once we go to the camera, maybe after I've talked through a couple of other things. But you understand what it does. You turn the knob. What I'm looking forward to is somebody, because this will be open source, going, right, I'm going to take this and I'm going to make a miniature one that's just got 4 little 2 HP version. And it's particularly nice to be showing off here because there's one of the PCBs and it's very, very small, but on the back, I often put these kind of thank you things on it, which you won't be able to read. So this says, inspired by Herbert Bellar, Harry Olson, Tom Armitage, Stretter, Paul Schreiber, knobfield.co.uk, Heinbach, Dennis Verschoor, and Harry Davis, which you should know most of those people. Tom, you know Heinbach. Herbert and Harry did the RCA Mark II synthesizer, which is this enormous kind of 1950s synthesizer in New York that has exceedingly good knobs on it. Tom Armitage does the 16N, the fader bank that a lot of the kind of Monami guys have. Stretter, I don't know if you know Stretter. I think he's a professor now of music. He's done a lot around kind of gestures and those kind of movements. Paul Schreiber does Synthtech, so he is the king of beautiful knobs again. Knobfield.co.uk, I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's not quite as ridiculous as it sounds. It's a website about vintage hi-fi and exceptionally good knobs. Heinbach, we know. Dennis Verschoor, I'm sure you know very well, who's another kind of vintage, test equipment dude.
Waveform
and does anyone know
Rotterdam.
Does anyone know who Harry Davis is? Harry Davis was the founder of Davies Knobs. Who designed most of the knobs that we have. So that's that one. So that's kind of straightforward. So I guess last year I was thinking a lot about these kind of control surfaces. And the second thing I'm going to be showing, or would have been showing in Berlin if I was there, is this fella. See that?
That looks great.
So what that is a teeny tiny MIDI controller. So I don't know if you can see there. It has a little USB-C on there. It has a little 3.5 mil jack there, so you can send hardware MIDI out of it. And it has 8 faders. And that's literally it. So you plug it in. I mean, it's most obviously something that you'd have when you plug into your kind of laptop, your Ableton, or you're in Pure Data or whatever. And it's a super easy way of kind of mapping that across. So this is sort of prototype 2 of it, I think. After Chandler Constantine and a few other people, there's a prototype 3, which is on its way to China as well now to be made. But again, it's a very simple, I'm definitely not going to demonstrate this because it's a MIDI controller and you know what it does. But I really wanted something that was super small. It's a little bit smaller than a credit card that you can throw in your bag. And I don't think this is your kind of big kind of stage mixing MIDI controller. But it's really nice as something to plug into your laptop and have around. And it came from, a bit dusty. This is one that I designed for Mark Widdenbaum, who's an American journalist who just popped up on Facebook and said, what I really want is a MIDI controller for the library. So you're in the library doing some research, and you just go, maybe just do a bit of Ableton, do a bit of VCV rack, something like that. He wanted 2 pots, 2 encoders, and 5 faders, and so that's what that one has. And once I'd done that, I thought actually what I want is just a bank of faders like that. So that will come out. Will be it'll again be open source. It's very easy to change the code and to kind of modify it. So you'll be able to turn it into like a little step sequencer and that kind of stuff if you're into coding. And it runs Python, which if you're a coder is a kind of popular, quite straightforward way of doing coding. So assuming that prototype works, then Thonk will have those, I don't know, probably end of the summer, autumn, I guess. It depends. So that's the second thing. The third thing is this chap.
Okay. Need to zoom in again.
And what that is I've been inspired by our glorious leader, Uli Beringer. And I thought, what I actually want to do is just take something old and make it slightly smaller and put it into my rack. So what this actually is it's the drive, is the external input from a Mini Moog. And it has a little incandescent light at the top that kind of flashes like the one on the front of a Mini Moog. And it's terrible as an external input. If you want to plug a guitar into it, it sounds awful. But it's basically I've been using it just as a drive circuit. So it's really nice as a kind of warmer, a drive. And it doesn't, to me, I've never studied those kind of drive circuits and that stuff in much detail. But it sounds very nice and sounds kind of unusual. And once you have a few of them, or once you have one, you want to have kind of 3 or 4 of them with just everything kind of pulsing through it. So that was, I don't know if people are going to want that, but it was something that I designed kind of very much for myself. And it seems to work nicely. So again, that's probably something that Thonk will be doing as a DIY kit. Not with a hideous bright blue knob on it, of course. That is not part of the design. That's just what I happen to have knocking about when I was making the prototype. So those are the kind of 3 things. I don't know if you have any thoughts, questions about any of that?
I love the interface idea. I love the interface idea, especially, of course, of the big knobs, because I found myself making better music with bigger knobs.
Yeah.
Because just tend to listen more to the sounds in between. Like you go
It's exactly
directly into that instead of moving rapidly through many notes or needing like complicated sequences. It can be just like nyeh, and nyeh. Oh no, there it's good. That's just the frequencies are beating and they're creating enough music on their own. I don't need to do anything.
It's exactly that. Yeah, it's. I found it just very. The way I am interested in doing music is very much not. It's very much not deliberate and kind of conscious usually. So like when with a MIDI controller like this, if you're saying, well, I want to have this mapped to this and this mapped to this and this mapped to this, and then I want a second bank, I'm going to do different banks and I want them all mapped to different things. You can technically do that. But I suspect if you're that person who's wanting to deliberately control every parameter in a soft sync very consciously, then there's probably better ways of doing it. But this is where you'd have them mapped to a bunch of different parameters and you move it and you listen and you see what happens. So it's that kind of, that's the way I'm interested. I think if you're looking at it trying to do something sort of super precise or conscious, then it's probably not something you would like.
And
sorry, I'm low. I just realized. I just wanted to point out, and I'm going to move the camera really quick because as soon as I saw that MIDI controller, I got super excited because one of the live cases that I have, which is just one of the typical things that you would get like rack and stuff that you will move and put MIDI stuff, enough space for just a couple of those so you can control your rack stuff in a live situation. So I'm thinking this is the perfect controller for even for live.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Yeah.
It's a really good point to take all these nice newly made micro versions of other things and just breaking their control out into an external surface.
Yeah,
I think it does really push performance ideas because you don't need every single control. And I think 4 big gestural sweeps on 4 knobs will invite certain physical movements and play that just otherwise wouldn't happen. I really like the idea.
We've really got to come up with another word than knobs, because you just said 4 big sweeps on 4 big knobs then. And that's just not appropriate.
For me, in Germany, knobs is Knopf. So
how British of you to think that's a bad word.
Yeah, very.
We do have questions from the live chat if we'd like to. I know.
Yeah, we got it. Especially if you want to hear the music.
Yes, let's blast through those. So, Quantum Space asks, when will we see the knobs featured on Tom's website?
So it kind of depends. I wanted to blame the kind of disruption, but actually it's just I realized I needed to do another prototype because something was a bit off. So I'm sending that. That's being made now. If that prototype comes back happy, then I don't think it will be very long. I think we've started producing the front panels and that kind of thing. So it should be. It won't be weeks, but hopefully it will be months and not too many of them.
Mark Zeno said, are you taking any inspiration from these online events and doing anything online for CV Freaks, which is an event in London you've arranged all the talks for, I think, for the last few?
That would be, normally, and I don't know what Chelsea's plans are this year, normally CV Freaks is in December. It would be nice if we were able to have public meetings again in December, although who knows, maybe it'll come back by then. But I think if not, certainly I think this format seems to be working really well. And actually we did, the last CV Freaks, we had Andrew from Non-Linear Circuits who kind of beamed in from his shed in Western Australia, which worked really well there. So I think certainly it's something I'd like to do more of.
So another handful here, just to kind of rush through. Wesley Hodgson asked, the little fader box thing, is it USB-C plus a 3.5mm output per channel? Is there also DIN MIDI?
No, there's obviously not DIN MIDI on it. It's 3.5mm CV, not CV output, that's MIDI output. So you can have that as the two different versions of that, the little mini jack thing. And then it's just USB-C for the whole fella. So it's got no, it's not like the 16N, which has the CVs at the back of it. It's fundamentally a MIDI controller. It's only a MIDI controller. It's nothing other than that. It's got no CV.
Is it Korg or Arturia, the TRS map?
It is configurable in software.
Sweet.
So however you want to do it.
Making Sound Machines asks, does the MIDI controller run, there's a lot of slashes in this, micro circuit Python like many Adafruit Arduino?
Yeah, it's exactly that. It runs Circuit Python, and it's a M0 chip, so it's very much like the Adafruit stuff. It runs that sort of stack. So the way, it's interesting the way it actually works. You literally plug it into your laptop, and on the desktop of your laptop appears a little folder. In that folder is all the code. So you just go in, open it. You don't need it to download, install anything. So that's probably how you'll do the configuration and stuff. But if you want to get into coding it, it's literally putting files in a folder.
Chris Walker, will the drive be CV controllable?
No, it's literally the thing from a Minimoog. So obviously what you do is you drive it from a VCA, and then it's very kind of responsive for that. But it's literally, the sockets are two inputs, and it's a kind of low and a high input, which is actually the circuit taken from an old Fender guitar amp. It's just one slightly more sensitive than the other. And then if you plug both in, they're both the same. And then the two outs are just literally malted together. They're just massively malted together because you're often going to want to patch that off into something else and feed it back into this one here. So it's very, very, very simple. It's literally, that's all there is to it.
That would be perfect into knobs, having such a big knob to fine control the feedback back on itself, which leads to the question, if you can do that from Quantum Space, does knobs have the ability to actually pass a signal through it?
Yes, it does. So the way it works, these two inputs are like attenuators into there. So you have something plugged into there, this is attenuating that signal. If you have nothing plugged in, it's attenuating, it's whatever's scaled out to there. So you have that on the center point for that. And that then obviously influences things like the change output and the difference output. So if you run a couple of like sine waves or LFOs into there, you get quite weird, interesting shapes coming out of these ones at the end.
Last two questions, just quickly, because I'm aware you've got some music as well, which would be lovely.
It's really not music. Just stop calling it music.
Well, that's another debate. What isn't it? I've no idea. Joffrey with some numbers in the name, it looks like. Just wondering how the MIDI controller works. When you say it's programmable, does it mean it's autonomous in that it's got its own processor and can work outside of a DAW?
Yes, so it's got a reasonably powerful chip on it. And so it's a bit like, if you imagine an Arduino can produce MIDI. So you could very much, if you were interested in coding, for example, you could produce a drum sequencer where each fader, the density of the sequences or the probability was controlled by that. That would be a really simple, if you're into coding, a really simple kind of fun thing to produce. So it is definitely, I don't know. One of the things I've always found is I sort of produce something that I want that's usually quite simple. And then often people take it and turn it else into something a bit more, interesting or different. So the microphoning module I designed, which is literally a contact mic in a panel, as I say, I almost did it as a kind of joke. It was like, wouldn't it be weird if you could hear all the knobs and switches in your rack? And then the kind of mutable instruments crowd realized that it was very, very good for triggering those kind of couple of strong algorithms, and people started, strumming it with a plectrum, and that was amazing for me to see this kind of very simple idea that I had get picked up and turned into something much more interesting. So I just kind of put the stuff out and see what people do with it, really.
And final one, nice quick question. Knobs and Strings asks how many HP is knobs?
Knobs, I think it's 16. I can't remember. It's about 16. I think it's kind of one.
Should fit in a 4MS small thingy.
4. Yeah, definitely. It might be 18. I mean, I could obviously. You know what I need?
Could make for.
I have an HP ruler that John Edgar Park made for me, so I'll measure it and tell you. It's 18.
18. Okay.
Yeah.
Still cool.
Thank you, John, if you're watching.
I really love the idea of having this like in its own box, and then have like the patch set up, and then just sit right back in the middle of the monitors and be like, okay, just listen.
So there's 3 people who have them at the moment. Marcus Fisher has one, and he's done exactly that. He has it in one of those 4MS pods, and a couple of other people have them. I'm not sure how they're using them, but it's exactly that. I think it's just there's something about some of the kind of monome stuff, like the arcs, where it feels very kind of it's much more kind of meditative. You sit there and you just focus on that and you listen, and that's very much kind of the idea of it.
And listen is what we shall do.
Right, let's see if this works, because this is going to be. So I need to now share my screen. Is that right?
Okay, yeah, do that.
I think this is what you said. Okay, share the screen. This is going to be ridiculous.
Does it work?
That's good.
Application
Ridiculous
window, Chrome
is good.
tab, IP webcam, share. Can you see that?
Yes. So now I can add to stream.
Okay. So let's see. And can you hear can you hear very quiet music there? Sound? Tone?
Only your voice.
You can only hear my voice.
Yeah.
Well, this isn't really going to work then.
Okay.
That's so weird. How? Let me just see if there's any way of doing it.
Well, you just look for that briefly. A really nice thing with the idea of sitting back with a skiff or a pod with this and other controllers in, the various Ethernet or VGA connector modules would work really lovely for that. So you can patch 8 things into no bots make an Ethernet one, don't for now make one. You patch it into a module on the skiff side and then just trail the one cable across to the module. And then bring out 8, those 8 signals into a bigger system. That would work lovely.
Yep.
That's much smarter than me thinking of having like 8 long cables. I'm still very old school in my thought on modular.
But you can't hear anything anyway. That's how it
No.
works. You can see the elegantly flickering lights of the drive circuit. And look, I can turn the controls and actually this is the one that's got these ridiculous this has got ridiculous knobs on it, this one. So this is the one which has each of these Davies knobs cost 15 quid.
Whoa.
So
Okay.
I'm
They
not
must
sure we're
feel
expecting.
really good, though.
They feel absolutely incredible. Look, can you see?
Mm-hmm.
It's just a shame you can't hear.
I
The
have these
pitch
on.
changing slightly.
I'm just looking at a bandpass filter over there that has these like even bigger versions of these. It's just it's amazing.
You're saying you've got bigger knobs than me, Heimbach?
Yeah, yeah, probably,
Unbelievable.
probably, yeah. Awesome, but I could hear birdsong for a second, so that was also nice.
It is nice. That's beautiful, quiet London.
Awesome. Yeah. All right, Tom. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
And yeah, thanks. That was lovely.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye
Bye.
bye. Dupe, remove from stream. Dupe. And 3 again. Oh, that's the new layout. Interesting. All right. All right. I see backstage. Our next guest is already set up. And it's my dear friend from Koma Elektronik, Wouter. And he's gonna come in 1, 2, 3. Hello.
Hey guys,
Hello.
welcome. Welcome to myself, I guess, from Berlin, Neukölln.
Lovely. Can you turn your mic up just a little bit somehow?
Oh, let's see how that works. I have gone more analog than I wanted tonight.
Is there such a thing as too much analog?
Yeah.
Is there a bit of feedback, or is it my idea?
No, there's no feedback.
No? Okay, cool.
All good.
Do you hear me better?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So you two are somewhat around the corner from each other.
We're not far. Like, what, 15, 12 minutes by on foot or something?
With patch point between or the vicinity?
It's not spitting distance.
No.
That's how you measure things in
The
Berlin.
best way to describe it is 2 tube stations.
Sadly, the audio is kind of glitching.
Ah,
So, okay, Wouter. What have you got to show us?
not so much. I just came to chat pretty much. This is what I do at Superbooth, you know. I just stand there and I just chat to everybody. I don't think during the past 3 episodes of Superbooth I have played 1 note.
Did you not like last time you gave out like I spoke to Wouter and we talked about cards?
Yeah, exactly. I made stickers that you could like for the whole team of Koma. They could make a sticker for everybody they have met, and I'm sure I gave all of you a sticker. And it would say, "Hello, my name is," so people would know who you are, and then it would say, "I talk to," in my case, Wouter. And then usually it was about anything than synthesizers. So I talked to people about electric cars, and I talked about a man who has really sweaty feet that really wanted to talk about it. I guess it was very interesting to talk to all the synth people, but not about synths, just about all the other important things in life. You know.
Okay.
I'm just thinking of sweaty feet now. Thank you very much, Wouter, for that.
Well,
Thanks, dude.
how are you guys holding up?
Very well, at least because I'm not at Superbooth and I don't have to wear feet. I've got no sweaty feet right now, so that's all fine. Yeah.
Oh, I do miss Superbooth this year. I was actually really looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Your after party is an essential as well.
Yeah.
I would argue the day after. Really cool afternoon hangout, performances, lovely space, really good coffee around the corner I found last year.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's so nice to. It was so nice to have everybody over in our little living room, you know, and to have the local people play and people that visit the festival is always. Yeah, it's very much. It's a highlight in the year every year again.
Yeah, I love like when nobody has to like pitch anymore. Nobody has to sell product. Nobody has to, it's just relaxed. And some things that I always missed, I would have always, because they were pretty early on, it was like stuff like the competitions for soldering and checking circuits and stuff like that, right? That
yes,
you had?
the soldering competition we did 1 year.
Okay.
I think Befaco should have won it, but I think we made it so hard for the winner to actually win that they didn't win in the end.
Oh, okay.
Befaco, if it comes to DIY, I think Befaco should always win.
Okay. Well, we'll have to get like we will talk. Befaco will be on at another day, so we'll get into that too. So
I think they're on Friday.
Friday, perfect.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Always good. It's always a good time hanging out with these guys. I miss them a lot.
Yeah.
They had their 10-year anniversary this year.
Oh, really?
Barcelona.
Nice.
We do have a question about what is the yellow thing behind you? I presume
The yellow thing.
I think it's more of a. It doesn't quite look yellow to me, but I think they mean that.
Yeah.
This thing is the Scheisse FX 2017. It's a machine that I kind of used to prototype the FieldKit effects. It's let's say modded Boss ME50 guitar multi-effects. It's really, really crappy. That's why it's called the Scheisse FX, which is, I don't think I have to translate that.
No, I don't think so.
But it's tuned into my music making. It's quite an interesting tool. Because it's so crappy, you know, it just pushes you in certain directions. Some things you shouldn't touch, other things you should skip very quickly, you know, so you don't screw it up. I think I kind of broke it when I modded it, but it's now my signature sound. I use it a lot with Heimbach when we play as alt narrative.
We did have, just keeping questions coming. I did ask a question back, which I'll mention too, but Quad Damage said, is there any chance of a smaller form factor, maybe without the mixer or other things, and just the effects section of the field kit effects?
It's small enough, right?
I think it's small enough.
I wonder if they mean, I did kind of ask a question back to reiterate, but maybe they're not there at the moment. Maybe they mean for a Euro rack?
Probably.
They do, yeah. They say is interested in a micro version, something like 12 HP. So maybe it's kind of Euro effects they're looking for as opposed to the whole field kit.
I can understand that. It's just, I think the field kit effects is already pretty miniaturized in what it does. And I think when you make it even smaller, it's just not an instrument anymore. It's hard to play it, you know. Mm-hmm. So it's I have very small hands. And for me, the field kits and field kit effects are just perfect, you know. But Andreas Schneider, have you ever seen his hands?
No.
See them.
Well, like he pretty much like they're just ginormous.
Yeah.
It's all about the feet and hands with you, right?
An even smaller version of the field kit effects, I would think.
I think what Quad Damage has responded a couple of times in the chat. I think maybe what they're getting at is they just like an effects module that maybe isn't necessarily the field kit and that design, but some kind of Koma effects in 12 or 16 HP. I think is what they mean.
We'll put it on the tab of ideas.
Unrelated question, but I guess an interesting one for everyone. From Frank Semi, have you been to Greenland? It's an awesome place. From Frank.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to have been there.
There we go.
It's the most beautiful place in the world. With the most, and it's not, and nature in Greenland is just, there is no scale. There are no trees. So everything is just enormous. It's big. It's it just goes it just goes beyond of what we're used to here in here in Western Europe. It's just all the landscapes are just enormous, but that's not what makes the country nice. What makes the country nice is the people. Everybody is just so close to nature. It's really beautiful.
Did you not also play on top of a glacier? Did you not perform there or something?
Yeah, we played in a little town called Okasut, and I played a show there on the helicopter platform, overlooking the iceberg in the bay. It's just seriously, guys. If we start talking about Greenland, I won't stop. It's just, if I could teleport myself there right now, I would leave you all. I'm sorry.
I don't mind. I don't mind you taking Greenland over me. I'll take that. What are you working on with Koma at the moment? Are you really disbanded in the current kind of isolation, or are things kind of in the works that you can talk about?
We're doing a lot of production. So Tony is at home doing work and soldering things up, and Christian's in the office doing repairs, and we're all kind of working from home, kind of going into the office when we need to. We still have a bunch of people wanting stuff. It's and we can make it. It's just that it's at the moment quite hard to send things out from Germany. Which is a bit annoying. So we would love we get orders from Canada, for instance, or from Australia, New Zealand, but we can't ship them out. So it's we have some parcels lying around in the office now that as soon as we can ship again, we'll go out to all these people.
Yeah. Knobs and Strings asked, do you have any plans to release another filter? They say, and I didn't realize this, and correct them if they're wrong. I thought it was available. They also say because the SVF 201 is not available anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of discontinued at the moment. We want to just focus on new things, and I think sometimes it's just good to not continue making everything forever, The SVF is quite it's a very nice filter. I don't even have one myself, actually. Maybe we should make them again.
But it's hard as I think any of the Eurorack companies, none of them are of such size that you can keep a big product line active all the time. As you say, I think at some point your resources have to go elsewhere.
Yeah, if you want to make new things, especially if you make things in the 50s or in the 25s or in the hundreds, it's okay. As soon as you have a bunch of products that are in the thousands, it just you just kind of have to always maneuver yourself into a direction where you can get all the funds into the right products that it's a constant rolling train in that sense.
I spy the Brühl & filter there. Are you making good use of that?
Oh yeah, yes.
Don't drop it. It hurts. It hurts.
This was a birthday present from Heino last year.
Yeah.
It's really nice. I'm just, of course, I see it combine in your videos too. I have used it for. I like to use it at the beginning to chain, and then use it to spread things out and play around with placing sounds in the mix. It's really nice. Mm-hmm. My friend Emil was here from Norway a few weeks ago, like a month and a half. A few weeks ago when I was staying. I'm already too long in quarantine. 5 weeks ago. He tried it out at my place, and he immediately got himself one. He was just in love with it.
Awesome. Yeah, those things are fun.
The virus.
Yeah. No idea how they can be so heavy.
You have one too, right, Ben? You also made a video on that, right?
Yeah, I was pinging it out of the Eurorack system through those cables. I found the mini jack to DC cables, which I think are meant to power certain pedals that take a mini jack in, and then to go back again. And being passive, no worry about level out of modular, so just pinging it from a short trigger in the Eurorack straight back in, and then audio rate modulating it, kind of as Wouter said, to then spread and add harmonics and try and drive and modulate the thing. Worked really well.
Yeah. And yeah, I got now the this other version now. This is
we've
which I had you translate, Walter, because there's a plug in there written in Dutch. So and you translated it.
One second, I have to go. Can I go full screen? Can you leave it even more up to the camera? Then
I can make me full screen. So here.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Can you see now?
Je wordt niet getoverd. Je EL collega prutsers. Er wordt niet getoverd. So this pretty much says there is no magic.
Yeah. Except this thing is kind of magic. It's from VSL. That's some kind of institute, and he probably got this as a parting gift because he's a retired engineer, and this has like the same thing as as yours only has quarter bands and a quarter third Terzband, one third bands,
like
and
third of an octave.
Yeah, and it's active. So I left it on. Oh. Batteries are empty. Yeah, and it makes sadly the switching is not. It makes loud sounds on switching.
Hey, but it was given to him by his colleague. It says your colleague of EL, Electronic something.
Yes, exactly. So it's like a parting gift, and it's part of the whole. Now it just turns into Heimbach showing cool shit. I know it's it's in this baby-sized sound level meter that came also with it. So, lovely.
I like that. That's the baby size.
Yeah, it's like that's the small size, right?
Yeah, we invented that measurement like at the last Thomann synth reactor, I think. Simon the Magpie, look on a computer, and then yeah.
But now I'm here. I should plug a few products, right?
Of course, please do.
Yeah, there you go. So the Koma Stroommobiel, your friend, the coming summer. You can put 2 USB banks in. You get 2x2 barrel connector out, which means you can plug and play with your favorite equipment on the go. Say in an airplane or on a nice forbidden beach or on top of a beautiful brutalist building. The Stroommobiel is your friend and currently on sale on the Koma website.
And it's 9 and 12 volts.
Exactly. It's saved my ass many times already.
No.
It's nice to have something that's so plug and play.
No.
What else? The Koma Elektronik RH301, your friend, when it comes to syncing up a lot of different signals. It takes MIDI in, DIN sync in, analog in. It sends it also all out. And it has a extremely expensive but beautiful lit up tap tempo button. Seriously, this button almost bankrupted our company. That's how expensive it was for us to buy.
Really? Because you had to upfront so much to buy them.
Yes, it was just like we had. Yeah, well, of course we picked the most expensive but best button we could possibly get. But this is a very interesting tool. And lately, I think this is because of Heimbach's videos that he did with it lately. We've seen more people getting one. If you're interested in getting everything in sync, it's your boy or girl. It has a sensor too, so you can play it with your hand or foot or whatever other body part you can think about.
We do have a couple of questions on a similar theme. Oguz, apologies if I've pronounced that wrong, said it would be nice to see a field voice, standalone synth in the same form factor as the other field kits. And then following that, slightly later, Maxwell said, there was some talk about 9 months ago about a field kit synthesizer. Is this a real project in the works?
Yes.
Move on. Can you say more?
Yes, it is. It's pretty much done. It's just I don't know if this is the right moment to put out a synth, so we don't know. we'll just take it easy for a bit, and, make things, and when the time is right, there might be a field kit synth. Yeah.
I would definitely love one. If it happens, I would love one. Definitely.
Especially with that size and format, that looks super nice.
Yes.
We would then need a trio of cases.
Huh?
We then need a little trio of cases, a little field tree that we can sit
Yeah,
on.
like the mini Buchla.
The field tree.
Field tree.
Yeah, it sounds good. It's made out of wood, so it would go back to basics.
Any other questions in the chat? If people want to ask questions, tag me so I see it.
I have one, although I'm not in the chat. Since I have this one is open source, right? The field kit effects, right? So the digital stuff can be changed.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. There's a full GitHub project where you can get all the files and you can play around with it.
Any chance you guys are making something like a different firmware for it?
We kind of want to leave it more to the customers. I've had a bunch of people writing me that they were working on stuff.
Okay. Cool.
So I hope to see the fruits of that in the future. I'm very curious because it's quite a powerful processor in there. So you can make good use to it. So it would be the section that is the frequency shifter and the looper, and then the CV matrix bus and the Rolodex, so the little sequencer ADSR section in the bottom right.
Yeah. I would like to see the PT, like the range of the PT is a bit, I don't want to say limited, but it doesn't go to the crazy places that I've heard other PTs go to. I would like to push it over to the does not make any audio sense area. Is that possible from the firmware?
So with the firmware, that's not possible because that's a fully analog
circuit. Yeah. But is there any other? Why I'm asking is like, how have you limited that? So someone should fool around with the hardware in order to make it like the range bigger, right?
Yeah, exactly. You probably have to play with the with the circuitry around the PT 2399 then.
Yeah.
Someone says in the chat you can adjust the resistors and then you get different ranges already.
Yeah.
The chat is so informed. It's
yeah.
Great.
Cool.
We did have another one.
In the field kit, in the normal field kit, when you live, for instance, in Japan, you have different FM band. So also there we put different resistor settings in there for picking the FM band that you're in. So.
David Powland asked, any chance of a CV controllable servo box combined with preamp inputs for the piezo mics, and he's after multiple channels in a box?
Yeah, we have not worked on that.
Mm-hmm. Someone mentioned for the PT delay to take a look at Bafaco's crush delay schematic for those curious to explore.
That's quite a crazy beast.
Yeah, it is.
Here in Berlin.
Yeah, and the looper would be interesting to fool around with. That would be a nice thing to. I assume that's something that someone can work on the firmware, right?
Yes, yeah, totally. Also, the whole firmware there is annotated, so you can fool around with different settings and see how far you can push it.
Yeah, I'm gonna break it if I do. So I'm just gonna wait for somebody else to do it for me.
The original back on it, and then you should be fine. You know.
From these community projects, is there anything that you've seen that you're like, this has me super excited right now? We're talking about like firmware hacking and stuff like that.
Not from the top of my head.
Okay.
I have, like from the start of the coronavirus, I try to stay very fit. So I've been on my bike every day.
Mm-hmm.
I have every time you open your computer, it's just like a lot of news and a lot of opinions and a lot of ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I stay away from that. So it's books, my bicycle, and my bed when I'm not working.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do we have any more questions from the chat? Or
I think that's it. We had a off-topic one that we can kind of field, however quick
Off-topic is good.
to be. Patrick Connolly asked, best universal headphones for varied work. I don't know what they mean by this, but like now and mixing. I guess they mean casually listening, streaming, mixing. I think that's way too open for a few minutes.
Yeah, that's gonna be long. But there's no like perfect headphone for everything. There's one for tracking, one for mixing. This is actually better for mixing. This is not so good for tracking because it's broadcasting sound outside, so you get that picked up the microphones. For mixing, this is great, and for wearing for a long time, super nice. The AKGs, Constantine, love those also. Very good. Good for tracking.
Yeah, they're super nice. Although I have to say that after wearing them for 3 hours, my ears start getting tired a bit.
Yeah. That's one thing we need to check. Like headphone switching probably is something I'll start employing tomorrow.
I have smaller ones that I'm gonna test later on. Just to make sure, because after I think around 2.5 hours, my ears can't stand these anymore.
Yeah. All right, Wouter, is there anything you would like to share still?
Well, I hope everybody stays healthy and well, and with the people that they like, and that they get through all of this as quickly as possible. I hope you guys, keep noodling, twisting,
Yes,
bobbing around.
Yeah.
And well, thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming by.
It was spectacular enough. Also, for the internet.
We do have one rather potent question for the times we're in, really. D. Stephen 23. Is it possible to pick up orders from your shop or somewhere else? For us, from somewhere else. He says his mailman is very busy lately and doesn't want to bother him. I don't have a personal mailman. It sounds like you do. But are you open? Is the shop open for kind of pickup or anything like that at the minute?
The shop is only open for pickup. If you go to Common Ground, our website, or to the Koma site, you can just choose pickup at the shop, and then we're there most days. So you can just we'll send you an email and say, hey, your order is ready, come by. And then you can write us like, oh, I'll come tomorrow. And we'll say, great.
Awesome. So, Wouter, thank you very much. We already have our next guest in the backstage, which sounds rather glorious, but it probably is because it's his own home, as it's our all home, the backstage. So I'm going to say bye to you, Wouter, and cheers.
Good to see you.
Yeah, and we still got to do that. I'm looking forward to do that birthday beer at some point that we're still missing.
Yes, I have a great beer in mind already.
Does it start with a D and end with an L?
Even better.
Oh, okay. Now color me curious. All right, ma'am.
Bye. Ciao.
As we bring the next guest in, can you put me backstage just for a moment? I'm going to go fill my drink up.
All right, I'll put you backstage. And how I can remove from stream now. All right. So, Constantine, how are you doing?
I thought you said birthday beard.
Like you're going to do that birthday beard? I mean, like, mine is growing, but yours not.
I should.
Yeah. No, but not birthday beard. So, yeah. So, now our next guest is from Gould Case Manufacturing. And he built... Sweet. So, now I need to adjust the camera so everybody can see the case in a second. But first, Rob, I'm going to drop you into the stream in 1, 2, 3. Hello.
Hello from Amsterdam.
How are you doing?
Hello, Rob.
I'm good.
Yeah. You provided us with the case that I can use to demo modules for the manufacturers that don't have the possibility to do a nice close-up camera, because with a webcam it can get really difficult to especially make out the writing on modules. So I offered them to ship me stuff that I would ship back then, and so same with the case. So it's here, and I'm now gonna switch the camera so everybody can see it, because I don't think it was in the main shot before. Because it's a rather lovely looking case. Here we go. So, and I'm gonna solo it. Yes.
Nice. The full view.
Yeah, exactly. So that is the case that you made. And yeah, first of all, we need to talk about the fabulous magnetic rail system that you use, so I don't have to use.
Well, yeah, when you said I sent you a case, I think it's really only fair to say that I sent you 97% of what you needed. And that last little 3% was one of the most critical parts, hey? Yeah. This thing of the M2.5 screws keeps coming up with my customers. I've never used the G-Tech, the Duckfer style rails, so for me, it's just natural that they use the M2.5, but I'm running into this more often than not. So I accept full responsibility for that, I have to say.
It's all easy.
Some screws.
I know, like my first case that I basically I think like didn't Constantine, did you not also like get that case later on? That has 2.5 screws, right? The portable case.
I think I got one from you, right?
Yeah, and that has 2.5 screws, right?
Yep, it does. And you told me I'm gonna love using those screws, which is true.
Yeah, because I bought an extra like set for those. They came with an extra set of nice screws. So
yeah, they're super nice.
Let me tell you, I had to like from my Dupfer, I had to because some of the screws that I used, I don't know, they were really probably cheaply made, so they got stuck into the case, and I had to drill them out. So that was really bad, and so I was happy about the 2.5 millimeters that worked. I just don't have anymore, so I'm employing like my wife has this beautiful artisan tape that's double-sided, and it no residue, perfectly holds all the modules, especially nothing falls out, so that works really fine. But Rob, would you like to tell us more about how you make cases? What's the idea about your company? And
yeah, sure. Well, so the company's still relatively new. I started around the beginning of last year, and I quit my job, my old salary job, to do this full time. Start working with wood, build Euro rack cases, studio furniture, 19-inch rack cases, and so on and so on. It's going very well for a business that's only a year old. It was kind of quite a bold move. We're not completely certain yet whether or not it was a bit of a cavalier step or whether it's going to turn out great. But like, you know, so far so good. And I go to a workshop every day and I make stuff with my hands, and it's a very satisfying existence, you know. And I've been involved with electronic music and dance music, you know, listening since I was 15 years old, 25 years. But it's only relatively recently that I have got involved in the modular scene. And what I really like about it, and this is including myself, but not just because of me, is the kind of very cottage industry nature of it. You know, you can go and talk to somebody at an event and you're not talking to a programmer or a sales dude. You're talking to the person who sits in their office or their studio and makes the equipment. There are far fewer egos and attitudes than I've found in other areas of dance music, let's say. And I've just been having a great time so far. I've met fantastic people. I've been helped out by people who at some point in this next 20 minutes I'll try to name a few of at least. And I mean, one of the most gratifying bits is that people really seem to like the stuff that I've been making, you know. To make something, especially when I was still relatively new, and send it and get a photo and a really, really warm, emphatic, positive report from somebody was really nice. Like, you know, the kind of thing I was hoping for that you don't get from salaried work when you're working in a big company with a lot of different people. You're all working towards a common goal. Working as a one-man band, it's a different life. And I'm having a good time, like I say. It's nice to be doing this. And I have big plans for the future, you know, so just got to keep on and see what happens.
So now I got to hear about those big plans. Like what, like that you can't, if you tease it like that, you have to.
Well, I mean, I just have to keep growing, really. I mean, the more work I do, the better. I was quite lucky that very early on I established relationships with Ross Lamond, who, of course, everybody in Modular knows, and with Matthew Goike, because at the time when I was considering starting up, I discovered or learned about Ross doing what has ended up kind of being a staggered retirement, I think it's fair to say, but got in touch with him, and he was really thrilled that somebody was there to kind of take over the reins, as it were, from him. But I got in early with those guys who've helped me out a lot. and have kind of proven to myself, and I hope to the community, that I can make the kind of cases that people want to buy. But it would be very interesting for me to start doing things like incorporating modular systems into furniture. Something, it's a bit of a classic joke that you see a lot on the internet forums about my wife doesn't want something with cables in the corner of the living room. Mm-hmm. What about if I could build something that could sit next to your sofa? Just small, 2 rows of 84 HP, for example, but, looked like something from a mid-century Atlantic style or something. I don't know. Okay. There's just ideas in my head about things that, if people have ideas as well, I'm happy to take commissions on this stuff. But I think there's room for the classic designs to still be developed,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And right now what we have here is like 104 HP, 2 rows, right?
Yeah.
And this is definitely meant to be like standing up. That's a standing up case, right?
Yeah.
Because the power is on the back, and so this is meant to sit like comfortably upright and not, very sturdily, so you can't plug in and out without like having to hold it and stuff like that, because it has that solidity.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, but I mean, this is the nature of custom case building. If somebody said that they wanted to lie it down, then I could put the power on the side. So, you can have feet on the bottom and feet on the back. The beauty of doing this is that when somebody gets in touch with me, I can ask them what they want, and I can make something to their specification, which gives it a kind of flexibility and longevity that you don't get if you go and buy a product off the shelf, And perhaps it's a good moment just to kind of very quickly touch on the philosophy of things, which is that I'm kind of, I wouldn't exactly compare this to the nose to tail eating movement, but I think perhaps there's a bit of a similarity in there, that if you're going to chop down a tree, you really have to make as much of it as you can, and I want to make something that is still going to be giving somebody pleasure in 20 years' time. Might not be in your house, you might have sold it and they might have sold it to somebody else, but my desire is that items like the thing that is sitting in your place, Heimbach, are still going to be providing service in decades to come. There's no reason why they shouldn't, So that's the goal of this stuff. When you say it's kind of durable or built to last or just solid, then yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that you picked up on that.
Yeah, actually, like you're talking about Russ Lamont, and I commissioned him also to make like a case once, and for the Metasonics D1000 drum machine.
Yeah,
and
nice.
That was just like a special thing, and I really love that case. It adds so much to the instrument, which I found really great. And that's a beauty about like this, also like designing special cases. The instrument becomes even better somehow.
Yeah. I mean, the aesthetics are important, and how things look is nice. It does add. I mean, it doesn't change the sound of something, of course, but it adds a certain character. In exactly the same way as the module manufacturers devote time to aesthetics, but also to an ergonomics, but to the look of things as well. I think it's important that you have the opportunity, if you choose to house your studio equipment, Eurorack, synthesizers, 19-inch rack gear in something that fits it, definitely. Yeah.
And I see some other cases behind you. I see.
I've actually got case number 1 here. When I first got, I'm not sure how far I can reach without my headphones falling out my nose. When I first got in touch with Ross and Matthew, I was given instructions by Matthew to make something, and then I actually took it over to Ross and visited his workshop in Britain. And this is what I made. So this is the case that got me the green light to build Goiki designs.
Okay.
It seemed like it was more sensible to go and visit Ross in person, and we got a really good feel over a weekend to get an idea of each other's characters and kind of could we work together. Did he like me, as he's put it subsequently? Fortunately, I passed the test. But he then was happy to kind of vouch for me effectively with Matthew, who has been a really good supporter as well throughout this. I don't know if you've ever had contact with Matthew, but he's just a really great guy, very calm, very measured, and really just kind of knows what he's doing. So It's been great to work with him too.
It's really lovely that you did that, because so many, everybody works in isolation to a degree. There's only so many ways of making a box, as some people put it. But there are certain designs, certainly Matthew's designs, that they were there first. And Ross Lamond, very lovely in his approach to doing that, with kind of his appreciation, the kind of honor of carrying it on, if you like, not to be too kind of romantic about it, but for you to do the same and kind of have the go ahead from everyone, I think speaks to the community vibe that we've got here with the live chat. It's exactly why this whole scene is very interesting, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did feel a certain weight at the beginning, because it did feel like there was something of a legacy being handed over, and actually that was a good thing. But I had to be able to perform and build to an adequate level to meet the expectations of both of those guys, but also to all of the people who knew how good their stuff was. But yeah, you're absolutely right to say, again, it just ties in with this thing where it sounds dismissive or something to call it a cottage industry, but it's what happens when people, I feel, are focusing on something that they love as the top priority, and the commercial side of it, I mean, it's important, we all have to live, but it's secondary or sidelined. Like, the main reason I detect from most people that I encounter is that we really love what we're doing. And yeah, it speaks throughout most people's stuff, I think.
I missed the start as I just went to refill drinks. With 3.5 hours in, I'm quite proud I lasted that long. I don't know how Heimbach and Constantine have not moved yet. But this kind of passing of the torch, as it were, as soon as you mentioned Ross, and I maybe did miss a bit of the story prior to that, know Ross very well, it's a passing over of kind of, again, it's been a bit soppy and romantic maybe, but kind of love and care and attention. That's what that says to me, more so than a design or tips to where to get the rails or any of that, which, I'm sure you spoke about with Ross, but it really is that passing of care and attention over. And I'd certainly, if Ross said to me, check out whoever, that's what I would take from that.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's great, Ross, as well. He said you have to come over and you have to bring a case. But of course, he did say to me afterwards, I wasn't really interested in your woodwork, Rob. I could tell from the photos it looked all right. I just wanted to see whether I liked you or not. Like, if you have to imagine, I'm not going to do an impression, but you can imagine it in his voice if you talk to him. I'm sure. And like I say,
hear it in my head.
Yeah, I passed the test. We had one fantastic evening with him sitting up late, both at opposite ends of his dining table, as he was kind of, giving me the list of things to do, things not to do, things to watch out for. There was this like semi-feeling of like the mafia induction meeting in it, I have to say, and it stuck with me, a lot of what he's told me. So yeah, he's been a good introducer to how things work, definitely. Yeah.
We do have a question in the live chat. Alvaro says, do you make your own PSUs or any preferences? Do you offer power with any of the cases?
Yes, absolutely. I haven't been offering my own power supplies so far, but I am about to start selling bus boards made in conjunction with, when I say in conjunction with, actually designed by Stein from This Is Not Rocket Science. He's one of the people who I really ought to thank on this this chat, because those guys, both Stein and Priscilla, have really helped me a lot since the early days. They're only 5 minutes from here by bike. But to answer the more general question, I use Constant Lab pretty much all the time. Ross's recommendation at the beginning was to use Tip Top Audio. That's what he'd just universally put into everything. And it's great stuff. I ordered some at the beginning and I used some. It worked very well. But I liked having a supplier who was in Europe, not because there was any big difficulty with Tip Top being in the US for any reason except shipping, exchange rate difficulties, dealing with VAT and FedEx or whoever it was. It was just a pain in the ass, quite honestly. So I selected a European manufacturer, found Constant Lab, and so far all I've got to say about them is glowing. It's really nice power stuff.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm using pretty much as a rule.
I have a 6U case with Constant Lab power, and it's the first time I've used it, and it's been very quiet. very good, very efficient over
Yeah.
long periods of time.
Yeah. Is it board power or is it the linear one? Does it grow?
It's a laptop style DC inlet on there,
Okay,
and then
yeah,
two bus boards with another in between. I think I don't know if they're doing some onboard filtering or regulation or something. It's been good.
Yeah, no, I mean you can't really read too much into the anecdotal stuff, but as I was searching through the forums, reading a lot on muffs and stuff, as I was looking for people to select, because I couldn't go out and buy an entire power system from every manufacturer. Funds wouldn't allow it. I was kind of looking not just for the positive reviews on muffs, but for the negative reviews, and I couldn't find somebody complaining about Constant Lab on Muff Wiggler, which indicated to me good things, because on the whole, you know, people do like to say good things when things are going right, but people do like to say bad things when stuff is going wrong. So it was quite telling to me that nobody had not a complaint as such, but a query or a question or something. So yeah, so far so good. I've put their stuff into, you know, plenty of cases now, and haven't had any kind of complaints or negative remarks from any customers. So I have no plan to change at this time.
Awesome. I remember the wild days in the beginning when skiffs first started to appearing and how to power them. There were a few solutions, but there was always like the noise floor was always much higher than compared to the Dupfer linear big power supplies. But of course, those things you can't carry around with you. You need like a trolley for the Dupfer P9 case or something, or P6 even, or better with a trolley. But so it's always like you win some and you lose some. You win some and you lose some, and there's some things that wouldn't work, like certain switching power supplies with Metasonics. No chance in that this will work. So So I'm so happy to hear that now there are solutions that work.
Yeah, the thing is, power is a compromise. I'm no electrical engineer, but electronics in itself is just a long series of compromises when you're trying to coax electrons into doing certain things, like, you know. We are now in a position where, generally speaking, you can take a good, solid power supply, a Constant Lab, for example, and plug modules in, and it should just work. Fortunately, I guess, wasn't party to the bad old days where it was more difficult to say, if you just plug all of this stuff in, will it work reliably? But they've been really, I don't want to kind of get into this too much, but the posts of one individual who probably I won't name on Muff Wiggler on the subject of power have been really enlightening about the difficulties or the fundamental problems with Eurorack and Modular as a system, and how you're trying to overcome problems inherent in plugging all of these things into one another with like varying ground levels and different potential differences between bus boards and so on. It's a difficult thing to get right, I suppose, is what I'm saying.
I love that I can assume who you're talking about. There's at least one. Well, there's one person for sure on Muff Wiggler talking about power, and then there are two that I can think of, but I think I know who you're talking about. That's nice.
Almost certainly, yeah.
Some inside information.
Yeah. No, but that person's posts have actually been very enlightening to me. You know, they come from a background of true expertise, like, you know. So I've learned a lot, like, definitely. Yeah.
I've just seen on the website, looking around, and I've shared the Gould Caseworks.nl link in the live chat. I'm seeing the Soundforce controllers, and we'll have Nicholas on in the coming couple of days. Do you make all their wood ears for their controllers as well?
Yeah, I do all of the Soundforce stuff, and Nicholas is great. We met at Dutch Modular Fest last year, and I've done a few bits for him now. About to start another production run for another of his controllers, SFC1. I actually did, I'm not really sure whether I can mention it or not, but another, just a sample pair of side panels for a small Dutch controller manufacturer that I'd never heard of until they got in touch with me. I won't mention their name just because we haven't discussed whether or not it's kind of public yet. But the really big one, I suppose, which I wanted to talk about because it ties in with meeting or the good timing of being in touch with Ross and with Matthew at the beginning, was a chance encounter that I had with Stijn, and really actually Priscilla was the first person that I talked to at a Modular meet here in Amsterdam, where somehow we ended up discussing within 2 minutes, oh, are you set up to do side panels? Oh yeah, have you just started we need somebody to do the side panels for our Phoenix. Oh, can you make bamboo? Oh, okay, off you go then. And just, I mean, I did samples for them, and there was discussions to have and so on. But just on the basis of one conversation, I was in contact with these guys in Amsterdam, local people who were able to give me work that not exactly validated what I was doing, but gave me a huge push up to be able to understand what was happening in the scene. They were promoting me. I was able to be on the booth next to them at Dutch Modular Fest and so on. And I mentioned earlier in the chat, but those guys have really, really helped me out, I have to say, in lots of different ways. So thank you to you if either of you or both of you are tuned in. It's really been helpful to work with those guys. But yeah, doing the side panels for the Phoenix is just another boon, you know, for a small manufacturer to be doing that within the first 6 or 12 months of your business starting up is really kind of fantastic. So
yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah.
Awesome. Do we have more questions from the chat, Ben?
I don't think we have any questions particularly. There's lots of chat amongst everybody, which is great. It's exactly what it's there for. They can chat amongst themselves, but nothing, nothing specific.
Cool.
If you don't mind me asking, Rob, and again, apologies if you covered this while I was getting coffee. Where are you from?
Lancaster.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not too far.
In the northwest. Yeah. What about you? I detect a northern twang in your accent as well.
Yeah, Bradford.
Okay. Yeah,
a Bradfordian twang.
Yeah.
I was getting excited because I'm about, well, until the pandemic happened, planning a studio extension and was looking into large case, which was something I'd spoke to Ross about. I think by the time this happens now, Ross will be well out of his staggered long retirement, probably not wanting to do it. So it's really good to know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm hoping that obviously doing this is going to put the word out a little bit more. But I'm available at the moment to do big stuff and small stuff. So yeah, just let me know. It would be great to work with as many people as possible. So if you have ideas for stuff, yeah, let me know.
I do have a couple of questions by bringing up questions. GNU Ninja, could I ask you if you use a specific type of timber or can you go custom Koa? I think that is KOA, for example.
I have got, in Amsterdam, there is a really, really good timber merchant who has everything, to be honest. So if you want something exotic, I can find out how much it costs and I can make a quote. Yeah, Koa they have, absolutely. I don't tend to use the kind of really exotic or endangered stuff. Not on principle, but I haven't really been asked for it yet, to be honest. The Koa is something that I could certainly get a quote on and we could work out whether or not it's feasible to make something.
Yep.
Generally speaking, what I do actually is buy as much native wood as I can from a guy that I work with who gets timber from the tree maintenance people who fell trees around Amsterdam. So quite often, if it's something like ash or oak or elm, those trees, he can actually tell me which street the tree came from in Amsterdam.
Oh, wow.
And he effectively rescues them off the back of a huge lorry before they're sent to Hungary or Poland and turned into chipboard for IKEA or something, you know, or often they're crushed up to as chippings for forest paths. So the trees that you buy, or sorry, the cases that you buy from Gould Caseworks, often, not in every case, but often have a bit of provenance that they're actual, not just Dutch wood, but actual Amsterdam wood, which puts a nice element onto it as well, you know. Yeah.
You want to give a Google Maps coordinate?
Well, that's the thing. The guy who I work with, his company is called Hout van je Stad, which means love your city, but also means wood from your city in Dutch, like a little play on words. He makes chopping boards and he puts a QR code on the back, laser engraved, so you can scan it on your phone and then go, excuse me, go and stand where your tree stud with your chopping board, if you like, which is probably not something I'll put on the cases. But it is nice, the idea that I mean, it really kind of connects the idea that once it was once it was standing there, and you know, now it's in your hands or in your studio or whatever. It's quite nice, I think.
DB Powlan asks, "What's your favourite wood of choice?"
Good question. I think a lot of woodworkers would say this, but when you get really, really good walnut, it looks great. Like, you know, there's something just very kind of sophisticated about the really, really beautiful, highly figured walnut. But the thing that the one that I also like working with, that I get a lot of from the guy that I mentioned, is elm. Elm, which you don't tend to see a lot in Britain because of Dutch elm disease, ironically. When you cut it open, you get the most amazing figuring, and it really kind of makes me think of if you see these Hubble telescope shots of space with like quasars and Milky Ways and all this kind of thing, you get these amazing ring patterns just spiraling out and stuff. So that would be my kind of my wild card choice, I reckon, walnut and elm. Yeah.
Another question for you: are you using CNC cutting for the wood before you start working with it?
I have a CNC machine, and I use it for things like the side panels for This Is Not Rocket Science and Soundforce. If you're making 100 of something, that's when CNC is very useful. You can make something that's, you know, 150 mil by 30 mil, and you can make 100 of them, and they're the same. For something like the case which you've got there in the studio, I mean, that's square. It's actually quicker to make something like that using a saw than it is using CNC. There's too much preparation involved with CNC. The one time that I have used CNC on a case was actually for this one that we haven't talked about. I made this as a kind of showcase for Dutch Modular Fest last year, and I want to be careful as I turn this, but just because of the nature of the curve on this, I cut out a template on CNC, and then rather than using the template to root the walnut as I would normally do on a Goiki case, for example, I just cut 2 more out on the CNC because I was rushing, quite honestly, at that point. So there are certain things that it's feasible to do on CNC, but on the whole, making Eurorack cases isn't one of them. It's actually not quicker to use a CNC machine for most jobs than it is to just do it with your hands, which is useful because there is quite some, at the risk of saying something controversial, quite some fetishization of the idea of only using your hands for woodwork. You know, I used a hammer and a chisel and I built this thing. And it's very appealing to people, the idea that, you know, the sweating on your brow kind of true workman and machinery somehow taints that, I think, like, you know, and I can appreciate that point of view. So it's kind of good that actually for most cases CNC doesn't really help.
DB Powlan asks, he's noticed that your cases feature cooling vents, including fans, and then he's put no need ? Or maybe he means is there a need to include fans or vents?
I haven't put fans in anything. If you've seen fans in a case, that wasn't one of mine. This one here, I don't know if you can see that. There's vents along the bottom, and there are vents across the top. And yeah, if you have a look on my website, I've done a couple of Goikis with vents on the bottom. Especially if you're using linear power supplies, you need good air circulation through the case, not just one hole, but actually a route through from the bottom up to the top and out, because heat rises, as we all probably know. Do you need to put on vents like this? No, absolutely not. I think they look nice, and they serve the double purpose of allowing good airflow from front to back and bottom to top.
In this case, you've also like there's like a rail for that, right? There's space here and down low, so for the air circulation also, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for a case like that one where there is no linear supply, where it's just a switching mode power supply, there's only low voltage in the case, it's not quite so critical. But really, you I don't know how this is something that other case makers deal with it particularly, but I don't think there is a risk of, for example, a fire happening or something. I don't want to kind of frighten anyone, but it's quite well established that you'll shorten the life of certain electrical components if they get too hot. Capacitors, for example, they dry out over time, and they're given hourly life cycles rated at different temperatures. So if they spend their lives at 90 degrees versus 70 degrees, they simply won't last for as long.
I know that from the test equipment, and I talked with that with
precisely.
Hans from Willem
Yeah.
Twee, and it was all about the interesting thing was they had to move like their HP word generators. Made a video on that. It's the HP 8006 word generator, which is a fantastic like gate sequencer made for testing telephone equipment. But they had 3 at one point up top, and they would start to fail, and that was because the heat that these things generate, because they generate a lot of heat. They got big power supplies. It would basically shorten the lifespan. And I checked with mine, was like, oh yeah, the one output started to fail. And yeah, of course, I put another one right below, so a different one, but the heat was just too much for these machines. So you need to keep those things with the big power supplies definitely ventilated.
Yeah, you do. No, our fun hobby here is not exempt from those engineering concerns. I'm afraid it all still applies, even in wooden cases housing synth stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Rob, we're almost at our time is almost up. I've got one question, because of course I'm gonna we're planning on sending this back, but if somebody in Berlin wants to pick this up and pay you, would that be something you would be up for?
Yeah, absolutely. That is one which I had on the shelf that I built for Dutch Modular Fest last year. So it was for sale, and it will be for sale again if you send it back. If somebody would like to buy it when you've finished using it, then if we can get in touch somehow, we can
exactly.
make that happen.
Somebody should just write you, and then you can say the case is here. I did the same thing like when the Kijimi from the Black Corporation was here. I kept it for after Superbooth for a few weeks, and then someone picked it up. So
cool.
I'm not. So that would be like the easy mode. So
it would suit all of us. It would save you a trip to the post office, which in these current times is also very welcome.
Which takes 45 minutes right now.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's amazing.
Okay, then let's make it happen, viewers.
So if somebody here is interested in this lovely case, I'm gonna show one more picture of it so everybody knows what we're talking about. And here it is. It's beautiful. And get in contact with Rob, and you can pick it up from here easily in Berlin.
Absolutely.
And exactly, you got my email for that. So I'm gonna switch to my face cam again.
I've just dropped that in the chat as well. The link to the contact page on the site, or Rob at goldcaseworks.nl. Would be nice to know it doesn't have to go back to come back again. A lot of
yeah, absolutely.
All right, Rob, thanks for being here. That has been really informative.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys, and great work. I hope it goes well over the next few days, and I guess everyone's saying the same thing, but everyone just stay safe, stay safe, stay healthy, try to talk as best you can, and I'll see you around.
Awesome, and have a good night.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. And it's almost time for our last company guest for the day. And it's Kai from LPZW Modular. And Kai, I'm going to drop you in 1, 2, 3.
Hey.
There you go. Hey. First of all, you've got the best mic. Oh, is that the Sennheiser MT-M421?
I'm not a mic guy. This is a good friend of mine gave it to me and said, "This is a good mic. I don't need it. Use it." And it's in my shelf most of the time. I use it mainly to feed the pocket operator speak with samples.
Okay.
I'm not singing, so I don't use the mic too often. But it's a Sennheiser, and
that's the 421. Fantastic mic. I love all Sennheiser microphones.
Yeah, it sounds
21.
It sounds okay. You can hear me at least, so it does its job.
Can hear you, and you have that early German reporter kind of tone. These things.
I'm on the desk. I can give have some effects.
No,
No,
we don't. Unless you're demoing your own defects. No, but these things, reporters carried these like in their bags, and they were like also used for. They could in a pinch they could be used for self-defense because they're like.
And this one has an old sticker on the side. I don't know if you can see that sticker here.
I'll have to solo you.
It's a
Disco
old
Club.
White Horse.
White Horse, this is amazing. I love microphones. I should be talking more about microphones and not just into them.
Yeah, do that.
Awesome.
Special
Okay.
reserve stream for microphones. Oh,
Definitely,
the topic.
definitely.
Cheers, guys. I know you had a long stream. You don't have to cheers back.
Oh, I definitely have to cheers.
Of course we have cheers back.
I just have to answer one question. I don't know where the ich weiß ich gerade nicht. Ist nicht hier. Da. Yeah, my wife needs to pick up the iPad for the kids to listen to their stories, bedtime stories.
Hello.
Yeah,
She already, I have to say, my
son
wife has been very
is asleep, I
supportive.
hope.
She also brought me food, a little plate, as has been a lifesaver right now. After we are in our, I don't see it. Where's the time?
4.
It's on the It's on
4 minutes. Yeah.
4 hours. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
all right. So I'm
this
gonna.
is the shit. It's Japanese whiskey this time, and
Nika
a friend of-
Coffenot, lovely.
yeah, a friend of mine gave me that for my 40th, and well, yeah, I thought it's nice.
So you get everything from your friends: microphones, whiskey.
Yeah, I have good friends. Yeah,
Lovely.
so yeah, that brings me to the point. I want to send some shout outs. Because usually for Superbooth I would meet a lot of people, and I really missed that this year. So the first one is to Alex, who is designing the panel graphics and also is on the booth all day when Superbooth actually happens. And then maybe the guys around Tubotech, Tobias, and then Leaf Audio from Leipzig, der Audiowerkstatt Olaf. Hi. Sorry to miss you guys, and of course all the Superbooth stuff, and Henning from Schneider's Laden.
Awesome. Yeah. You mean, all this like talking about past, like all that makes me sad. So show. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I drove by the venue actually today, almost from my way to from work to home, and I was like, oh shit.
You're in Berlin.
Yeah, I'm in food design.
Ah, okay, nice.
Yeah, I used to live in Neukölln. I think I know the hood you are in now.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I am right now.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I used to live Panierstraße, and yeah.
You don't need a new 6U case, do you, Kay? There's one you can pick up.
I usually make my own cases, and they look rather quaint. Like.
Okay.
Nice.
They are really shitty, but I bought myself an IntelliGel 7U last year, and I'm very happy about that thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what would you like to show us?
Yeah.
today?
First talk about stuff that didn't get done because of the lockdown. I thought when the lockdown happened, I was like, oh, I'm going to be so productive. But having a son here all day and then having to work and everything else, I was actually less productive. Also, the missing deadline kind of took away my motivation. So I have here, I showed this off last year. This is the, can you see that? Yeah, there. This is without the panel, of course, the muting expander for the Euclidean circuits. But this is the new version, which is less deep. So it's better for skiffs. So that didn't cut it to Superbooth. What?
Do you remember the depth of the new version?
No. it's I think this is 3.5 now.
Okay.
I have to measure because with the little angle there, I don't know the gap. I have to measure that. But it's really the older version, the original prototype fitted in the 7U case, no problem. So I guess this is okay. I don't know. Tell me.
good to know at least.
Yeah. So this is going to be released this year. I'm pretty certain. I said that last year, but for this year, I'm really positive about it. And also, I'm going to release an expander for it, so you don't actually have to use it with the Euclidean circuits. You can use it by itself with inputs and outputs. It's 6 channels, trigger, gate muting. And there will be a clock output, reset output on the expander because there's enough space for it. Yeah. So this is then with Tobias from Tubotech. I made this was supposed to be the big splash for this year. It's not done, so I will not talk about what it is. It's a cooperation with Tubotech, as I said, and it's really cool, but it's not ready, so I will shut up about it now. So people don't start asking.
That's kind of mean.
Me.
Yeah, now I'm intrigued, and I can't.
You know what will happen? People will just freeze frame right there, and we'll try to figure out what it is.
Yeah, it says, I can show you the name of the module. It says, wait, fucking camera. Module name and description. It's the first prototype, and that's how it looks from the other side. So it's a lot of bugs, and it will be done soonish, I hope, and it will be cool. We actually booked one of the Gesprächskonzerte for it, and we intended to finish it for Superbooth, but with all the things happening right now, we just didn't.
Of course.
This is like the module version of ID in a DJ set. It's like module hunting. What was ID by
Track
whoever
unknown,
on Friday night?
Unnamed or unknown, yeah. But it will not take very long. So I'm pretty certain we will announce it this year, not next year. So I don't know. Maybe it's lame and nobody wants it anyway. I never know with such things. Other things I did was last year I released the Tram 8 media interface, and I made some new firmwares for that. So alternative firmwares that changes the behavior. So one firmware is for Octatrack users like myself. I bought one, so I realized, shit, I need to change the firmware so the Octatrack takes full capabilities of the CV outs, because it used to be velocity, and now you can route CC messages to the CV outs. So it's a very compact module with a lot of CV and gate outs. And there's another firmware with random outputs and clock outputs and stuff like that. I started, that's also not such a big thing. I started customizing my two, can you see that? The two HP modules into 1U. So people can write me, I want to have the WK2 and the WK1 in 1U row, and I make it for them. But it takes time because it's custom. Then I have two new modules that are not quite done yet. That I have in the rack right here, down here. Let me try to focus on them.
Oh, okay.
Can you see the golden one there? It doesn't focus, right?
I can see the gold. No, it does. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, but there's nothing written on there anyway, right?
No, it's a prototype, a panel.
Okay, good.
And it's actually just a 2 HB 2-channel VCA. Linear VCA with 2 inputs, 2 outputs, and 2 CV inputs. But the trick is I usually don't do modules that are already existing on the market. So I had a little twist for it. So let me explain it. The input 1 is normal to input 2. So if you don't plug in anything here, you have the same signal on the second channel. The output 1 is summed up into output 2 if you don't plug anything in here, right? So you actually have already a mixing functionality. And then the CV input 1 gets offset and inverted so that if you just plug in CV1 and not CV2, you can open the VCA1 while in the same time closing VCA2 without another module needed for it. So you have multiple functions in that, like a crossfader or a panner or router, maybe even ducking. You can send in a sidechain signal here, and then the CV envelope of the kick in here, and then you have some ducking functionality, or just plain summing of two signals that you send two individual signals in here, and then two individual CVs, but you only take the summed output from here.
Are you going to have any attenuation on there for the CV? Any knobs like on your modules?
No. I thought about doing that because with the whole crossfading thing, it would be cool to have like an offset knob, but I wanted to do it in 2HP because it's a utility, and I wanted to be able to throw it in between modules too, you know. I usually use it for mixing LFO shapes, like plugging in two different LFOs and then taking another LFO and getting some more random waveforms out of it. And for that, I kind of just take what it gives me and don't try to adjust it too fine. But I also have the WK2 that you have, Konstantin, I know. You see it here. I made a limited version with colored knobs right now. Here's the offset, the slew and the offset.
That looks nice.
Yeah, I thought so, but it's a limited version. It will not be the standard version. And the third new module, no, it's the second new module I'm going to show. This is the hardware is done, but the software is not done. This is this one. I'm calling it Robert Koch. It's not because of the pandemic now. It's because of the school I went to in Leipzig. All my modules have geographic references in their names, or something about Leipzig, like the tram 8 is actually the tram line going to my hood, and the Plagwitz mixer, that's just a neighborhood in Leipzig called Plagwitz. So, you know, this is this is Robert Koch after the park and the school there, not because of what's happening now. What it is, I told Konstantin about it already. He immediately said that's my thing.
Yeah, I saw your post, so people can know there's a small discussion about it. You posted about it on Muff with you, right?
I like to do that and get some feedback, you know, to see how people think about it. If they think it, I mean, it's an obscure way of programming it, and I just wanted to see if they like it. Also, those cool little displays here, they are old and you can't buy them anymore, and I have a very limited stock. So at least for the first one, it will be a very limited module, and if it's successful, I will change the layout to another display that looks the same but has another footprint, and I might make a second one, but for the beginning it will be like 10 modules only. So if you really if you like what I'm going to explain now, you should write me an email and really reserve one for yourself, because it's in the beginning there will not be many of them. So now to what it is actually. It's 5 HP, 4-channel. I call it some kind of gate manipulator or something. I don't know. It's basically, it has a sequencer-ish function, but it's also something else. It has 2 functionalities you can choose per channel. So each channel is actually completely individual. Each channel has its own gate or clock input. So you have the 4 inputs, 4 outputs. So you can actually feed in clocks from different, or gates from different sequences, and manipulate them with it. And there's one function where you, which I call mask, where you actually program just like an XOX kind of sequence. So whatever comes in gets counted, and then the first step is on, the second step is off, etc., the usual thing. But the way you program it is it's a hex, so it fits on the display. So if you look at the 808 and you see the 16 steps, it's actually a binary, and I converted to hex. That sounds rather ridiculous, but for an engineer or programmer, this conversion happens instantly, and also it leads to a lot of happy accidents. When you dial in your specific number, you come into patterns that you would never program, and you start to like them by hearing them. Let me just quickly demonstrate that, right? I hope that's not too loud. Just tell me if it's too loud. So this is... Can you still hear me? Yeah, okay. So we go to channel 3 where the snare thing comes out. So funnily enough, if you have the snare on the typical position, the display just reads 808. But if I just say I want to change segment 3, I go to 3. And then you hear there are additional triggers in there. And I dial in a hex number that represents the steps, right? So this is actually how you program it. So if I want to have all the steps on, I go to FFFF. So there it is. So then I can mute them by pressing mute, and this is like the Schleusig. You can flip the mute, and it goes off when you release the mute knob. I will implement the syncing feature of the Schleusig too. So you have the sync in reference to the main clock. I feed in the main clock up here. This is actually MIDI. It has a MIDI input for the clock, but you can use clock and reset too. There's the reset input. And then just bass drum. Bass. Very good. What did you say?
Is the MIDI? I have 2 quick questions. Is the MIDI just for clocking, and can you program all 4 tracks at the same time with the dial?
No.
For like abrupt changes.
So the MIDI input is just for clocking. It's the internal reference, and also if you don't plug in anything to the inputs, it gets normal down. You know, if you don't put in anything into channel 1, then channel 1 gets the clock from the MIDI, the derived 16th note clock, and then channel 2 gets the clock from channel 1. So the inputs are normal down, so you can actually plug in something into channel 2, and 3 and 4 have the same signal, while 1 gets the signal from the MIDI. But you can use I have a little switch on the backside. You can use MIDI or standard clock of Eurek. And also with MIDI, you can still plug in a different reset that resets the internal counters. So you don't even have to have like a 4x4 bar. You can have different measures there. Something else. So the second mode is maybe also more interesting and more obvious. Is that I take a signal coming from the Euclidean circuits, and this is actually my motivation. I love sequences that are kind of algorithmic, but the problem is in Eurek, all those sequences, they are always going. It's also very, very loopy. You know, you have the bar full with gates, and the next bar sounds like like you can manipulate it in a different way, but I wanted to sparse the gates out, you know, and so I created that thing. So I take a signal from the Euclidean circuits, plug it into channel 3, which is the snare drum. That's here. So this is something from the Euclidean circuits right now. And then I go to channel 3 and change the mode to the gate mode. This is the other mode I was talking about. and the gate mode is practically in reference to the master clock. You can say in a bar, I only want gates happening in the first half on the from step 1 to 4, but the rest is silent. So starting at 1, for instance, and ending at 8. So, and since this is also passed down to channel 4, let's go to channel 4, change the mode, and set the start point to 9. Yeah, and unmute channel 4. So you can build very easily some kind of call and response gate sequences with one sequence coming out of the Euclidean circuits and then gets split up with that thing. And so the length doesn't have to be 16 steps, by the way. The length for the second mode can be anything up to, I don't even remember. Let's check. I limited at 255 steps.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So you can actually have like, I don't know, 20 bars or something, and then say only run the first 4 bars and then not at all for the rest of the track. Also, it's some if you think like that, so it's a simple way of song building even possible, but it's not meant for that. It's actually more meant for taking a very busy sequence and thinning it out to smaller portions so that the track is not packed with all those things happening all the time.
Which is kind of necessary in URAC. Like we're kind of apart unless you're mixing in the voices in and out, or you're switching manually stuff. Like the idea of pre-programming sections, especially with trigger stuff, it's not possible. Like this one allows you to just plug your typical 8-step trigger sequencer, and then it can diverge during the whole set, which is super nice.
Yeah. And also you can do that the same thing with clocks. You can feed them in a standard clock and then feed that clock to another sequence, and then you can stop the sequencer. So you can even like time CV sequences or something like that. If you have like a Metropolis or something, and then you have the baseline only going once for 1 bar every 4 bars or so.
Yeah. And I'm thinking Colin Benders is... he has like 4 Metropolis, and this has 4 tracks. So there you have it.
I only have 1. It's such a lovely sequencer. It's so direct.
Colin had a question actually. He said, "Is it possible to hold down the channels you want to use and then use the dial to manipulate multiple channels at once?"
Not yet. I need to think about that a bit better. Yeah. It sounds interesting, but I don't know. I wanted to limit the UI to get it more space constrained. I would think about how to implement that clever with the few buttons I have on a module. Yeah, it sounds interesting, right? But I don't know what's happening if you just select like channel 3 and 4, and then you have the last segments. Is it increasing the segments, or is it setting the segments to the same number? Stuff like that. You really need to think about that a bit further before you implement it. I don't know yet. Yeah. With the mask mode is the first mode with the hex numbers, right? I also have a second mask that's underlying, where you can program steps that will be able to have a probability to it, and then you can. Can you see the display a bit?
Yep.
If you go to channel 1 is mask mode, and you have a probability, and you can set a percentage. And then you can, let's say, program only step 1, and then you can set a percentage, a global percentage for the channel, but you can set it to selected steps. So if that makes sense right now. But
It
there's
does.
another way to sparse out gates in there, and then also for even for the first mode, you don't have to have there's a maximum of 16 steps, but you don't have to set the gate length to 16. You can set it to 24 or something. So this means that, like on the Metropolis, if you know that, you can go longer than the sequence, so it folds over and counts further until it hits the length setting, and then it starts new. So you have kind of you can do evolving stuff with it, like different measures with the original sequence and the thing that's happening after, the mask that gets shifted over it. You could do this if you set all the 4 channels to the same sequence, but to different length settings, then you would get this clapping thing where the claps start to shift against each other.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a few questions. You can field a few questions. Edna's
Sure.
Disco Machine, they've bought 3 of your modules. Then they wanted to ask if the Euclidean Circles mute module is going into production. When will that be available?
So what I'm having here is like the second version prototype. I have not programmed it yet. I have not downloaded the program. It's the same firmware, but I have not downloaded it onto the module. So I don't know if it works. If it works, and if I made no mistakes with it, then this is the production ready version, and then I will go into production. Yeah.
G Dizzle says, will this be DIY? I guess that goes for many of the modules you've shown.
Yeah, so it's I don't know if you can see that. Can you see the parts on that? It's kind of small parts there, and I always thought giving it out as DIY would make more work than selling finished modules. All the support I would have to give to trace down bugs. I have one DIY module. This is, you maybe know this, but this is the adapter for the teenage engineering modules, the pocket operators. And I sold a bunch of them, and I have some support questions, like constantly. Not too many, because it's easy. It's not too small, and still, And then I try to interpolate how many support questions I would have to answer for a module that's complex. I thought about making it open source, but without support. So people can just develop further upon it. But I'm not really sure if I'm going to do that.
Yeah. Brant in the live chat says, what's actually used in the new module to process the MIDI to pull out the clock? Is it a central processor for everything, and would it be feasible to allow a process per channel to transform the clock ticks?
It's a processor. It's one processor on the module. I'm just pulling it out. I show you the back. It's one processor. It's where all the gates go in and out, and the MIDI goes in and out. And actually, each channel is individual on that thing. You have. Oh my God, I've got a call. Can you hear my phone ringing?
Can't hear you. Can't hear your phone.
Ah, that's good. That's good. So this is the processor in here, the optocoupler for the MIDI, and then you have the switch if you want to use MIDI or clock, and then you have a switch for the 5-volt source if you have 5-volt on the bus board or the internal LDO. Yeah. And actually, I don't quite understand the question. It's every channel is individual already. You can use the first channel to use this kind of mask sequence thing, then plug the output of that into the second channel to sparse it out over bars. So it's already individual of each other.
Which means that you can use the first channel, then the output, plug it to the second channel, and do weird stuff. Sounds good.
Yeah. It has, all the channels have their own input. The only thing that's global for all of them is the reference clock in the gate mode. and the reset resets all the counters. So this is kind of, if you're in a live situation, you might want to plug in a 4-bar tick or something, so you don't get too wild and too far out. I know a lot of people like to do that, to reset their sequences, although they should all be running at the same clock for the same length. They want to just be safe and plug in a reset, 1-bar tick or 4-bar tick.
Any more questions from the chat, Ben? Hello?
I think that is all of them.
Awesome.
Sorry, Brant came back to add a bit more information on that. I've just seen he was thinking of programming notes on and off from the MIDI to generate the clock ticks.
No. That's not what I'm going to do.
Okay.
That's not. It's nothing I can.
With one of your other modules, the one that does MIDI to triggers.
Yeah, I have the Tram 8, which is MIDI to gate and velocity or CV.
There you go.
There, you have the.
That might be the one.
Yeah. Then also I have the Schleusig, the muting module, the big one, that you might know, which has also the clock input via MIDI, and this actually has a MIDI note converter. So you can use the Schleusig as a MIDI gate converter with mutes.
All right.
Cool.
Thank you, Kai, for being here. You were the last for today, and it was fun and very interesting to see this deep dive into this module. And also nice to have a neighbor, basically, again. So like there was Wouter, there was you, all these people we're all in the same city right now, which is interesting. And yeah, we already need to do a second cheers for now. Cheers.
Guys.
Cheers. So. So. Bye-bye, Kai. And
bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye-bye. So this has been the first day of the official program, right? How are you guys feeling?
Good. I'm glad I got more coffee, but
yeah, coffee is something that I should like make myself now.
really impressed. Our guests, the tech's held up. Guests have come in really nicely. The live chat has been busy and active. It's been great.
Yeah,
really good.
Definitely. I loved hearing all the music too. I think I already said that. But yeah, this has been, I would have thought this would go way more chaotic, especially with the technical stuff. So this worked out rather well.
You're jinxing it.
Yeah, I did. I knocked on wood. And now I know. I'm going to knock on the good wood of the case that we have here. And there was already someone interested in it, so I connected Rob with that person. But still, like, just write Rob and see, like, yeah. So for that case, and yeah, I just before we go to the soft part of this, which is going to be the hangout with our special guest. I just want to thank everybody who was here with us so far. It's been great. I love seeing the chat, and thank you to you, Konstantin, and thank you to you, Ben, for bringing this all together. This has been absolutely amazing. Yeah, and
really happy to be involved, and I think like everybody, those involved in content creation generally, we felt the rug being pulled from under us, and I really felt, as I know you did, Heimbach, for all these manufacturers that worked so hard to bring these things to us and to show us. And the fact people mobilized, such as yourself, and made this happen, and to work with you collaboratively and bring a community together feels like the best way through this. And this has been a great day to prove it is.
Yeah, definitely.
Really good.
Definitely. It has a really warm feeling to it. And that's not just the whiskey now. That's a true human contact. Yeah, and one thing, we are not like sponsored in any way. This stream has no sponsors. This is all just as we do. So thank you everybody who supported what we did through the direct donations, through the super chat. Yeah, that's absolutely great. And yeah, thank you very much for that. But now we're gonna move over to our special guest for today, and that's Bo Beats. I'm gonna drop you in 1, 2, 3.
Hi.
Hey, man.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Hey. Of course, we can hear you.
Awesome. I got a new mic setup here just for you.
Awesome.
Ooh.
Oh, it looks nice. Good position for a mic too.
Yeah,
What
it's
kind of
up in
mic?
there.
What kind of mic is that? Looks interesting.
Yeah, it's a Procaster, I think
Procaster.
it is. Rode.
Okay. Rode. Nice.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So you guys, you have been going strong today. Damn, you must be tired.
I'm kind of feeling it right now because I've been like, I'm standing, half sitting. It's not like the most comfortable position, but it's so now I'm feeling it. But 4 hours, lovely. But how are you guys holding up?
Good.
It's okay. I'm standing now, which is good. It's a good option to have.
Yeah. Yeah, I just installed my height adjustable desk, or made it possible to height adjust it again, removing all the unnecessary cables. It's really comfortable standing up. But yeah, I must say that, you know, the show has been great. The tech seem to have been holding up really well. It's been a blast. Just I've watched on and off during the afternoon and the evening, you know, taking care of the kids and stuff, and it's been really cool. So big kudos for doing it.
Thank you.
I'm amazed that a child of some description hasn't ran into any of our rooms yet. I was expecting either you, Heimbach, or my girl to run in at this point.
Yeah. My wife was the only one who came in because she needed the iPad, and she brought me food, which has been definitely a great help now.
Yeah,
so,
a lifesaver.
Yeah.
Man, so can I just ask, like, has there been any highlight for you today? Something that, you know, was really interesting to each and every one of you?
Definitely. I'm going to start because I was aware of most of the stuff that we were going to show today because, you know, backside stories and stuff like that. But I was still super impressed to see the SDS stuff. Like, I'm aware because Sandrine keeps talking with people about her designs on Muff Wiggler as well, getting feedback and stuff. But that Sacral kind of blew my mind. I think it was rather obvious for people watching. I was speechless. And I really like case stuff as well. Even though I knew about that module as well, it still looks very fun and very hands-on and perfect for, performing live.
Yeah, my personal highlight was definitely the music. Like when Darren put on the kalimba and put the kalimba, put the Reiskes HD thingy on the kalimba, and it started to play, and it was just like this resonating thingy, and I was like, wow, this is good. And I really loved this quiet, lovely moment. That was one of the special moments. And of course, Sandrine's music and all these musical parts. So it makes me think like we should have more of these like in the next few days to just let the music play for a bit. So, yeah.
Just general vibe and spirit of everybody for me. I'd not seen the CVable filter bank from Purrtronics. That was interesting. As with the SDS Digital, as Constantine mentioned too. The LPZW Leipzig modules from Kai look really interesting as well. I really like the look of their mute module, which isn't new, but works like Ableton Live in Eurorack, where it can mute and turn signals on and off on the start of a bar. So in a performance, you could press a load of buttons and it will wait until that clock comes round, which I think is super useful. Maybe a module people aren't aware of. It's a few years old now, but yeah, just general vibe and spirit of everybody. It's exactly what I wanted from it. A really good kind of hangout, good people, good ideas.
Yeah, I think I'm speaking for a lot of people. You know, I've been watching you guys this afternoon, and the vibe was definitely there, and it felt, you said it earlier, that it's filling this void that I think a lot of us are experiencing in these times.
Yeah, and you made that video, and I told you not to make me sad. But really lovely, man. Really good work
Thank
on
you,
that.
thank you.
Good work on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I don't know, talk sincerely about the special place that the synth community has in my life, and I mean it's maybe a minor thing for, I mean, in my life it should be, at least, I mean, considering all the things that are going on around the world now, but still it's a big thing anyway for me. I guess
it is a big thing. We no need to talk it small. It is a big thing, and it's a big thing that affects all of us. It affects our lives, and everybody can speak from their own perspective. And I think we don't even have to emphasize even more the relation to everything, because everybody feels the relation to everything. So I really agree with you on that. So
true. For me personally, it was like all my social interaction, all the stuff that I was really looking forward to, sort of the reward, I guess, of all the hard work was like taken away just in an instant. All the inspiring meetings that I had planned, and so from a very personal level, I felt it was like a rug being pulled out under me. So this is really cool. I mean, that you have set this up, Heinrich, Stefan, and you guys are helping out so well, and it's amazing.
It was, for me, I think I said this before, but it's just like, for me, this was like a way to take back control. And like, there's nothing that, like, at least for me, like, kicks over this, like, this sort of depression feeling, like, than lack of control about things that I'm in charge of. So for me, that was the general idea. And I thought, like, that many people that would have had new stuff coming out, they would have similar feelings to that. So it was sometimes things they feel like they're the right thing to do, and you don't doubt it. So that was like the whole idea for me behind that, at least.
We can just kind of lead by example, I think, and I don't mean us specifically, as any kind of ego thing from me, but us as people that are online and creating content, and Nick at Sonic State, who's doing things this weekend. I'm really just glad that, because it is a depressing thing. We don't need to dwell too much, but it was a sad thing when all these events started being pulled. I know Heimbach, you had a lot of things cancelled work-wise, and it's effectively turned you into a full-time YouTuber, which for me is great because I've had more Heimbach content to absorb. I know for other people, and myself included, it's been a bit of a cloud content-wise. But I think the live streams generally leading up to this, and this just as the first day, we can there's maybe lessons to be learned going forward about this. I know the Single Malt Synthesis streams will continue, which is a lovely thing. If this was the catalyst to make that happen, and to finally make, selfishly speaking about myself, to make me live stream again, I haven't for a long time, and it's made me figure that out. Then, trying to look for positives, there are maybe some positives to be taken. And this is actually more time with all of you than I would have had at Superbooth.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's definitely one of the highlights of this one, right? Like hanging out with DivKid, which is not easy to do during Superbooth.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't mean me specifically. Hanging out with me is maybe not what you want to be searching for in your life, but
oh man, it's why I'm going to Berlin. Like it's.
But yeah, it is more time than we would get, and I think time is what a lot of us have. So I'm glad we're putting it to use.
Yeah, definitely. There's so much more like in collaboration happening, stuff that like we wanted to do for a long time, but life always gets its own way. And now, at some point we'll again turn this into real life interactions, which will also be amazing because the relationships will have grown.
Yeah, definitely. And also I think I think we've all seen this how do you say it, this evolving thing that is the live streams, that is the online content production that is happening right now because of the pandemic. A lot of people are picking up on it and creating a lot of content, streaming a lot of stuff. And I think that's also I think that's something that can live on in the future as well. And I think it's really cool to see this kind of online space evolving even further.
Yeah, definitely. I think did like stuff. I've got friends in my old hometown, and some of them are not anymore in that old hometown, but some are or over the world, and we just have like WhatsApp hangouts and talk and drink, and we meet each other. Actually, somehow we talk more now than we did before because everybody's also hungry for interaction. So
I think so too. Yeah. I think so too.
Yeah. AA battery. Yes, A battery. Yeah. Yeah, I remember you dreaming about a YouTube show 2 Superbooth ago, and now you made it a reality. Yeah. Yeah. It was back a few days. That was some years ago. Mm.
Yeah, I guess I've always been thinking about it, like, why isn't there more live shows in our space, and why isn't there more like online focus? There's still a culture of the physical events. At least from company perspectives, it's a lot about the physical events, it's.
Oh, Bo?
He dropped.
Oh no!
Oh, Bo!
What happened? Oh, seems like maybe the camera or something. No, he's completely gone.
I'm gonna jump on. I'll message him on Facebook.
So there he is back again. He's back again.
Okay.
Blub blub blub.
Okay,
there you are. Back
Sorry.
again.
Yeah, no idea what happened. I got thrown out.
That's the answer to the question why people don't focus on the online thing. Maybe because there's dropouts in the stream.
Yeah, could be.
Bo back. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Now, I think it's also like when people get together, like in a space, there's always something different, and then of course, I mean, Superbooth is also a trade show, which is like kind of the stuff that I tend to forget when I'm there, which is nice to be like at a trade show that doesn't feel like a trade show. But of course, the people that are there, they looking to make deals with like sell their stuff to all these different stores. So, and we don't, as a visitor or someone like filming stuff or just hanging there, you don't notice that much. But that's going on a lot of times, a lot of behind the not closed doors, but just like in the direct conversation, and much easier and quicker than you would do like via email and usually so and of course scientists have conventions and teachers have everybody has like conventions because people like to get together in the end.
Of course. I was more reflecting on the fact that it's how do you say, it's maybe it's not that we have the conventions or events. It's rather that it's not that I'm surprised at the amount of events, rather the lack of online events, I would say. Like the amount of events makes a lot of sense to me, and they have their role. But I'm like, it's interesting that something like this is very novel still in our scene.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not really been done. Not to my knowledge anyway, like in this way. So that was something I think that's been surprising me over the last few years, actually, being much more kind of in tune with the gaming space and the general tech space online, where I feel like we as a music tech community, I mean, more so synth and modular, maybe are slightly behind in terms of like the online evolution. That's my reflection on it, and it's really cool seeing that it's happening more and more, and people are doing more things online.
Yeah, getting kicked and getting dragged, kicking and screaming into the new world.
Yeah, whether we like it or not. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Although I am thinking about the powwow shows, like in terms of online thing, for me, that was very novel. When I got invited with doing the powwow shows, that was live streaming, and then you get this international community of modular artists performing every week, every other week, and from all over the world. And that was great. It was great getting a ping on YouTube and watching someone perform live from Tokyo. I don't know, 2 p.m. and just being in a gig at work at the same time. That was kind of fantastic. So
yes, of course. I wonder how many people here watched this while they were doing while they were at work. and at work or at their home office. So in the background, because that's one nice thing about these shows where people just chat. It's also nice background noise. So it's a nice sort of ambient, I feel.
Yeah.
It's like having the radio on, but
Oh, yeah.
an actual show you maybe want to listen to, because it's more related than most radio content that you find out there. But that's how I've been looking at these and videos for some time. It's things will pull my attention and I'll stop and focus and maybe full screen something. But I leave videos playing and streams, even where I just can't see them and it's audio, as much as possible, because working with audio, as you all know, you can't really have other audio on. I'm really jealous of friends that say, "Oh, I've been listening to all these new albums and I found this artist and I've had their back catalogue on all afternoon." I'm like, yeah, I can't do that with the work I do. But I do try and follow these streams in that kind of way, just to leave them on.
I just like to turn on and then see, what's happening. Cool. So, and then, of course, now I need to go. But I was here at least for like 5 or 10 minutes. It just feels like checking in with, cool, the crowd is there. So that's what the stream punks are doing also. I know a few of them are in here who've been, have been traveling from stream to stream and, stream punking.
Yeah, I think that's very nice. I actually I found 2 things that I can do in the studio that are worthwhile while I'm listening to like a podcast or a stream or something. So one I did today, some cleaning and reorganizing of the studio. That's so nice, like having a stream on, like you don't have to really engage with it. It's just ongoing, having somebody with you while you're doing the chores. And also sound design I've found was, for me at least, very interesting listening to like a podcast or an audiobook or something while I'm tweaking something. It was inspirational somehow. And it's also when you're doing like a pack to sell or something, so you're doing a lot of work, and it becomes a little bit monotonous. Then having like an audiobook on or something or a podcast was actually quite nice. And it kind of, I don't know if it unconsciously got, affected what I did, but
I would ask one question to that. Do you have that playing from the same speakers you're editing, or do you have like your phone lying there? There's an audiobook, and then you edit these 100 audio files.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll have it on this computer, and then I have the bigger speakers over there.
Because then your brain can kind of manage like the difference. You're like, okay, that's just someone chatting there. It's good.
I think when it's like, when it's not stuff that you need to be hyper focused on.
Yeah.
So I'm amazed by your guys' focus. Like all of you have mentioned about listening to something or doing something. I can't. Like as soon, even if I'm because my work revolves around writing, but if I have to listen to music at the same time, then I'm just going to stop writing and listen to the music. So I can't. At work, I just put on noise if I just want to cancel everyone out and not have to focus on anything. That's the only thing that helps. It's either music or writing or reading or audiobook. I can at least walk and listen to audiobooks at the same time. That's my maximum.
Okay. But what kind of noise?
Okay. It's gray noise.
Okay.
Which is tuned.
How's it tuned? How's the tuned gray noise?
There's a lovely site which I don't even recall the name of right now, but I'll find it out for you in a bit. Which one of the nice things that it does is that you can actually tune the site to your actual hearing, so you can test your hearing out, and then you can tune it. And the concept of gray noise is that it sounds the same level throughout the band.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Contrary to white noise, which is like you always feel that the high sounds higher than the low ones, right? Then
it's like with white and pink, how equal power and what feels like even level to us, the kind of equal energy, equal power thing. There's different ways to do it. Is it mynoise.net? I've just posted that link.
Yes, it is. You're
like a
correct.
graphic EQ where you can blend colors of noise.
And
getting super geeky at this point, talking noise profiles.
So what did you use it for? I didn't quite understand.
Okay, but I'll let you know in just 1 second. The nice thing about that, first off, is that you can actually sign up and help the guy out. So like I'm a member in that site, and I really recommend that people give a check because it has all kinds of ambient stuff going on. And the nice thing is that they have like a small 10 bands or something, and it can be about the noise or about any other sound, and each band represents different values, and you can have them randomize over time, like slowly or more fast, which is great because you can set up the noise and then you can have it randomized over time, which means that you're listening to gray noise, but it's not always just fluctuating a bit. And it just helps me concentrate when I'm working. I just put it on the headphones and then I work and I forget about everything else.
Okay.
I don't know if Heimbach just dropped out briefly, but I've just found it. I'll put the link in the chat again. Heimbach's there, maybe you can share my screen. I find it noise. It's almost like deliberately overloading the brain, isn't it? I've had noise on before when I've wanted to shut my eyes on a busy train or plane and I need some rest, and a low level of some kind of noise. It's like distraction almost because it's so broadband, there's nothing to fixate on. So it's almost like getting a level of noise to make me shut off.
Okay, so
I've used it.
So the way the brain works when it comes to, and now I'm gonna deeply geek out. So just a tiny bit of neuroscience. So the way that it works, especially when it comes to sounds or abrupt information, like something in your visual area, or especially when it comes with sound, is your brain recognizes changes, right? So like if something changes in your immediate environment, something will fire up in your brain. And what noise does is, as soon as you put it on, obviously your ears are going to focus on it because that's all there is. But after a while, your brain is going to say, this is not important. There's not, like, it keeps being the same thing again and again. So nothing is important. I'm not in danger from whatever it is that makes this sound. So it kind of just goes in the background, and since this noise is just covering everything else, we just isolate it.
But it's almost like an audio blanket, isn't it? It's not. You're not focused on it. I know exactly what you mean. It's just it disappears over time, but it does do something to how the rest of the audio and the world around you sounds. It's a feeling that I find I'm left with, and I find it easier to relax. Again, headphones in or earbuds in on a train or a plane. And I find it easier to just kind of relax and tune the world out.
That's interesting. Yeah, I haven't tried that. I feel like I should.
Yeah, you should definitely give it a try. And I don't know, the same person who does this site does a couple of other ones, which and he also has different options on the My Noise site, where it's about like alpha levels or theta waves and stuff like that, supposedly influencing your brain. Personally, whenever I've read into all of this, it didn't feel like that's actually something that it kind of sounded like pseudoscience to me. But the part about the gray noise, it's nothing super fancy. It's just the way that your brain works.
It seems logical enough to me that it sort of yes, it sort of dulls your senses in a way. You're not reacting to anything particular in the sound, unlike music where there's always like elements that will catch your attention. And I mean, I guess the same sort of goes for example, I prefer to listen to music without vocals in it, for example, because I feel like it's super distracting when it's vocals. And of course that has biological reasons as well, where you're picking up on people speaking, especially if it's in your language. That's even more annoying.
That's super interesting because being in Sweden and not being very familiar with the language, well, up to a point, it's always interesting to see how my brain reacts to foreign language. So when I walk down the street, it instantly thinks, "Oh, is this English? Wait, is this Greek?" Like, and it tries to translate stuff, whereas it's not. It's Swedish. Like, you wouldn't understand what's going on. And the same applies to music. So it's interesting how your brain works when it comes to information coming in.
There's lots of really good mentions of apps and various things in the chat, but there's lots of baby apps as well that are just white noise generators and toys to help.
Yeah. Some people just use a fan.
Yeah, we found the fan helped.
Yeah, and there was something like a womb sound generator, something like that. I remember seeing at some point, like, and it sounded very ambient, and, you know.
It must be pretty loud in there with all the gargling and blubbering and all the blah, 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 blah. I guess it sounds more like a Metasonics D1000 drum machine.
God.
Filtered and pinged and like stuff then. With all the it's called the gastric tract, all these noises that are happening around there, and all the flanging and phasing going on, and all the echoes. It's maybe pretty trippy.
There must be an impulse response for that.
I wonder if you can say that if there's this thing, there's an impulse response for that. Is that a thing yet?
There's got to be. I mean, people think of impulse responses for reverbs. When there's two ways to do it, you either sweep a sine wave across, usually 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz, out of a loudspeaker, record that, so you effectively record the reverberant space, and then you phase invert what comes back sine wave to remove it. So it's like a print of the reverb of the real space. Or you can fire a starter pistol, which tends to be what most sound designers and impulse response engineers build. You can just go in with a starter pistol, bang, and a microphone. But we did a really nice one for a project that was a really cool, liquid, strange, probably could have mimicked an internal body sound, although materially very different, through a saxophone. We put an earbud, took the mouthpiece off the saxophone and an earbud inside, really cranked the volume. So it was, distorting the hell out of the earbud, but enough to kind of resonate this space, and then put a microphone down the bell of the saxophone. And what you were left with was this strange, swirling, gargling chorus-like thing. Really weird. But there's got to be some human body impulse response stuff. There's all sorts of weird stuff online. We maybe haven't found it yet.
I'm trying to think how would they pull it off? Like, get a balloon to make the shot? And I don't want to know. I don't think I want to know if it's a thing.
Disgusting or rude, you could do the inside of your mouth with a transducer on your cheek and a contact mic on the other. Like, there'd be ways of doing it. Maybe
and
not.
Then the impulse response of your thoughts.
We're gonna see videos popping up from that from tomorrow on.
Now I just want to buy DivKid's mouth impulse responses. Like, I need to have them.
Yeah, that would be great. And then we can make a compilation album, right? It's like inside DivKid's mouth, and it's just.
Maybe isn't it just three? Isn't it like tuned bandpass filter all like? Yeah, or like vowels, so we create vowels at least. That's like tuned bandpass filters, right? You need 3 tuned bandpass filters to create all the vowels, I think.
Sort of, yeah. In fact, when we have Stein and Priscilla on from This Is Not Rocket Science, they've been making far more kind of intelligent models. I think of Priscilla's kind of vocal tract and vocal tones, and they're using some digital learning kind of her mouth for their formant filter.
That's crazy, lovely.
It's be much more than, as you say, a few band pass that you move around to model it. It's going to be way more accurate. Which, interestingly, I wonder if that's going to be kind of better or worse. Music, I mean, it's subjective. Better and worse is always subjective. But will we like it more because it's more accurate, or will it just seem strange and actually we just want free bandpass filters to do our formants?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like when you cross into the uncanny valley.
Yeah.
Things that are real, but too real, but not. Yeah, there's a crazy. Something is off about that. Like now, Siri goes on here because I said crazy. I need to switch her off.
And now we need to know what does that lead to in your Siri?
Yeah, it leaded her to playing a track of mine. I don't know why. This is stupid robots. Sorry.
Formant question mark. A formant is typically modeling human vowels. So you get formant filters that you run, rich waves, squares, and saws. And the various peaks of multiple band passes aim to model the A, E, I, O, U, the human vowel sounds.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try and find a link for formant filtering for you.
Didn't we go down this path in one of the Single Malt Synthesis previous videos where we just started jamming and doing weird stuff with? I don't
because
remember.
you had the pink trombone or something.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use it this time. It'll be too crazy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, formant, according to Wikipedia, is the spectral shaping that results from acoustic resonance of the human vocal tract. There you go, to the person that asked that one.
Very good.
Go into this. I think I'd just keep leading us down weird paths, and for that,
I'll just be lost like into. Then you come back and did you know?
It's this fetish that I keep getting into everyone else's streams.
So I had to ask one of the guests you had on, Koma Elektronik.
Yep.
Yeah. Did they say, because I missed out a little bit, did he speak on it's Wouter? Yes.
Wouter, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did he speak on if they're like doing any new filter or something?
No, they're not doing one right now.
Yeah.
So because I think someone was asking if there was a new one because the SV201 was not being produced at the moment.
Yeah.
Because they have to focus at the products that are right now selling. So I'm going to move those.
Yeah, well, I was of course looking through their product page when you had them on. So, but I remember the filter, and I remember that was the one thing that got me excited. I mean, all of the stuff looks cool and all, but I was just curious if he spoke on it.
I still would love that, like the what's it called? The Complex. That's just such a dream sequencer. So with CV recording and all that stuff, and you can sequence the sequencer and so hands-on. It's
the big one.
Mission. Yeah, it's the big one.
Yeah,
so that's a really, really cool tool. So because I like very tactile sequencers, I like where I can easily touch everything. I can't really dial too much. So.
Yeah, sliders.
Sliders. Okay, sliders, of course.
Yeah, but it's the same for me. I don't want, too, at least not in URAC form, not too many, levels of menus. And I prefer it more hands-on.
And the funny thing is, I was just going to mention Sam's video because Sam Lukman did a video on sequencers.
Yeah.
And they were talking about all the different ones. And guess who just appeared backstage? Sam.
Okay, yeah, of course.
That's very fun. Shall I punch you in or do you need a minute?
Yep. Bring him in.
Okay, I'll just see you in the private chat. Okay, I'll just punch him in. 1, 2, 3. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. How's everybody?
Doing well.
What are we talking about? Yeah, I've been waiting to get caught up for the last 10, 15 minutes. So touching on formants and then Koma Elektronik.
Yeah, exactly. And then we were on sequencers. We're talking about the search sequencers. And I was saying that they're complex sequencers, like one of the dream sequences for me because everything is tactile. And then I thought about your video and then I said, oh, you are there. Interesting.
Which sequencer you're talking about? Which
Complex. Koma Complex.
Is there? Have they got? Oh my god! I've got to check that out.
They've got a giant one. It's really lovely.
Oh, that one! Yes, of course. Yeah. That blew my mind when I saw it first.
Sam, where are you? Are you in a bunker?
Yeah, I'm in a cave in the back of my flat. It's a cave.
Yeah,
makes sense. There's usually simps there, but they're in another cave. Funnily enough. So yeah, where are you guys? Where is everybody?
Home.
No cave here.
I love this idea. More like a normal room.
Lovely.
It looks like the old, like where they used to cool stuff, like with a round.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Well, I think it was for laundry because it's a basement flat, and I think there's a stove there and like water bits, and then there's drainage on the floor. But this is just because of lockdown. I put a door on it. Literally just shoved the door on it. And yeah, it's dry. There's no damp.
Yeah, that's good.
Can't complain.
I like that you're still soldering.
Sorry?
I like that you're still soldering, Sam. Edna in the chat says, Sam's got 1,000 oscillators to solder.
Any free time, man, you got to do it.
So how's the ventilation down there?
Don't know. I guess I'll find out in 40 years with lung issues. No, it's okay. I mean, I was going to, I thought it would be a bit rude to turn on my extraction fans. So I'm just going to have to, you know, use the northern grit and just hope the lungs will filter it out. You know? so this is a Superbooth online.
Yeah.
Right, I'm back for the next 3 days, right?
Yes.
Next 2 days. This is the first one.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not, yeah, basically we're just sharing the Superbooth hashtag. We're not like sponsored anything by them, or like they did at no say in the program. It's all like organized basically by Constantine, Ben, and me. And yeah, so we're just doing in talks to them also.
Yeah. So you've got a program. Have you got it scheduled and planned for the next 2 days? Who you have on as well, or is it
every day?
Every single day.
Yeah, every day. So yeah, tomorrow it will be Herbs and Stones, EU Wave, Warung Modular, Shakman Modular, Erika Synth, Sleepy Circuits, Tuck Tuck Tuck, Instrument of Things, This Is Not Rocket Science, Clavis, and Bastel. And
nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh well, I'll definitely watch it tomorrow. I didn't realize it was Wednesday. I remember you were saying Wednesday.
Yeah.
The days blur together.
Of course. Yeah, and the actual Superbooth would have been like Thursday, but I didn't want to like have too much overlap with because I saw that Sonic State wanted to do something. I said, okay, no, we don't want too much overlap, so everybody. So it's I was worried that it would be like too much there, but I don't think that's a worry I should have had because people are jumping across streams anyway.
Yeah,
and that's just a very healthy and good thing to do. So, but yeah, so I thought Wednesday would be a good start. So
yeah.
We should
so
also.
what are you? So what are you soldering on, Sam?
Oh, just some mega drones. Mega drones. I've only just started. I was just like, I need something to do whilst we're chatting. Just fiddly fingers. So, you know, got to keep on cracking on.
I was going to say we should also mention who's on day 3 on Friday.
Yes. Oh, that's great because like I was so happy because we've got Monkey on and he was last year here in my studio when Superbooth was, but he managed to find a VPN that will support at least 480p through the Great Firewall. And
the Great Firewall. That's a good one.
That's great.
So he's on the 1st on Friday, and that makes me really happy. He's bringing like he just showed me the latest prototype of Wing Pinger that he just got. So, and that's going to be a very lovely instrument. I'm looking forward to hearing more of that. And because it's been a long time in the making, and he's gone through so many iterations with that instrument. Yeah. It's just becoming more and more playable and more varied. And then we've got Soundforce on, DPV, Chair Audio, Befaco, Geranalog, RetroKids, Sonic Lab, which will be kind of self-promoterish because I'll be then showing my new test equipment VST.
Ooh!
Yes.
Shiny.
It's big and round also. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
cool.
It's very nice. And
is this the reveal? Is this the first time you've mentioned that?
No, it's not the real. I revealed it like in a Patreon Q&A, I think.
Okay.
But yeah, and it's gonna be the first time there will be like an actual look how it looks and what we've implemented so far. But that's gonna be on Friday, and then we've got 3-tom Modular, and then we get 8X Systems. Yes. So, And for those days already, the three main guests are the three guests that are like on from the start are already planned. We get Gaz Williams on Thursday, Panic Girl, and Sarah Bell Reed for the Thursday. And the afternoon and Friday, we've got Andreas Schneider, Flavia, aka I'm Young Padawan, and Peter Kern from Create Digital Music.
Oh, that's cool.
So that's gonna be the general plan for the next 2 days.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's mad that it's just not there anymore. Superbooth. It's all online now.
Yeah,
It's crazy. Everybody would be doing it right now.
The one
So
nice thing.
how are
Sam-
you? Sorry, Dave. Go.
No, it's all good. I was just going to say, Sam, briefly, the one thing that we all get is actually more time together, because it would be a very brief, hey, Sam, how's it going? And that would probably be it. truth be
Yeah.
told. We're
very
kind
good
of
point.
also busy. Sorry, Bo, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, Sam, how are you holding up? Like, how are you doing? Because I guess you had a lot of gigs planned, I suppose.
Yeah. All the gigs got cancelled. It's like holiday.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah. It's fine. It is what it is. But
Yeah.
like I've just got a new building, so I'm just pulling walls down and stuff. So I'm keeping busy. What about you guys?
Oh, you moved out from the school, yeah?
Yeah. It's just that I tend to move nearly every year, so
Okay.
it's a bit of a mad one. But
What kind of a building is it this time?
it used to, this is really annoying. So Heimbach already knows, but so I've got a dentist this time. It's a dentist. However, the issue with a dentist is in England, there's planning permission laws that make it very hard to change from a dentist to a workshop. The only thing I found out I could actually do after trying to change the planning permission and all this stuff is open a damn museum.
Which has been your plan all along.
It sort of has been, but now I have to. I have to open a museum. So
I think that's so good.
find some things.
Yeah, working on your legacy, man. It's
Well,
really
yeah,
good.
no, I've been talking to. Do you know Tom Richards? I'm trying to get him to make the a mini ceramics machine. So Daphne Aram's ceramics.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, talked like he made a new
miniature
one, right?
version.
Yeah, talked with him like ages ago.
It will be absolutely awesome because I think it's all PCB and stuff. I think it will be reasonably. I just think it would be cool to do stuff like that. Just trying to celebrate a lot of experimental DIY independent people who build things and stuff. And
awesome.
Just I don't know. See how it goes.
So in a dream,
Sorry?
I was going to say, in a dream world, what would a Look Mum No Museum contain?
Look,
Oh,
what
wait.
museum? Oh
Wait,
god,
wait.
you guys are on fire.
Yeah. No, it's called the Museum of Everything Else. It's had a name for 8 years or so, and it's what better time to open it in this climate, hey? Such a bad timing.
Oh no, it's gonna be fine. Museum's gonna be like among the first to open. I think in Berlin they're opening again. Like
Oh,
in 2
really?
weeks. Yeah, they're opening
Okay.
in 1 or 2
Oh,
weeks.
that's good. Well,
So
you
4th
guys
of
can
May or
all-
something.
All pop along and do a talk. It'll be all right.
Yeah.
Residencies.
Otherwise, I thought like museum, maybe a Furby zoo could have been a
Furby
thing.
zoo.
I don't know. Like,
I definitely got to get more Furbies. It just seems like a very good opportunity to hoard more things. Because I just need to validate my hoarding.
yeah, of course. Yes, you started a museum. I mean, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, through no choice of my own, but what can you do? Has anybody else had things cancelled except for Superbooth, obviously? But what's been cancelled?
There was Machina Bristronica that you were
Oh.
playing. Were you playing at that, weren't you, Sam?
Yeah, that got cancelled, didn't it? That was one of the first ones to go. That was really sad. I was
And
looking
then, of
forward to
course,
that.
yeah, and then of course for us, Symphreactor with Toman.
yeah.
That would have been around 2 weeks from now or something, a week from now. We would have had more time together at Symphreactor.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was fun. It was like
That
a
was
very
super fun.
exhausting weekend, wasn't it?
I'm just hoping that they're just pushing it forward in time, so we can still do it some other time this year, possibly. So hopefully,
Gatherings up to 50 people are allowed in Germany if they are essential. Like,
I don't think that.
it was like it has to be like a funeral or wedding.
Oh,
So
I
we
mean,
should organize one of these things then.
I don't know.
Want to get married?
I think Simon could probably argue that his trying to beat the pedal world record again is pretty essential.
Yeah, definitely. And this
I was,
time,
I was wondering this about essential work. I thought if I want to go out and film some synths up on the moors or in a woodland or forest, in the UK they've said that you should work from home where you can, and that travel should be essential. And I thought, well, the argument would be, I do this for a living, so it is essential. If that is the content I create and the content is what pays the bills, then maybe I can take a modular and a battery up onto the moorland and film something cool at sunrise or sunset. But I don't think that will fly.
Is it policed? Is the moorland, is that like, are there like rangers?
I've not been up to look, but there's lots of videos of the police flying drones around trying to catch dog walkers and things, saying that, you know, exercise is supposed to be once a day and around your house, not, you know, driving out to some nice point to then exercise, even though you're nowhere near anyone.
Fair enough. Got to do what we've got to do, but
definitely increased police presence around.
In Sweden it's pretty chill still, so I think I could take the modular somewhere without anybody really caring. Like it's still pretty relaxed over here. But I had a really fun trip to Stockholm planned. That was I just wanted to go there and visit a few studios.
You're going to see Simon?
Sorry?
Were you going to go and see Simon as well?
Yeah. We were talking about seeing each other, and Jacob Hack as well, who is in Stockholm, and also maybe Woody Piano Shack, who's also there. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, we were talking, and I also had was going to check out Propellerheads or Reason Studios headquarters as well, and I had how do you say, sit down with some guys from a Swedish music production podcast, top level producers in the pop and hip hop scene. So we were gonna do sort of like a music producer myths dispelled kind of thing. You know, sit down and talk about like typical things that people say online and what their takes on that was and stuff like that, and just kind of make kind of an advice video and maybe a studio tour and stuff like that. So but I actually canceled it myself. This was pretty early on because I had a sense where it was heading. Like I said, this ain't gonna happen. Like it's better if I just cancel everything and prepare to stay at home
and have the peace of mind then, right? The peace of mind.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, like bringing back control. And that was like I was sitting because this was really this was in early February maybe where I made this decision, so things were really not hitting. It was hitting Europe but not Sweden at all. So I was just sitting down, like talking to my sister who lives in Stockholm, and she said, it's fine if you're coming over, and then the other day I just got this epiphany, like, oh, this is just going to get worse, and because I'm a healthcare professional, so I sort of understood what they were saying. Like I sort of got the message. So I started like preparing mentally pretty early that, probably nothing's going to happen. Like it's, but it was weird, but it is what it is. And now we're here instead. So, I mean, it's things evolve and change.
Are you still working as a healthcare professional?
A little bit. Yeah, that stuff got canceled too. I was consulting for schools, so leadership consulting. So that stuff, of course, got canceled too because I'm not traveling across Sweden to meet with like groups of people. Like no. So I called and canceled all of that as well. But it wasn't a big thing this year because I started the year with full time YouTube basically. So in a sense, like it's weird because all the plans for the year was was derailed, but at the same time, like most of us with an online platform, it's still pretty okay in a sense that we can recover and do something different. At least we have that option. as opposed to somebody who is only relying on physical events or jobs.
It's a bit scary, isn't it? I've been speaking
Yeah.
to a couple of my friends, trying to figure out what to do. It's like, what can they do, and I was trying to think of like what could try and get them to do some soldering and stuff and give them some dosh and stuff. It's really hard. Like, what can they do? Do you know when like people who are solely relying on, for instance, these people are musical directors and such?
Yeah,
So it's a bit dry right at this minute.
Yeah, for sure. In Sweden, a lot of I don't know how it is in England and in Germany. I reckon it might be similar, but in Sweden we have a lot of culture work. I'm not sure if I'm translating it correctly, but people working in culture, especially people who are employed by the local, the government, I guess. They have been. They have been placed in, for example, elder care or in other places where they're needed within the community instead. So they, at least, they're getting their pay and they're, getting to do some kind of job. So, but that doesn't go for anybody who's self-employed, of course.
Yeah. I mean, in Berlin, we were lucky that can you hear me? In Berlin, we were lucky that the support for many self-employed was really quick and fast. So many people that I know, they got between 5,000 to 15,000 euro to pass, to pay rent, to pay their staff, to pay everything. So, and it was like you made the Antrag, what's called, you wrote them, I need this, and 2 days it took to be on your bank account. Incredibly fast, but that was only
German
only in
efficiency.
Only in Berlin, which is rumored to be the most inefficient thing. And the fun thing there about Berlin, we've got this airport that's never opened, and apparently they are going to open it now in October.
What, for aeroplanes?
Yeah, for aeroplanes. They're going to open BER airport, that was the last thing that I heard. So
it's not the park.
No, it's
not the park.
No,
airport.
It's not Tempelhof. It's a new airport.
Yeah.
So they're
I thought like the old airport in the park. I thought you were.
No. That's lucky. That's the place where everyone escapes to, and I escape there often. But we get another person dropping in now. We get Allard from Sona Traffic, who's one of the people that I always at Superbooth run into, and basically in any synth-related event we run across each other. So good that you're here.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Perfect. We got like a grading also going on.
Oh, I'm on the cheapest webcam on earth.
Nice to see you. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing physically okay. Worried, but I'm moving along. All my work in live sound engineering has come to a grinding halt, of course. Luckily, I have a steady job at the venue where I work, so they have me filling out the database at the moment, which is going to be done in 2 minutes. But the other lucky thing is that I still have a lot of preset design work. So.
Nice. Yeah, that's also fun work. I like preset design work on synthesizers. That's beautiful stuff to do.
I've just finished the assignment. I'm already almost finishing another one, and of course this thick NDAs, I can't talk about it, blah, blah, blah. But, that's actually going pretty well. So,
Yeah, all the NDAs that keep like,
But the biggest one, of course, I ever had was from the Philippines.
You got an NDA from the Philippines?
Yeah, you know who lives there, right? You had it too, DivKid, yeah.
Okay. The B word. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The B word.
Yeah.
That was people that
volunteered. The people that volunteered. That first brought upon the idea of scent-orientated synthesis this year.
Scent, as in scent.
As in scent. Yeah. Nah, it's a joke. Behringer is that's a long topic. That's a long.
It was a little weird this year because the year started off with, this, Stefan, with or everybody knows about the B drama, and then there was, Stefan, that we had the big drama around the synth group.
Exactly.
And then Corona hit. So for me, it was like boom, 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 like all these bad annoying
Yeah.
things that were happening. Like, I mean, it's sometimes that it shakes you up a bit.
Yeah. I was like really like I'm like pushing for to do something about the whole thing that Behringer did, add TSR, but then I realized I saw like close. This is pointless. Everything is gonna get canceled anyway. So yeah. Still. No.
So Alert, did I see you at Superbooth? I think so.
Yeah, you saw me very briefly, but you mainly talked about it with my my coworker Arjan, who is the big coffee freak. So
yeah, he was so
and so are
he
you.
was so cute. He was so cute. He messaged me on Facebook. This is why I really enjoyed Superbooth, partly because of Arjan. He messaged me on Facebook like, "You like good coffee, right?" Mm-hmm. And I'm like, "Yeah, who are you?" or something. I don't sure if we've talked even. Mm-hmm. And he's like, "I'll come by. I'll have the best coffee for you. It's gonna blow your mind." And it was really good. So
the guy knows his coffee.
Yeah, for sure.
Funnily
for sure.
enough, I don't drink a drop of coffee. I don't drink the stuff at all.
Oh my God.
Well, but yeah, then again, I run around Superbooth every year. I've been there since the first episode. I've played 3 of them. 3.5, I'd say, because I also did a stint on the VIP boat, night boat, together with Herr T. Raumschmiere, who I used to sound engineer for, and is still a good friend. And of course, I played the Koma after party a couple of times.
Yes.
Which is basically next door to you, I think, Heimbach.
Yes,
Super
exactly.
close.
Right next, exactly.
Yeah, that was really nice. Yeah.
I love the festival, and I'm really sad I'm not in Berlin at the moment. But
well, you're here now. Cheers, all it.
Yes.
Cheers.
No.
I was for me it was the first time going last year, so it was really I didn't know what to expect really when I went there. Like I had watched some coverage, but I of course realized that going there, especially going there working, is like a totally different beast. But I was just surprised at how nice it was. Just kind of to contrast it. So I went to a Swedish synth music festival. So it's more of a synth music festival, not a gear festival. And what I really like at the core of it all, it's like, and I said this in the video that Stefan referenced earlier, that it's like, for me personally, it's has a lot to do with like being allowed to just geek out, be geeky, talk about geeky stuff, and nobody looks weirdly at you, and people are very much there to geek out, like most of the people. True. I mean, some are there to just listen to music, or but a lot of people are there and open to geeking out, and that's I just love that.
Where's the car? Whose car's that?
That's outside my house. Weird.
It came from nowhere.
Nice sound though.
It sounded really deep.
Yeah, it was a low. I was surprised.
Anyway,
Anyway,
somebody on the chat is going to sample that.
Are you recording this, Dan?
I don't know. I've just remembered that there is the comments, isn't there? I've completely forgot.
Anyway, what you said, Bo, I find Superbooth to be one of the places on earth where I feel totally safe, because I'm with people that I don't have to explain myself to. So yeah,
exactly.
That is a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. Personally, like I my background is I come from a culturally informed family, but they're the wrong kind of culturally informed. So it's a lot of guitars. It's a lot of like rock.
That was wondering where it's going wrongly from the guitars. Okay.
Yeah.
What does he mean?
I mean, like my father did buy me Jean-Michel Jarre Oxygen on vinyl when I was a kid, but so he did introduce me sort of to electronic music, but I did a lot of the discovering myself. And so for me to be, and I think in Sweden, there is of course a lot of electronic music from Sweden, but growing up in Sweden, I wouldn't say that it was, in different eras, it's been bigger and smaller, but it's always been, at least to my knowledge, kind of niche. We didn't have like you had in the UK or in parts of Europe. It's much more of a dance scene. That wasn't my experience.
Are Twice a Man from Sweden, or were they Norwegian?
I don't know.
I don't really like those guys.
See you later, Constantine. Where do we go?
We're just going out for a second, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of good stuff coming from Sweden, but at least where I grew up, there, and in my generation, the like when people were listening to when I would play like electronic music, the general response would just be like, okay, techno, like nobody got it. You couldn't go out clubbing when I was younger and get some really good electronic music, like in Stockholm, sure, in some places, but not when I moved to like a smaller town. You're like, no, it's just pop stuff. So Superbooth for me becomes very important. Yeah, maybe it's like that everywhere, but yeah, at least I get the sense from talking to Ben and others in the UK that there's a little bit more of a culture around electronic music that is a little bit more mainstream in a sense. That's the sense I'm getting, but yeah, maybe it's just maybe it's
Maybe
niche.
it is. Oh man, is it Ben? Is that? Can you say anything about that? Because
you're busy in the cave.
Yeah, but is it more like? Is there more in England? Do you think?
I think a lot of our pop music was ready to embrace electronics quite early on, and quite a lot of crossover. I mean, other countries as well. But yeah, I think with such a big dance scene generally around, big clubs in London, Motion, where Machina Bristronica is held, is consistently voted one of the best clubs in Europe. Certain cities are known for their sounds and movements.
Bristol.
Yeah. The whole Massive Attack trip hop kind of thing in the 90s, and then Bristol, kind of the forefront of the kind of bass house movement.
Yeovil. Don't forget about Yeovil.
What's from What's from Yeovil?
Nothing. I'm just thinking of the crappiest town in England. Oh no. If anybody's from Yeovil,
I was thinking, is that the Wombles or something? Like, were the Wombles in Yeovil or something like that?
I don't know. Where do the Wombles live? I thought they were in Sweden.
We have Google. I'll find out.
Okay.
Where are the Wombles from? Wimbledon and Putney Common, London.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have to say, I was super stressed for the first time I was at Superbooth. I played the first one when it was at Funkhaus. I played at Saal 2, which is one of my nicest shows.
Likewise.
That was amazing there, the sound, because I realized when you realize there's an octave below the lowest octave that you've ever played, and you've got the instruments to play it, you're like, I was in heaven. But I was like, this was too much noise. I went in, I met Wouter on the stairs, and we talked about what would eventually be the field kit in the end. But still, I went in there and was just this massive amount of bleeps and noise and everything, and people like blah blah blah. And I was like, this is too much for me. So I just went straight to the backstage. I think I saw Nick Bat furiously editing stuff in this dressing room thingy, and I just sat there, saw people come in, had like some Brötchen, and just chilled until I had to play. And after that, I was relieved because I'd done my job. I had played. Everything was nice. And then I could start talking to a few people. And the second time, I think, I didn't even buy a ticket. I just went to the lowest floor when it was already at Feds. And I just stayed at the floor. I was like, this is so much noise. It's too much. I just overload. I just went straight, sat by the lake, and just talked to people that came by. So and I think the second time was also when you also wasn't it when you also played at König Otto? I think you played at König Otto then. We played together, I think.
Yeah, I think
that was the second one.
That was the second one when you guys played together.
When we played at König Otto.
Yeah, was that a Superbooth same time?
Yeah, it was Superbooth same time. Yeah, I think you also came in you ran through Superbooth and then went to soundcheck, and then we played. That was.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, it was fun.
But then wasn't the PA? It was a nightmare because the PA was not working.
The PA was not set up. They just had put it up like the guys. they're such nice guys that organized that. I mean, like, it was in my wife's place, basically, but they had brought in their own PA and everything. They brought a Function One, really nice. And then after they set everything up, like, Function One is a heavy piece of equipment, the sound guy came in and said, "What are you doing? It's all wrong.
Sounds familiar.
Move everything down the stairs, blah, blah, blah." And then the sound guy was like, beep, beep, beep on his iPad, set it all up. Okay, now I'm going. that was the thing.
Oh yeah, didn't get sound checks or anything. I mean,
no, it was just do make it up as you go along. And I felt sorry for all you guys because I knew the space basically. I know how to play it because it's massive reverb and everything. It's perfect for my music. I learned like so much about my music in that space. But you just had to roll with it. But
it's good.
That was the first time we hung out. Also, I remember. Yeah.
Yes. Who else was it that played? It was what are their names?
Like a band with two people. One guy was singing, the other was just tractor DJing.
Yeah, it was. I like their songs. They're from Berlin, and I can't remember the bloody names.
And then there was, then we had all like everybody was riding on your synth bike. I remember that.
Yeah, and then some drunk guy fell off it. And broke it.
Oh shit! Okay, that was that. Okay,
it's fine.
Oh yeah. Simon also met Simon for the first time. Then lovely.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, and then of course the second time there started to feel comfortable. That was everything was okay. Hi, blah blah blah. blah. Yeah, but that was friendly. I was just so hungover on the second day that I thought I can't be. I need to play tomorrow. I need to play. So, but then I spent so much time there because all these people meeting all these people.
Time? Oh, sorry, Karen.
I played with Koma. I played at Patch Point. I played at Akut Macht Neu with Monkey. And so lots of concerts, and that was when it started to feel like, okay, this makes sense, and I could basically don't think about the noise so much and just think about the people that I meet and could focus on them. The other times I was really intimidated. I'm not a crowd person, actually. That's why I like being on stage. I'm just nicely, lovingly lonely up there.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's even better in front of house.
Oh yeah. You just give everybody the eye. They come and talk to you, and you're just like,
when Ken and Marco take the stage, I'm safe.
Yeah, like I'm busy here.
Yeah, for me it was going to Superbooth. I'm not a festival kind of guy. If that surprises anybody, that I'm not a party dude.
I don't know. I can see you with those fluorescent.
Yeah. I mean. Truth be told, like if I did party hard or did party, I would party hard. I think I would go all in. Like you'd see me there, like making a fool out of myself with some fluorescent lights and stuff. But going to Superbooth, I think it was for me it was very nice, like going and working because that shields me a little bit. It focuses the attention on certain things, and you're not pulled in 1,000 directions by all what's happening. So for me it was very helpful going there with the intent of doing certain things. I'm not sure. I mean, this might sound weird to some people, but I'm not sure I would have ever gone to Superbooth ever if I hadn't gone there for work. Like I don't have that particular pull to go and enjoy those kind of events if I'm not feeling like I have a specific purpose in that space. I mean that's awesome. Yeah, I'm just not like that. So it was
Sam, Frank in the chat says, was it Strom or Stroma?
Oh no, it wasn't Stroma. Stroma played at the Tom and Synth Reactor last night.
Yeah, they played at Tom and Synth Reactor.
I think you mean a different performance to maybe what they mean.
No, it was something different. It was like goth pop.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played with Stroma. Actually, I did. Like at Nick McCarthy's studio with boogieing all night long. It was quite good, but yeah, I can't remember. What the fuck are their names? I'll find it whilst we're talking.
You've had to break from soldering.
Yeah. Got to stop now. Oh, now I've got to try and spell in German. König.
Otto, which doesn't exist anymore, so it's going to be hard to search for.
What's happened to König Otto?
We couldn't make any money. That's all. So there was no way to make like money in that space basically. So we couldn't uphold it. And
What?
my wife did quickly enough to decide, okay, no, this is not gonna pay out. And so she just said no, doesn't work.
So your wife was running the whole like doing the whole business, paying the business rates and stuff, and
yeah, exactly. She was what's when you are like Pächter, you do basically, there's a complex and then there's the museum and the gallery, but you're doing the what's it called, the cafe basically.
Yeah.
And so and that's her responsibility, but she's self-employed, so that's her thing.
She was renting it out essentially, right?
Renting, yeah, probably pachten. Yeah. So you're like self-employed, doing your own thing there, but you're like connected to the whole other stuff in a way. But
that must have been quite a pricey place to rent. Quite a big building.
Yeah.
Massive.
Yeah, massive. Yeah.
But I think she was just renting one bit then, or not?
Yeah,
or
no, she was renting basically. She was doing the gastronomy part of the whole Center for Contemporary Art.
Right.
So it was tough. I mean, it's not Köln. She got mugged by teenage gangs, and so it was not that easy to be there. But it was a lovely way to give like modular music and experimental music a nice venue.
Yeah.
So we had all these beautiful concerts there, which were a whole lot of work. Constantine played. It was
twice.
Twice.
And I think I opened for you, Heinrich,
yeah,
on your first show there. So probably the first person to play there.
Yeah, you were the first person to play in König Otto, definitely.
Yeah,
so,
that was nice.
Yeah, and there was, and then
PA system every time. Did they have to bring a PA system in every time, or was there one there?
I bought one. I bought like one from my hometown, like from the Black Forest. I bought an old vintage one, which I knew would sound good. Then we borrowed some subs from Basic Electricity when Basic Electricity was then run into the venue. So we had to set up everything every time we played, because it was a cafe, so move all the things. So it was a lot of work, but it gave like the music and the music such a value, the space, the sound, and that was kind of the mission, to take stuff that would normally happen like in cellars and with 10 people, 15, 20 people or so, and into something that would be like a proper listening show. So and that's been one of my concerns, always, to give music value and to present it in a way that's nice. And for example, there was a lift. I think I showed you that. You know that lift because you played that. There's a lift to the back, and every time I would like guide the artist to go in via the lift, go down the stairs to their set, so they have an entrance instead of like you shift my way through on stage. So trying to do some theatrics and doing it nicely.
You should get you don't got it anymore. What about the when they get the ripcord, the cord from the back of the building?
That would work, right?
Yeah, but we wouldn't have been allowed to change a nail in there because it was all like protected because it's a Baudenkmal. I don't know, when you've got buildings that are so old, you can't change anything
until they fall down.
No, you are allowed to do, but if you have to put like in a screw somewhere, you have to get a permission and stuff like that,
Okay.
So.
Damn. There's a lot of them.
Giving a proper place to musicians is something I also try with the event I do in Utrecht. The trick I have is I have them perform in the middle of the space. So everybody can walk around them and see exactly what they're doing, which is very important, since if we put up our modular and face the audience, they can't see anything of what we do. Which is
the Dungeon Master look. I hate that by modular shows when you just play Dungeon Master.
That's actually a good what is that theme of conversation is performance style on modular. Good. Like that idea of like you're saying, the Dungeon Master, and having to be able to be surrounded around, like you say, to give him a good place to.
I really liked Strömme.
Yeah.
At TSR last year. I hadn't seen them before. I really enjoyed their performance. That was very epic for me, anyway. Seeing somebody perform that kind of stuff, like it's the kind of music that I listened to a lot growing up. That kind of, I guess, more trance type dance music, and I just enjoyed the, I was like, aren't the modules gonna fall off because they're like almost like pounding the modular? I thought it was kind of cool.
It's interesting that they've got their back to the audience, which is a big no. Don't put your back to the audience, but yet it frees you up to be part of what they're doing. I know Eric Schlappy from Schlappy Engineering actually tilts his case kind of this way towards the audience, so he's a little bit leaned over, a bit like Daedalus when he was performing with his monome, and the monome was always out towards the audience as opposed to back towards him.
And heavy metal keyboard players.
Have you seen that round
swiveling stands?
Oh, but the Rammstein.
Yeah. Yeah, but you, Sam, you've also like sometimes back turned, then you move back. You're moving all around the stage, right? So everybody can see what you're doing and everything. Of course, your knobs are like big, so everybody knows what you're doing.
Big and twisted knobs.
Yeah. It's always very. That's a theme that I found. It's for British people. It's very funny to say the word knob.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's not as funny when you say it to an American or something. There's like
knob.
The knob.
Yeah, I've encountered that a lot online, and I was so confused. I'm like,
it always comes from the British.
Yeah, exactly. They're a little tense about the whole language thing. It's also always the British who say that I pronounce things wrong. Now, I'm no language expert here, but I know that there's plenty of English people. Me and Ben had this conversation. Plenty of English people who can't speak English very well either. So
I'm here. Yeah. I'm right here.
Ouch.
No need to throw it right at me. No,
I've had plenty of comments about the way I pronounce chat.
What's chat? What do you mean?
The chat where people are typing.
Chat.
Oh, chat.
And I also, I think I nailed that one. Chat.
Yeah, but
and I also say. Let's see if I can say it the wrong way. Check it.
Check it.
Check it. So I don't say the. Yeah. So I've had plenty of those comments, so I feel like I can bash a bit back. Come back when you learn Swedish.
Exactly.
There's something to be said for learning another language, though. It's more intentful. I think you're intentionally learning English as a second language. So in a lot of ways, you probably will pronounce, certainly better than me, a lot of things because it's been given more thought and attention. Whereas lazily, at least to me, it's never been thought about. Like I'd have to think if I was learning another language.
My English teacher, he showed us Die Hard, the first part, where you've got, is it Werner Gruber, the German top terrorist, the terrorist? And he speaks very precisely. And that was like, he gave us that example of a movie where the English is too good, like too overpronounced.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, this will make you sound weird. So and
it makes you sound like a villain.
It makes you sound like it makes you sound like a villain. And no, but the thing is like that was really interesting because he was concerned. He was talking about real use, and he also had like all these different tidbits about what you should do when you're getting stopped, like by a cop in the USA. You should always overemphasize your accent and stuff like that. So yeah, I had no idea, Herr Officer. So, and I have to say that advice has gotten me through some airport security much easier. So if I just be, this is my instrument. You can't. I can't check my instrument. What shall I do? It really works.
Yeah, it works for Swedes too, because Swedes sound like this when it's, hello, my name is Bosse. I come from Sweden. Hello there. So you sound a little stupid, so you could do that. I did it once when I was in customs and after 9/11 and in going into the States, and I got really stressed out by he was asking me like all these thorough questions, and I was like, I don't know. I'm gonna go to New York and look at stuff and.
You sound like the Swedish chef now.
That's a stereotype you can play into. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
funny. It's funny.
That was
Yeah.
you're doing it over the top. That was good.
I don't think we'd get away with that. I don't think there's a stereotypical English thing we can kind of retreat into that would ever do us any favors.
I think there is. You're speaking it now. It's soft law. I'm sorry, officer. I don't understand. We don't have running water up here. What's hot water? I don't know, man. Well, that's what I do.
I loved it when you made that sound jacket. I think it was for a family or friend's wedding, and you said that like the bride or the groom were from Leeds, which is the next town over from me, and you hit one body part and he went, "I've been to Leeds."
Oh yeah. No, War of the Roses. Yeah.
Yeah, but in German also, like this also works. Like this shift in dialect also works in German. For example, I come from the south of German, and I got an accent by that just by growing up. But my parents didn't come; they came from the north, so I'm kind of like able to switch between like high German and accented German. And every time, like I talk with friends, of course, I switch to that southern German dialect. But also when I'm talking to like I don't know someone like a handyman, it's always nicer to switch into the real you, maybe. So when you're talking to people like that, it has this thing. But I would never do that, for example, when I were like at an office or something. I would be like, ja, natürlich, and not like, ja. That's
it's
for
quite
the
calm
Germans.
sounding. Ja.
Ja.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to take.
No, it's very like my original accent is very very calm and very it's a bit slower. Melodic.
Calmer than you are already, Heimann. More soothing than you are currently.
Half speed.
Yeah.
I kind of like the Berlin accent.
Yeah, my family is from south of Germany, from München. So ich spreche nur ein bisschen Deutsch, aber nicht so viel. So when I was going there as a kid, I tried speaking German to the and there, you know how they can be down south, like, ich verstehe nicht. Every time, like I tried to speak German to them, they were like, no, like they were pretty hard on me. It's interesting because, like you say, Stefan, it's like when you go to Berlin, it's very easy to hear what everybody is saying in German. Like it's very easy to understand. It's very clear, like very pronounced. And then you go to München, and it gets a lot harder for me anyway.
Yeah, it's also my wife. She speaks she speaks the best English because she can be understood all over the world. She's completely in the universal like English, so she can speak English to someone in Indonesia that they will understand. While I start to speak to the same person, I would be like blah 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 blah, and it was and she was like in a very shortened like I think not the pidgin kind of form, like the language of travel, the language of trade, internet, like simple trade and stuff, and that would really work well, like compared to my attempts at speaking English. So she's much more universal translator than I am.
Oh, man. No.
When we're on the topic of language, I thought about something which might be a little bit funny. I was thinking, like, are there like words or terms that you guys use because of like historical reasons that people often interpret the wrong way in our communities? For example, I remember getting so many comments about the fact that I, for years online, said sound card instead of audio interface.
Sound card's fine.
Because sound card is like, when in Swedish we don't differentiate between like the sound card inside of computer and outside. Not really. Like we'd say like ljudkort, sound card, literally in Swedish. Do you guys have any of those words, like where people just don't get it, or like for historical reason have changed or something like that? Just curious.
I think I have, but they just don't come to mind. There are many false friends. You know, like the words that I mean in German something, it means something completely different in English. So I can't remember like what they are right now. They'll come up.
Yeah.
They come up when I think about it. Yeah. Yeah, it's handy, for example. Handy. I'm got a call on my handy.
What's
So
a
this is-
handy?
That's the handy.
Cell phone.
Oh, my cell phone.
A handy means something
My
very
cell
different
phone. No, it's
in
a handy.
Australia.
Oh yeah.
I
GSM
saw
in
an
the
Australian comedian talk about
What do you
handy.
guys call texts when you get text on the phone? What's that called
SMS.
in your mind? SMS.
Text.
Yeah.
Text.
Or if it's WhatsApp, app.
Okay.
An app would be a message in WhatsApp.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
Really?
so
Yeah.
so you
In the
can say
Netherlands,
SMS in English as well.
Oh, SMS is old school. I like
SMS,
that.
Yeah.
SMS is the actual technology involved, so it hasn't
Wow.
been SMS for a
I've
while,
just
right?
received an SMS.
Isn't that the song by Isn't that a song by Sting?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I send SMS to the world.
I sent a single malt synthesis. That's what it is.
Ah, single malt synthesis. Yeah, that's. Sorry, it's taken now.
Cheers.
The
Cheers.
new usage say, cheers, single malt
Yeah, what
synthesis.
happened? Who's
Cheers.
got the single malt?
I've got the single malt, and I've been
Everyone has a single malt.
Where's
enjoying
Ben's?
gently.
I don't. It would mean a trip to the kitchen.
Oh, damn it. I've got a single malt Dibner. That's it.
Oh, Guinness is it's a very healthy beer.
It counts.
Is
It
it?
counts.
That's what
No,
I tell
just
my
feels-
girlfriend. One of
Lots of
my
iron.
5 a day. One of my 5 fruits.
But that's because they had all this marketing, like Guinness a day keeps, I think, doctor away and stuff like that.
Does it?
Yeah, I mean, like in German Irish pubs, you know. If you go to a German Irish pub, that's like the standard thing you'll see. You see all these
There's
Guinness
a lot
plaques.
of Irish pubs in Germany.
Yeah, a lot of them. There's a strong German Irish connection. I remember being in County Mayo, for example. Okay, that's a war story already. No, but it was like I wasn't in the war, but there were like big arrows pointing in one way, like made with stones. And I was like, what are these? And then the guy said, "Oh, they were for the Luftwaffe, so they know where to go." So to pass on, because they would circle around and then go like this way. So I think some of that might have been.
Oh,
so they were-
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe
Where-
he was
in Ireland.
in Ireland. Yeah. Or he was taking the piss. That could also be true.
Oh, maybe.
But I was thinking like,
I
oh.
was trying to think of the geography. That's quite a way out for the Luftwaffe to be, isn't it?
Yeah, I was thinking too. But maybe go back. Don't bomb here. You're the wrong way. That could also be a thing.
Yeah, I think it's probably a surely.
Yeah.
Let's find out.
Yeah, I loved your Lancaster bomber video, by the way.
Oh,
Not bomber,
man, Yeah.
So happy you did it.
Want to do it. Yeah, I've said to you before, I was like, I don't know whether I want to do it. But I just love that machine. It's so nice.
Yeah. And I'm sitting. I've got like a realistic, like always shortwave and all wave recorder here too. But I've got the antenna. It's been lying like unopened, so for like 2 months now.
How big is it?
I haven't set it up. It's a small one. Like the recorder is small. It's all set up. It's powered up. I just need to put on the antenna, but I need to figure out a way to get all the way up the roof. So yeah.
Don't fall off, Heimbach, please.
No. But there's a guy who's feeding the doves every day, and he's climbing on the roof. I could ask him. That's gonna be.
Do we?
Hey,
do
Dub,
any-
Is that a weird way of saying something? He's up
No,
there
it's actually
feeding
that's
the
just.
doves.
No, it's really just feeding the doves. Could be a weird way.
Disappointed.
Oh, this one. Alex,
So do we
what
have
do you want
any
to say?
scoops, guys? Do we have any scoops for today?
Scoops. Ah, you mean like synthesizers stuff?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a
Uh,
good point. Has anybody got anything?
We got some new stuff today. What was it? Can
Yeah, so
guys...
to run them down, there was updates, general updates on the Brioro version of Zoya from Empress Effects. Purrtronics have a new CV-able resonant EQ filter bank.
Yeah, that was definitely a new one. That was a new one.
Yeah.
Their VCA is awesome, isn't it?
The Valve Tube one.
The Valve Tube one. Yeah, it's super nice. It's so soft. I have it in my test equipment, like modular test equipment rack. Oh, so yeah.
Good stuff.
Then SDS Digital had their new module, which was just a MIDI CV. I don't know what you'd call it. Tracker, effectively, a small tracker.
It's like a tracker.
Yeah, tracker. Yeah.
What a real time? Who's that?
SDS Digital. They're from Canada.
SDS, and it's a tracker, you say?
Yeah, it's 8 HP. Well, you don't mind because you always use like super huge modules. But it's like an 8 HP. She said like 5 tracks, and each one can be like 4 or whatever.
Oh god, I can't find it. I'm on some weird global logistics site. SDS Global Logistics.
Are we talking tracker as in the Amiga sequencer kind of things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you watching the live chat, Sam? I'll drop a link in there.
Oh yes, please.
I've got this SDS Digital link in.
So how does it compare to the Nerdstick?
It's smaller and crazier, I would say.
Way crazier.
Than the Nerdstick.
Sandrina's absolutely. I was like, this is an education. This lovely person too. It was
Hey.
Fresh Nelly, exactly. Fresh Nelly is a website.
Modular grid.
Sequeral.
Wow.
Sequeral.
I'm going to check that out as well.
How the heck do you use it? There's no buttons.
There's
2
like
little buttons under the knob.
Yeah, there's CV outputs and stuff like that. So it's like a MIDI. It has a MIDI input, and you can record whatever you're playing via the MIDI in real time, and then sequence that, and then transpose it, and then use effects on it and whatever. It's crazy. It records, I think, like notes and CC information and velocity and 5 tracks at the same time.
No,
it's like a
incredibly powerful. Incredibly powerful.
We then had Tom Whitwell from Music Fin Modular with knobs, which are 4 big offset generators or attenuators aimed at being like a fine-tuned macro control. He also had a just smaller than credit card MIDI controller.
Yeah, that was great. I forgot to mention it before when we were talking about highlights. That MIDI controller from Tom was absolutely fantastic.
Oh. Sam is gone.
Sam got excited about the SDS thing.
Because he's building one now.
Yeah.
Typo 101, thank you. It's not 101, it's typo 111.
I think that's been it for the new stuff.
Oh no, there was like Tom also had the Moog.
Oh yes, the Moog input stage, which had a low high input and 2 outs, with the idea that you could create feedback loops and get the kind of drive of a Moog input stage. Then LPZW Leipzig was a few new things. Nothing.
Some of which he didn't want to show.
Yeah,
that was a bad
tease. That was like, oh, there's this thing. It's giant and nice. So look what the name is.
It actually said on the PCB module name and description. That's all we got. That's been it for today.
No news from your next door neighbor, Heimbach?
Next door neighbor, Koma?
Koma? I mean,
no, nothing. No, they're like nothing.
Really?
No.
They're being secretive. Damn Wouter.
Yeah.
So can I ask you guys, like, have you during this isolation, I guess, have any of you picked up any I don't know, like, have you done any consolation purchases?
Consolation purchases?
Yes. To suit the angst.
We'll see. I'm gonna go last on this.
Oh God. It's gonna take us forever to go.
I'm not curious about your toilet paper now.
Are you sure? Because I have a stack right here. If you want to.
Yeah. I have used it as sound dampening material here, but
I've bought cameras and an Atom Mini Pro, which is due to arrive within a week, and a couple.
That's Black Magic,
really
right?
Lights. Yeah. So I've been preparing myself for teaching online and streaming but not only for myself, but also possibly for other people. But maybe what I want to go and do is try if I can set up my teaching. I teach about synths in the Netherlands, and I want to see if I can try do that online in person, which I think is still better than watching a YouTube video where you can't ask questions.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
It works really well for
makes
small
sense.
groups.
Yeah.
It works really well. We've got Zoom sessions with the kids, with the teachers.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, I get a lot of requests for like one-to-one stuff, like on the mini log and stuff like that. So people are definitely interested.
Yeah.
Come on, Bob.
Okay.
Ego, spill the beans. I know you've bought some.
No. I want to hear what you guys have bought, so I don't feel so bad.
No, I think I spent more money, so you can feel better about being more economically sound of mind than me. The Vimeo auction here in the UK was a couple of weeks ago, or a week back now. I bought an Echoplex EP3 delay, pre-Maestro, so one of the last ones that the original designer and company owner built before the company was handed off. And a Miami Acid Lab drum machine, which was very cheap on there. The possibly worst drum machine I have ever heard or seen. But the only thing I could find about it online was people saying, "Hey, I've just picked one of these up for $5 at Goodwill. It sounds total trash. You know, what can I do with it?" And it was certainly more than $5, but still relatively cheap. And I thought, yeah, let's go for it. I was egged on by a few friends, bullied in by people like Robin Scanner, bullied into buying this terrible drum machine. But we're going to have some fun with that in a video when it arrives. And an old MXR stereo EQ, which was very cheap as well. Had some nice stereo image ideas with that one. So yeah, I had a bit of a kind of splurge of cash to get myself up.
Yeah, isolation shopping. Like I need this.
How about anyone else?
I didn't get any Superbooth. I need to buy some stuff. Yeah, but yeah.
Constantine?
Yeah.
Not gonna go there. It's good.
Okay.
Well, I got a bunch of stuff, but no.
Okay. I did. I just bought one of my dream effects that I've always wanted to have, ever since I read like Brian Eno's letter to the company saying this is amazing. So I bought a Eventide H3000.
Yes.
Yeah, from Occidents in the Netherlands, like fully serviced. So, I know that I'm gonna love this machine, and it's my first like really expensive 19-inch effect ever. But I can't wait to just sit there and listen to it and work with it, and I'm really excited for that. I'm gonna make a big video when it comes out, because this is like a dream come true. So I hope it's as good as I think it's, and as good as Brian Eno writes about it. So that was my big purchase.
I think this is a good opportunity to do the depth theory thing. I don't know if you guys ever read it. Like someone wrote something about doing a depth theory, and then on the Lines forum it became a thing. So 2020 was supposed to be a depth year where you stop buying new stuff and then just go in depth with the stuff that you already have, which I think is good if you're stuck at home, right?
For sure. But then again, it feels really good to...
I love that you're saying that and being like, it feels really good to actually buy stuff.
That's where that feeling is for you then. That's interesting.
The unconscious.
I haven't bought a lot of modules. I mean, I think the last thing I bought was Qubit Nebula 2, and that's a while ago already. Then again, the system I have is pretty... it's big enough. I can do basically anything with it. All that's. I feel that a lot of stuff that's coming out right now is variations on the theme, though.
Sorry,
what? I feel that a lot of stuff that's coming out lately are variations on the theme, and unless you tell me otherwise, and I've missed something. I mean, I'd still love to get a Morphogene at some point, but.
Wait, you mean in terms of like the new modules coming out? It's more or less repeats of previous ones.
Yeah, or remixes, so to say. I mean, it's a bold statement. Maybe I'm entirely wrong.
It is a bold statement. I think it's worth thinking about. But isn't that the case with, especially with Eurorack? Wouldn't that be the case anyway? Like, I mean, it's been a long time since I've actually seen something which is completely groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Like,
when was the last time you saw something completely groundbreaking?
It's been in the Eurorack. From the top of my head, it should be, I don't know. When did braids come out? Which again, it wasn't. I mean, it's something that kind of pushed the direction of how things were going to go.
Braids changed like modular a lot.
In a way. Yeah. Clouds as well. Yeah. But again, right? It wasn't something that you've never seen before. It was granular. It just wasn't applied in Eurorack format before.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So how about you, Sam? Have you done any isolation shopping? We were talking about like picking up stuff up in isolation.
Yeah, all the time. I mean, I've bought a load of the same thing again, but I can't say what it is. I've gone. Oh no! I did buy something the other day. I got a power glove.
Oh God, that's fantastic!
I'm so excited. Yeah. But then the one before that is I got.
What's the power glove? Sorry, I don't know what the power glove is.
Show him.
I have it. It's in my. It's. Nintendo. The Nintendo glove.
Okay.
You've never seen that retro thing where you put the Nintendo thing on the top, and it's as the ad back in, was it early 90s, right?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, it's so rad. It's rad.
The CR78 as well. I was so chuffed.
Nice.
Yeah, power glove. Wow.
And the power glove, yeah. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I picked up the Pulsar 23 from Soma.
Nice. I've been on their pre-order list since 2018.
Wait,
still haven't heard from them.
For the drum machine, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Crazy.
Okay.
Good that you snag one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, Corona could well be over before I get it, but
that's amazing. It's super good.
So you haven't got it yet?
No. I just placed an order for it.
Yeah, that's talking about groundbreaking. This is a groundbreaking instrument. Like the way that it combines touch and sound and synced versus unsynced, the way it combines so many artistic concepts in one instrument. It's amazing. And
which one is this?
The Pulsar is 23. That's a drum machine. It's all with crocodile crocodile clips.
But crocodile clips.
Yeah, that one looks
weird.
Cool.
But it's meant to be like attached to weird things.
Weird.
Like your flesh and stuff like that. It's
like your nipples.
I even I said like in my video, I said like, and you're using these weird cables. And then everybody was like, crocodile clips.
It's really cool. I love it. And I didn't like that was the only time I regretted that I didn't have a camera with me at Superbooth last time, because I was talking to Vlad and he was showing it to me, and I realized such a cool guy, because he combines like the engineer and the artist perfectly. So he's absolutely both, and that's really good.
Has anybody got the Lyra? Is the Lyra the same company, isn't it?
Same company.
It is the same company. Yeah.
I've always been so tempted to buy the Lyra. I was like, my finger's always so close.
You could build one, Sam. You can DIY.
Yeah, I know. That's
Lyra.
the thing. Can you? Yeah, I did see they had a PCB for it, didn't they? But then you don't get the case.
It has the same power. It has the same powerful sound as your fart box.
Yeah,
like the same raw.
It doesn't sound like it though. It's like your fart box with a Lyra.
No, it's really, but it has that same raw, untamed like.
Yeah, it was actually Ben who's sort of responsible for me getting one, because we were at London Modular. Is that correct, Ben?
Yeah.
Yeah, you took us there. You took me and Loop up there, and they had one, and I just, sat my hands down on it, and it's like, whoa! Like talk about a visceral feeling, like talk about something very physical about the sound from it. So yeah, it's an amazing synth.
And the pulsar is similar, but in drum form, correct?
And it's
Yeah.
so much
Yeah.
more. It's
the
so
philosophy-
much
but the
more.
philosophy is the same, right?
Yeah.
Crazy sequencers that you can run at different times.
Yeah.
And this is like an instrument that's truly like a desert island drum machine. That's of course you can, because not only because you can attach it to any like random animal you pull from the sea and see how that works and plays it.
Crocodile.
With the crocodile, we could do anything. It's
I mean, I think it's a lot more accessible in a way than the Lyra. Like the Lyra do tend to take you certain places. I think I don't think it's a very accessible instrument, but I think that the Pulsar has a more of a, I don't know, wider, like a potential to reach a wider audience, I guess, because it's still a drum machine. So I see it's a lot of usability for it.
Yeah,
that's cool.
I have an EP with the Lyra 8 partway through. The performances are recorded raw, and trying to find melody and harmony in an instrument that's known for pretty full-on industrial drones has been a fun kind of project. I want to indulge in running that out to tape and building up some more layers and some automation and some nice stereo audio image kind of things I want to build up just for a bit more engagement for the pieces. But really fun synth. There's a lot to explore, but it's fair to say it does kind of take you down a track and it does its own thing, and you still kind of feel like you kind of wrangle the beast, as it were. But there's melody in it, and harmony, but it takes some tuning.
Yeah, I put out two tracks with just the Lyra that are on my Bandcamp, just kind of ambient stuff, of course, like just with the Lyra solo, and I think it's running into One Effect's pedal, I think. But that was it was good fun. Very interesting, just using this one piece of kit, and it sounds so massive.
What color is your Lyra 8? I see they've got pink ones now. They look
it's
friggin' awesome.
I think they only had black and white when I got it, so okay. I got the white one. And I got the orange Pulsar, because you need to have that color.
Had to be orange. The black. Never mind the black. So
I'd love a pink Lyra. That'd be something. You know, all the comments. I would get so much engagement on those videos. Like, what is this pink synth?
I can see the thumbnail now as you hold the orange Pulsar up next to your face. Yeah. Insert Pulsar here. That's the thumbnail.
You should get some fake tan as well.
Yeah, make your face orange.
Like
you've been tangoed. That would be great.
Or maybe me black and white and just orange.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna do one thing because it's getting late. I'm just gonna say last orders, everybody.
I still haven't got that bell. We need to get that bell.
We need to get a bell. And I left the school bell, the whiskey bell.
There you go. Thank you on this.
Last orders, everybody in the chat. This is last orders. We're on another 50 minutes or so, but then it's probably a good time to end this.
Yeah,
just because there's 2 more days. Yeah, read comments. Yeah, exactly. What's been happening there?
Forget. What has been happening?
Yeah, a lot.
I always find like when you do live stream, that you kind of you drift off, and then you come back and remember, and you're like,
yeah, no, but that's why Ben is so great, because Ben has been like keeping like eagle eye attention to the chat and anything that's been popping up. Yeah,
I've been following him on other. I follow Ben on other streams as well, and he's always like, listening to the whoever's speaking at the moment, and then also checking what the chat is saying. It's amazing. It's a good skill.
Thank you for the kind words, but I've been slacking since we kind of got into the hangout portion.
Come on, we've been at it for like 6.5 hours. So,
4 hours of keeping at the chat, which is great. Are we doing the same tomorrow? Yeah, I apologize if there has been questions.
Oh, you're gonna be busy.
If people
I saw that Modular Mammoth said that the Lyra was my quarantine purchase. Super satisfied so far. Love it. So yeah, It's awesome. I can see the Lyra being one of those. You just for those long days at home.
Everybody thinks you're building oscillators, Sam. There's lots of questions asking how many oscillators have you built.
Somebody wants to know if you're going to do an H3000 video, Heimbach.
Yeah, I will definitely.
Of course you will.
When is it going to happen, Heimbach?
I have to when it's here. I have to, but of course I have to. Same as you, Sam. I have to justify my purchases also.
Of course,
it's all work material. It's another.
You can't
video.
sell them after. You gotta hoard them.
Yeah. That's part of why I did the landfill totems also. Find a place,
Yeah.
a beautiful place for all these. Yeah, and they're gonna come back, and they're gonna be coming back, so more people can play them. But that's another story.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the test equipment, I've got to try and get all of mine working so people can play on them. Because a lot of them need restoring. Exactly, need to get Dennis over. That definitely needs to happen.
But he's not repairing this stuff.
Who's repairing it?
Paul. Paul is the guy. Paul does he's the guy for test equipment. He does Willem Twee also, and he does Dennis. Really amazing.
I think I got an email the other day. I forgot. What's happened to Bo?
Oh, he just came out again without.
He came closer to you.
Yeah, it just moved.
Just move over. Just
So now
scorched over.
Imagine if this was a bar and we suddenly did that.
Yeah, I wanted this space here. Move over, Sam. Move over. I felt like this is my best site. No wait, this is
Red's reverb.
Yeah, but
Just looking at it. The comments.
But one thing, Sam, I don't know if any one of you, I don't know, Sam, if you were bidding on the Peter and Pattison, that's what they're called.
What?
The auction house that sells all the BBC stuff and stuff like that.
What, is it open again? Is there something going on?
Now there was a big auction and they had a lot of word generators there.
When?
A month ago.
Yeah.
You didn't tell me, Heinbach. You kept it all for yourself.
It was BBC Wales moving premises.
BBC Wales moving premises, yeah, and they word generators.
Yeah. So.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
And
So I might have one left over after this.
Oh yeah. So I gotta be careful though. I'm trying my hardest to not go onto eBay. So I'm trying to not buy anything.
I since I got a new phone, I didn't install the app, so which kind of feels like
smart.
No, sometimes not, because the only way you get this kind of stuff is if you continuously keep on hunting, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
If not, you're just gonna be. If you want something, then it's all gone. It's no.
Yeah. I always set my limit now though. I do the bid sniper, but I just set it at a level. I'm like,
of course,
probably 50 quid is max.
Yeah.
For like a bit of test equipment, I think. I wouldn't.
Yeah, but that's hard. Like, I got one. Oh, got a big Marconi from that auction for really cheap.
Oh, really?
Big Marconi, like okay. If we're talking about big, this is like this big of a knob for frequency. So I'm gonna be like,
that's cool. It sounds better because it's got a bigger knob on it, right?
Yeah,
there's a better sign coming from it.
We're going.
The
warmer sounds.
The next PP auction is CNC machines, machine tools, boilers, mobile plants, inspection and laboratory equipment.
There you go.
Containers.
Where's the link?
Broadcast.
No, I mean, yes. Share it so everybody.
Private chat.
Oh, come on. Everybody should be allowed.
Everybody can bid. Yeah.
I can see you high back there. You're like, damn.
Yeah. Arian Osterbrook, Simon on the Magpie. He was actually like on a stream, on a Single Malt Synthesis stream. He's okay, but he's working in healthcare.
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm hearing too.
He's pulling overtime after overtime. So
also, he says he's working a lot on music. That's what he said in the live stream as well. It's just concentrating on the tunes.
Exactly, working on music, not but basically doing a lot of overtime also because he's doing the night shifts usually. So he's working hard and doesn't have time to, make the videos. And
yeah, he
relax and make music.
was on Molten Modulars live stream as well the other
really?
day. Or
We all
just
watched it then. Did we all watch it?
yeah, I watched it anyway a bit.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, Robin's live stream. Yeah,
Yeah, I watched that, but there was some like I remember that. Yeah, you were on, Ben, right? That one.
I was on Sunday.
Yeah, I watched the one with Ben on. That was fun.
Yeah, that was full on. I mean, we're going to test how full on streaming is these next few days. But yeah, free this weekend. Yeah, Feeding the Monster, Chris Meyer.
That was super fun, unexpectedly fun. Like when Kim Bjorn told me about the concept the first time, like you guys were doing this, like who's gonna watch all of these three people geeking out about someone setting up their Eurocase? And there I was sitting amongst everybody else watching for hours on end. That was super good.
Totally fair judgment. I think, you think, why would I want to watch them fill the case? Like maybe play with it when they're done, but going through the power and really doing power across a modular system properly, kind of high-end system, but module choices along the way. I mean, Chris, he's kind of one of the old boys of MIDI, pretty much invented vector synthesis with the Prophet VS. Really interesting guy. A lot of experience, so they were great. And we've got, for Patreon supporters, both myself and Chris, there's a fully indexed version. So there's 12 hours of content. But if you want to zone in and search and find something, Chris has taken the time to kind of index and link out everything that was discussed.
That's good.
I love the fact. Sorry, go ahead, Sam.
Oh no, I was just going to say, I've just seen that Molten. He's got one with Eden Gray on right now. So when we finish, you should check out.
That's where I will
check out with Eden Gray.
Yeah.
What I
loved about with the whole thing with Feed the Monster thing was that now Chris Meyer has a new middle name, which is I can have all the modules.
Yeah, Chris, I can't have all the modules.
So I really thought that the concept for the stream was like really cool because it felt really nice that you were three guys on, right? I mean, don't misremember. I thought that was really good, like having. Because, like we talked about earlier, it's so hard to split the attention between like chat and did I say that right? Chat. Yeah. Between the chats. But anyway, you need to split the attention. Chatting is hard. I really like hammer it home. But yeah, I really like that setup with like him doing a lot of the the walkthrough, and you guys could help out and explain and keep it going and keeping the chat going. I thought that was really cool.
It was great. He must have felt. I don't think he got annoyed, but it's a big system that he set up, but not. I mean, it's huge for a lot of people. It's called the Modular by Adapt system, so it's a fair wording and also a descriptive word for what he was doing and the size of the case. It's not that big compared to some cute installs that I've seen. But
that's true.
Doing a certain thing. Why don't you have the Shipman VCO? Oh, I notice you don't have this envelope from this company. Why don't you have this?
Yeah.
So you need, if anyone that sees Chris Meyer around, please do call him Chris. I can't have all the modules, Meyer.
He didn't get pissed, but at some point he was like, enough of this. Like I can't have all the modules, so now it's stuck. I love that fact.
Do you reckon there is somebody who has all the modules?
I've seen one photo of what was it? I don't know who it was.
Studios, the most like modular grid in real life, but no, I don't think anyone.
How about Richard Devine?
No,
not the close.
He has a lot.
The guy from Deepest Mode.
Yeah, Martin Gore.
He will have to be the one. But I think he has a standing order at Snydersland for 2 of every module that comes in. I don't know.
Really? Is that true?
That's what I thought.
That'd be mad.
It's 2. someone makes 10 of something and then that version moves on, and it's kind of not mainstream enough to be able to grab it all. I'm surprised all the time when I go hunting around Modular Grid, things that I didn't know exist and people that I did. It's like trying to find all the guitar pedals, a smaller version of that. There's so many little makers and boutique designers.
Is everything on Modular Grid? I haven't been on the Modular Grid.
No, not everything is on Modular Grid, and you would be amazed on how many stuff are on Modular Grid but are hidden. I'm not going to say more about it, but there's a ton of stuff which is just hidden because you always have the option to just load something there and then just keep it for yourself, right?
I did that with Mutes. I checked in with Ulf and said, do I do this page on the day I release it, or can I do it ahead of time and make it public? It's like, no, you can make it private.
Yeah.
Imagine all the stuff that lives there that's privately shared around.
Yeah, there's a bunch. But I think the studio that I went to, even before I started with Modular, was Parallel Worlds, Bakisiros, who is a guy in Greece, and he has 3 walls of Modular stuff. Like a room, it was Bukla, and then 5U, and then just Eurorack. So that kind of burned my fuse. And after that, like I never get impressed with big cases. That was it. 3 walls of Modular is enough for me.
That should be a t-shirt.
Yeah.
3 walls of Modular, that's enough for me. No. All right, everybody. I would say it's been a long and beautiful day. We're clocking in at 6 hours and 40 minutes now.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think I've got to go to bed now. And
you think?
Yeah, I think I have to.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
It's okay. It's okay.
We're gonna. There's more of this. There's more of this.
2 more days.
2 more days of Superbooth.
Kind of feels like it, right? It feels like the actual Superbooth.
From the level of tiredness right now, absolutely. Yeah. From the level of community, absolutely. From not having my ears blasted, absolutely not.
My legs are okay, and
my legs are okay too. Yes.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah. So
what time do we start tomorrow, Heimbach? That would be good to.
Tomorrow we're really earlier because we've got much more. And it starts with Herbs and Stones, who made this beautiful synthesizer.
And this is at 4 o'clock Berlin.
4 o'clock. The stream goes on 50 minutes earlier, but they made this beautiful, like, banana, crazy 303 from another dimension synthesizer. It's just one guy. So, and I invited him, so he needs more people to see this beautiful, weird, crazy banana synthesizer. So
that's cool.
Yeah, so he's coming in, and E-Wave, Wong, Shackmack Modular, Erica Sun, Sleepy Circuits, Tuck Tuck, Instrument of Things, This Is Not Rocket Science, Clavis, and Bastel Instruments. And for everybody who's here, I am Václav of Bastel is also gonna do a little set after demoing the new stuff, and there will be some new reveals by Bastel also.
Cool.
There's a great video of him playing from the Modular Day Barcelona event, if people want to search for that.
Yeah, I played with him last year in Croatia. It was really just it's a very heavy, like melancholy electronic music.
Yeah.
Very, very lovely what he does. So I'm happy that he plays. So we're gonna get some of that tomorrow.
I'll go and check it out.
Yeah.
Great.
So everybody, see you then. And everybody who watched this after, awesome that you are here. And there's then probably another stream for you to watch. All right. I'm going to end broadcast now. Bye-bye.
Go and check out Rob Moulton. Click over to Rob Moulton.
He's already done, I think.
Is he finished?
Yeah, people said so in the chat. Oh.